be sharpened if you want to have good results, because Loud did it perfectly. They worked with the jungle and the support. Redbert was all over the place as well. And we saw how instrumental Rel was in this game.
Yep.
The fact that they were disrupting the backline of Red Canids alongside the Volibear. It was a massive big dub for Loud. Let's see if they can reproduce it on game 3, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, we can say that for both sides, though. And honestly, I'm still waiting for a lot of the blood in the water. These have actually been very bloodless games, if I'm being honest. We are contained at about, I want to say about 10 to 12 kills in either game so far, and it's been relatively low scoring because of what you just pointed out. We're talking about Redbird, we're talking about Frosty. Both these players have actively been very, you're not fighting. Like, I'm sorry, you're just not going to fight, and if you fight, it's on our terms. So is it going to happen here in game number 3? Well, all eyes are on the difference, as Red have actually chosen to go on the blue side for the first time in the series, which means the bans are drastically different. We got the Jax, we got the Ryze this time, and the Scion, and on the flip, have to ban the Varus, have to ban the Gwen, and then the Trundle right afterwards, which leaves the Pantheon open.
Immediately picked up, and you already don't have the no wait, no, you do have the Trundle. We did see Trundle, but it was on the last series. Oh no, Trundle's banned. Trundle's always been banned. You're right, you're absolutely right. Trundle's banned, which means that Pantheon, as it stands right now, seems to be completely unopposed for any responses from the outside. So Red Canids do have a little bit of better control over what they want to draft. And we need to remind ourselves, this is a best of 3, and it's in fearless draft mode, which means we're on game 3, which means that the teams are going to be playing without 30 champions if we count the bans. So far, 20 champions have already been taken out of the Summoner's Rift. Now we need 10 more. We're digging a little bit deeper into the pool, or at least on the deeper end of the pool. The response is going to be the Jarvan from Griffin. So we're going back to the standard, or at least a little bit more standard gameplay here for the side of Loud, with a Galio being blind locked in for...
Ooh.
Hold that thought.
Okay.
Hold that thought. That is the lock-in. Okay, so we have a little bit of flexibility here. Galio being locked in preliminarily means that he wants to face the Rumble. They were expecting to see an AP mid. They were saying, okay, show me the AP mid. Give me a reason to put Galio in the mid lane. They pull up the Yone, which is not a terrible matchup for the Galio in the mid lane. Now the question is, do you want to toss the Sylas top, or do you want to have a mid against the Yone? Because I feel either matchup seems appropriate for the Sylas.
I think I think this is just a lot of, okay, we saw the hot pot combo in the Rumble and the J4. Well, we're gonna bring the pain. We're gonna double down on this. We're gonna engage in and have a lot of fun. So I don't know if they were expecting the Yone or not. Either way, they do get the Yone, and now we get to see that sprint towards that bottom side. So the entire top side of the map has already been decided at this point. It's understood that the Galio is probably going in the top side unless you want to flex it into the support role. If you do, then it's up to you. There's a lot of options in there, but the bot side is really where we really want to look. Frosty is not going to get the Nico. We are looking at the Lucian ban still, so any early game power is still denied away from Loud's side. But what's this last ban? What do you focus on? Do you keep focusing on support, or do you look at the ADC role and do you try and deny a 5th or 6th ADC here in game number 3? It is going to be Yunara, because Yunara is enabled this patch.
She is, yeah. She's already enabled, and she's a massive threat if you pair her with an Enchanter. She does really damn well because she deals magic crits for God knows what reason. You know, it's just an implementation. They just had to do it, right? Now, I want to be massive brain here and say that the Pantheon is still serving a flexible role, considering that in this patch he did get a slightly nerfed, so we could be seeing a return of Pantheon to the support role as we've seen in patches past. I don't think that's going to be the case, considering the powerhouse the Pantheon the power the Pantheon still brings to the table to this present day as a jungler, in terms of the flexibility that he does or that he brings. But who knows? Maybe Red Canids do have a trick up their sleeve, a trick or two. Who knows? So right now, it's up to Loud to decide who they want to reveal for their bot laner, and Jhin has not been touched yet throughout the series.
No, that's going to be a hold for themselves, and it is going to be a piece. Their Root is going to try and use that one to great efficiency. If they can make it work at the end of the day, though, it's all about making sure to have that range. Stay away from Kaze, stay away from FMB, stay away from Doom, if you will. And Rebello is going to say, stay away from me as well. The Corki, relatively short range, but dishes out a lot of extra punch if you so wish, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Bloodletter come out for either the Sylas or the Galio. And now you're going for the hard CC lock, and it's the Leona to round it out.
Yep, you want to force that team fight with the Kaze on the Galio. So the fact that Leona got locked in, it does tend to indicate to me that the Galio is going mid lane, because you want to have the flexibility of having the Galio mid to either ult top or bot, depending on where Frosty wants to go. You want to enable these paths. You want to enable these team fights. That is a Nautilus. That's a naughty Nautilus. You're running out of options. You're scraping the barrel here, and the Nautilus with the Jhin is going to be what's coming out. Not sure I appreciate the Nautilus against the Leona. Leona does get substantially tankier thanks to her W. Nautilus gets a small shield, but that's about it. And if we're talking about who can best pack Unsealed Spellbook in the support role, I would have to point at Frosty here. Honestly, listen, I doubt either of them are going to bring Unsealed Spellbook to the table. I feel like both of them are just going to go Aftershock and be done with it. But would they bring Unsealed Spellbook? Frosty would be in a better position to do so.
Okay, I can agree with that one. Just, hey, look, do with that information as you will, and if you bring it, great. If you don't, even better, because I rather like Aftershock in some of these situations, or if you want to get a little bit silly, you can go a little bit more concussive. But behind the entire frame, it is all about these players. Remember, both teams have actively gotten one game in a much more comfortable position, so this time around, they're hoping for a little bit of fun themselves. They're diving on into this game number 3 to decide who is going to come out on top and who is going to be sitting at maybe a 2-0 series score. And either way, they're going to be sitting at the middle of the pack considering the score line for the series.
Absolutely. And it's been a big comeback here for Loud. They came out of one of the bloodiest matches up against VKS, and they showed some very good signs of fight, but ultimately VKS took down the win. Now, against Red Canids, now, we didn't expect much of Red Canids, but they've been looking strong. They've been looking tight. Loud fumbled the first game, kind of never really had a chance to pick it up. Red Canids didn't have a chance to pick up game 2. They were absolutely bodied. And now game 3, looking at the individual compositions, I have questions about whether or not the Sylas is going to be, the Sylas is going to be allowed to thrive in this environment, because that feels like it's very AP oriented when it comes to builds. But then again, on the side of Loud, it does indicate that Rumble has a massive job to do here in the Summoner's Rift.
As they all run on out, we enjoy the overview once again. The last time we're going to see Summoner's Rift, at least for a couple days, until round 3 comes about, and it's a treat at the end of the day. First time, of course, for Loud to be running on that red side, but it's a double Unsealed Spellbook with a triple conk on the side of Kaze, Doom, and Rebello, double conk on the other for Robo and Griffin. These are some wild Keystone choices.
I know. I mean, looking at Robo with the Conqueror, I mean, the man just wants to keep on fighting. It's not natural at all to see Rumble with the Conqueror. I understand why it's there. You know you're up against the Galio. You know the Galio wants to be in your face and fight you. So you bring out the Conqueror instead of the Comet. It allows you to ramp up in damage. It allows you to start sustaining yourself as well in the heat of the battle. But at the same time, looking at FMB, he's got Phase Rush. He's going to go in with the E, Q, auto, walk out. He's going to get a ton of movement speed. He's going to be fine with it. The rest of the Conquerors on Kaze, same deal. He wants to maintain the fight. He is up against Jewel, but he's not even looking at the Wreck Kerfuffle against Jewel. He's looking at the fights in the long run. So Red definitely looking forward in the match instead of looking directly at what they have. They don't care about the early leads. They want the team fights.
I mean, I can agree with that one as well. Everyone dancing on a little bit of bed of nails. Everyone trying to get their piece of the pie right now, but early start here. You can see the trading in the bot side as we glance on over once again. It is Frosty and Redbird to try and throw down. They have a little bit more immediate impact with that CC chain, and now they're going to do it again. Level 2 not being hit on either side, so it's a forced shot onto Rebello's end.
I'll do it again. And he did it. He went back into the brush. He went back in. He ate another stun there from Redbird, and so far, I mean, no aftershock means that these initial trades are going to be slightly volatile. Frosty's going to need that level 2 or 3. I think level 3 at this point to get the double, to get a point on W. and make sure he gets the resistances that he needs to be the relevant tank that Leona is. But right now, Loud are just playing it safe. They have Redbird stepping up, making sure to gain distance from the opposition. In the meantime, we do see that ward. Thank you, Observer. Meaning that Doom was spotted. So right now, Loud have full vision on the enemy jungle, and this is going to allow Redbird and Route to play accordingly. Just play it safe. Don't overpush. You don't want these. You don't want trades against Frosty. It's too tanky. Well, just don't take that.
Don't want to worry about it right now. But Kaze, of course, eating up a chunk here. I believe this would be a Kingslayer Max. If you want to get most of it. But right now, Jewel is saying maybe I should have a Kingslayer as well if I get the chance. That was a lot of damage. That was a lot of damage, and that's the power of Conqueror starting to ramp up on these more prolonged fights. It is going to be sluggish, it is going to be nasty, but it is going to happen. All day long, Robo also eating into this chunk. FNB trying to dance it out, but both junglers now into the mid lane. First meeting of the minds, as that's going to be an unfortunate one for Griffin, but a double knockout on the backside as Jewel gets the jungler out of a bad spot, and Kaze and Doom win that trade. Oh, well, I say win the trade and then Kaze eats the tower shot. Unfortunate. Fine. He'll just Kingslayer his way back to full health. It's perfectly fine. Don't be a hater, Orbital. I'm saying that, and they're going to start trading for the Scuttle Crab here. Jewel is, or Kaze in this case, is definitely going to go back. You're absolutely right. That tower shot was unnecessary. He could have stayed in lane. Now he's going to go back and teleport back in. But he does put himself in a good position. And Doom is showing signs of wanting to be proactive, as you have to be, honestly, as you have to be with the Pantheon. You need to be proactive. Now, we were looking at the trade in the top side. It felt like FNB was winning the trades, but the fact is, FNB is bound by a mana pool. Robo isn't. Yep. Robo just needs to manage the heat accordingly. And if push comes to shove, if there's a fight that takes a little bit too long, he'll just overheat himself, get taunted like we saw, and just auto-attack FNB to death because your autos start dealing percentage damage with increased attack speed. That's true. It's just going to get really, really annoying after a while, and you're just going to sit there going, okay, I hate life at the end of the day. So we'll see if that works. At the end of the day, though, we are seeing the dragon spawn. It is going to be Infernal, so no fun Infernal game here on the day. But Frosty joining on in, saying there's a flash on Jewel. It might not be enough, so Frosty not going to have to worry too long. Oh, but that is going to be a piece. No extra clone out, so that's just an easy tether. No flash used just yet because Jewel's underneath the tower, but Frosty getting a nice little stun. Dragon, though, started up for Loud as, yet again, the first one's there. A little bit ambitious from Jewel, but at the same time, he is diverting the attention from Red Cannons over to the bot side. And when they realize, wait, it was all a bait? Yes, it was. Is Flash coming through? Nah, Doom is not going to contest that one. Try to steal with the Q. Not going to get anything out of that one. The first Dragon falls in favor of Loud, and this is already a good sign that Loud are taking up the momentum from the last game. I mean, they're loving it right now, and I love it as well. This is a treat at the end of the day, but... Was there no lane swap here? There wasn't a lane swap. Loud refused to lane swap. They wanted that Dragon super bad, so much so that they did it on timer, but this is going to delay their rotation back. As Frosty is now supporting FNB. Oh, okay. That's interesting to see. I wonder if that's just because how the lane kind of set up. Okay. So, like, the swap was to happen, but I guess Loud were like, we don't want to swap this. And you saw how much CS they sacrificed top. You had a whole wave crashing top lane because Rebella was just solo farming as Robo was, you know, he was looking for information. He was looking for pressure. Now he's solo against two with a teleport from the unsealed spellbook. It's a weird one right now, but that's going to be a jump in. We zoom eyes over to that mid lane as we're seeing a 3v2 right now. Kaze really looking to jump on in. Has a Cataclysm ready to go if you wish. And you jump straight onto Jewel. In comes the Gallia ultimate, though. As the Justice wings crash down, Red Canids are right back in control as they take not one, but two. Well played by Red Canids as Loud hunt for the hills. I completely forgot about this potential counterplay, and it is massive. So, what is the thing about Loud here? They want to oh, it's not done yet. That's a stolen Cataclysm. Oh, it is, but no, that is the non-used Cataclysm as Frosty
You're right.
might look to get a tether. One more auto could do it, but no, because Root is available. That's going to be the victory, and the shielding from Griffin keeps him alive. So it's an overextension by Red that gives 2 right back to Loud.
That is so greedy from Red Canids. They just had the fight. You got it from Kaze. You had the Cataclysm from Kaze. You locked everybody in for the hero's entrance, and I was going to say, the hero's entrance is a massive counter to the Cataclysm because Loud's team comp is about locking people into a space, but that's exactly where FNB with the Galio thrives, is in closed spaces. Knock everybody up and drag everybody down with a CC chain, but ultimately, good fight from Red Canids. They managed to steal the Scuttle Crab here from the face of Griffin. They had an astoundingly good fight with Kaze stealing the Cataclysm away from Griffin and the hero's entrance to combo it up, but that should have been it. You got the kill on Redbird. You don't need more than that. If you want to take camps, take camps. You have Kaze on the kill. You have the red buff on Q. You take the red buff. You tried to go in. You forced the Cataclysm out of Griffin, and your team had already disengaged. Look at the minimap. Nobody is around. FNB is already bot side. You already have Kaze halfway through the mid lane trying to catch the wave, and it just went south so fast because Loud just collapsed, and the 2 kills that you got immediately traded back.
Hurts to see, but at the end of the day, that's how the cookie crumbles. So Red are going to try and do a little bit of damage control. Go ahead, head over, take 1 grub, look for a few more if they can, and then work their magic. Meanwhile, in the mid lane is where the bot laners went, and the top laners and mids went bot, apparently, as FNB is now in a little bit of a duel with Jewel, who... Jewel's doing okay for themselves as well. 67 CS, has 1 kill, 1 death, not the worst in the world.
These lane assignments are so weird, man.
Yeah. It's been weird, let's be honest. It's been weird the entire time.
Here we go. We got a taunt
That's
coming through.
That's gonna be a little catch. TP coming in, and Jewel nopes on out of there.
Nah, he just absolutely does not want to fight that one. He was already low, as is FNB. As much magic resist as he's stacking, his base damages are incredibly high. So he still deals a lot of damage to squishier targets, and honestly, Yone does fit the bill here as a squishy target. As we do start seeing the first few plates coming down, Rout and Redbird are collapsing on the mid, but Rebello is here to clear out the wave. Rebello, who has been having a very, very solitary game so far, not participating in any kills whatsoever.
Take a little time, play for yourselves, and see if you can yield some results in there. At the current moment, of course, we are seeing that gold, and that gold is a whole different story. That is looking like the U.S. stock markets at points, and it is just not a good time, honestly. Just up, down, and all around.
Up and down and all around. Right now, it remains advantageous for Red Canids for a whopping 100 gold. You buy 2 pots, and your whole advantage is gone, by the way. But at the same time, it is a close game. It is a close game. Ladder responding accordingly, but it does feel like in the individual side of things, Red Canids are having the upper hand due to the sheer sustain that their inherent champions have.
It's definitely one to hold on to as you try and keep your advantages. We're seeing already this taunt come in as FNB is looking at a little bit of a duel. Robo gets damage, but still has that flame spitter available, and FNB can't really do much about it. This is the kind of the expected result, but Dragon currently up and available, and once again, Red Canids are hoping to get a little bit of a chance. In comes Doom, though, as you find a catch on the backside. Very nice. Cleanse can't do anything, and that's your Doom. Flash misses! Griffin is going to get out of town, but only for so long. Disaster for Loud, and this time they don't overextend.
Wow, who put that wall there? Man, that's got a sting for Griffin. He just absolutely slam dunked up against the wall. He almost got away with it too, with the Cataclysm. But yeah, you can extend the range of the spear from Pantheon. Incredible Grand Starfall, but we're good diving here.
Yeah, and that dive is going to work in more ways than one. Frosty will not give their life because the dive is perfect. And Red Canids are once again in pure control.
Nah, nothing to do here from Loud side. Dragon is up, but Red Canids decide against going for the Dragon. As Griffin is already up, they decide against the 50-50. They have the grubs. They don't want the Dragon just yet. They want to recall and regain their strength. But incredible entrance here from Red Canids. I hope we get to see the result of that fight from a replay. I definitely want to understand, or at least display the inherent problems of Jhin. Jhin is a champion that works incredibly when he has the space and the range to do it. But when you're playing against a team that can dive your backline, it gets super hard. And the Grand Starfall from Pantheon just absolutely demolished. Oh, denied!
Oh. It's never ending. It's
sorry,
never
Orbital.
ending at this point.
I am killing your buzz. I am so sorry. I did not expect that catch.
You know what? You're not killing my buzz, but Red is killing Loud's buzz by 1.5 miles. These have been catches back and forth, and this time it's not just Griffin, right? Before we were talking about how Griffin is the only one getting caught out back in game number 1. This time it's everyone. Loud is in this pacing of just like, we don't know what's going on, guys.
No, they're just playing reactively. So you do see FNB dodging the shots there. Equalizer in the bot lane, but the trade. What?
It's so clean.
How was it?
It's so clean.
This is so messy. How are you saying this is clean? They have
it's clean from Red though.
Oh,
it's clean from Red. Okay, well that wasn't clean, but you can't deal with the flash, so it's a good flash.
Okay, fair enough. But still, chaos across the board. Red Canids individually trying to 1v1v1 every single member of Loud and actually getting away with it. They're not getting punished for overextensions. They're not getting punished for overusing summoners because Loud, they're trying to play responsively, but they can't respond when they have to do it in 3 different lanes simultaneously.
I love how you're losing your mind. I'm so sorry, but it is an entertaining factor to listen to. It hurts to say, but it's true. That is where we're currently sitting. This is bad for Loud. There's no other way to put it. Like they are constantly losing pressure. They are constantly losing out on what made them so strong before. Now, yes, they do have 2 dragons, but remember exactly, this is where Red was before. They lost 2 dragons early, but Red were like, great, we'll take the towers, we'll take everything else, and we won't worry about you. So, watch this pan out.
No, and it is panning out great for Red Canids because right now they're stacking 3K gold lead here against Loud. And even though the individual objectives are falling in favor of Loud, at least for the most part, the individual trades are just nasty here from Kaze as he plays it perfectly. Not the Cataclysm, but the Equalizer wasn't that great here from Kaze. Barely even matters. Because the sustained fight, the fact that Kaze has Conqueror and he just sustains through without even needing the Kingslayer, the game just works itself out, honestly, in favor of Kaze here. Griffin got spotted. Good.
Oh, hey, round 2. Griffin got spotted, but only for how long, right? Kaze getting able to step back, and I guess Jewel is starting to get a little bit of a better fight here, but is it going to be enough at the end of the day?
Ooh, I mean, that Blithering King is putting in work, I'll tell you that much. So Jewel is in a position where his split is actually going to matter. And the fact that Kaze right now cannot contest the split puts Red Canids in a bad position, meaning that they have to commit 2 players to take down Jewel if they need to. And they will need to, eventually.
Yep, that's just the unfortunate part. FMB also running a little bit of interference as we take a little bit of a breath and we take a look at the state of the game, which is obviously leading into Red's favor, but they're also not on pace to take as many towers as they did before. We're 16 minutes into the game. First tower has yet to fall, so with the current, status, Red is actually a little bit behind here.
And you'd expect this to happen considering that you have 2 lanes that are stacking AP. You have the Galio and, fight coming up. We have to have people coming around the corner result from Loud side.
Yep, and not only that, the Solar Flare landing right on your head, and that means Jewel is in a really, really bad spot. Jewel is just gone right now. TP in and the ultimate behind, which means there's no chance for Griffin. Griffin's wings are clipped, and that'll be FNB to come on in with a kill of their own.
Weird little spinny move from the Herald, but that's going to mean that they also can guarantee the mid lane tier 1 tower. For Red Canids, I was just about to say, the fact that the solo lanes are stacking AP in the form of Kaze on the Silas and Galio. Like, Galio and Silas are not 2 champions that can actually push. But the curtain's open.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Great run
Equalizer?
In front. Red carpet comes out as the Equalizer holds on, and they finally kill him. But that is like 4 ultimates used plus a TP. That is a wild amount of ultimates and time used. As Loud is just like, please give us something. Give us the dragon, but the dragon's not up.
The dragon is not up. It's going to be up in a few seconds, yes, but it's not up yet. So they are going to be forced to go back to secure the gold, or to at least cash in the gold that they just earned from this mini fight. In the meantime, Red Canids are going to start gaining back the vision on that side of the map. And now, teleport was forced from Robo. Equalizer not available. Do they have a fight here on Dragon?
No.
They're going to try anyway.
They are, but Red is more than happy to hop on in. FMB straight to the middle because it's Chemtech Blast Plant, which puts the entirety of Loud in a terrific and terrible position, depending on how you look at it. Red Canids take full advantage. They blast going Red burst straight to the Gromp, but you can't get away from Kaze. Kaze dives underneath the tower, and for the first time this series, we have an explosive team fight win from Red Canids.
What an absolute massacre, Orbital. We are talking about Loud, who, against all recommendations, decided to go all in on the Dragon. They're like, we need this. We need this to get Soul Point. We need this to get one step closer to the Dragon because Red Canids are going to outscale us. But they took a little bit too long. They took way too long to secure the Dragon. It allowed the Grand Starfall to come in. It allowed FNB to blast cone his way into the pit, and it's a massive blast cone into a perfect position for a double taunt in the pit. But look at the Grand Starfall. Boom, immediately Jewel is down for the count. Flash out from Griffin, gets stunned, Dragon down, and from here on out, I mean, Loud are just scattering, trying to safeguard whatever is left here, but they're just walking bags of gold for Red Canids at this point.
Oh, and you look at the faces, the amount, that's not happiness, by the way. It's partial happiness, but that's relief.
It's relief,
at the end of it. That is 100% relief that you see Red Canids not only win a battle, but get a distinct lead in front. That is what that look is. Red Canids on pace now with 6K in their bank to take a win.
Yep, and you said it yourself. I mean, it's relief. You know how fragile these leads can be, especially when you're playing a composition.
Look at the gold all the way up through like 10 to 12 minutes. I'd be worried too.
How much does that even mean at this point? Like, if you scale that down, prior to the 15-minute mark, it was just a back and forth. Kaze's getting ganked.
Well, I mean, look at Kaze getting ganked, but look at everyone else rotating around. How long can he stay alive? TP coming into the mix. Frosty joined on in.
Solar
Here's
flare.
The rest of Red as well, because guess who's on the back line? That was Raballo. Said hello and what's up. A miss on that Zenith blade, but it's more than enough damage. This is out of control right now, and I'm terrified for more.
Yep, it is a very, very bad position. Loud don't want to pick these fights, or maybe they do want to pick these fights, but realistically they can't. Almost everybody on the Red Canids side has 2 items to account for, and Loud are still looking for their second item. The only champion or the only player that can actually contest something is Route, who was close to getting that mortal reminder. But at the same time, it's a Jhin who can't catch a break. He can't find space because every time he decides to turn around and start shooting, he has a Pantheon on his face.
Yep. It's just never ending, honestly. And I respect Red Canids because the pace of the game has picked up immensely over the last, I would say, like 5 minutes. They got that team fight win earlier at the Dragon, and they have pushed ever since. They went from 0 towers to 3. They cleared out a lot of that freestanding gold, and now they can just look to group up. Now they can look to just say, hey, screw everyone else. We're going to take the victory. Kaze is even trying to set up a trap, and it might just work. Take a look who's coming down the lane.
Yep, they know exactly that there's absolutely no vision. You got a little bit antsy. He couldn't see the CS dropping just with nobody taking it. It's just free gold being wasted. He was like, nah, I couldn't. Jewel would have gotten in there. He would have caught Jewel if you would just a wave worth of gold patient, you know, just 150 gold, give or take. But ultimately, it's Red Canids that just are securing control of this map. They want to set up the tier 2 tower in the bot lane for the next big objective for them to secure, and you can tell this by the amount of vision that they've deposited on that half of the Summoner's Rift.
It's been a nice one. As you said, lot of gold expended, vision lit up. It is daylight out here on Summoner's Rift right now. There is no fog of war. That's going to be on FMB even dancing on top. But you can take a look. This is ecstatic. Majority share of these players all sitting at level 15 across the board. And they're so happy about that. 3 at level 15. Yeah,
and you notice Kaze was the most experienced player, or you know, the player who has absorbed the most experience throughout this game. He's super close to getting level 50, or in this case level 15. which puts him the nearest to level 16, and has a Silas, stealing a level 3 ult from your opponents, considering the amount and the importance of the ults on the other side. I mean, it's hard to pick a target on Loud's side that wouldn't be an appropriate one for a Silas steal, honestly. Everything can work for this Silas when it comes to a team fight.
And I think they're going to be real happy about that one. Kaze is like 6-1-3. I want to be 6-1-9 in there and be slinging the victories around if I wish. Kaze even prepping some of the chains. And it's not going to work, but still, like, this is a 10-kill lead. There is nothing, in my opinion, that will really change up the game plan. I mean, Red Canids even have the scaling on their side. It is out of control.
I'm not even going to contest that. I'm not going to humor that because I've seen enough games from LTA South to know that could easily change. So I'm not going to humor your statement, but I do see a Cataclysm with the Rumble ult, and FNB is just shaking it off. What's going on here?
Nothing. Kaze is just like, it's free gold at this point. It is free 100%.
What can you do?
Extra gold in the bank.
Listen, what can you do here? At this point, you have a silence in your face. You're playing a Jin. What can you do? You can't do anything. It's not even a lack of or bad positioning from Round. He just got found. He was spotted, and he wasn't being accompanied in the jungle. That's his crime, was not being accompanied in the jungle. So he got ganked by Kaze and eliminated. This is just falling out of hand here for Loud. They can't really find any way to let these waves push in, because look at bot lane. Bot lane's pushed up against them. As we see, why do we need a replay from this? Rao couldn't do anything. His crime was existing in his jungle.
I mean that's a crime sometimes here. That is Kaze saying, it ain't your jungle. It ain't your jungle. Get out of my territory. And hey, listen, if you trespass, there are some answers to be had in League of Legends.
Yeah, and while in the meantime they want to get the side lanes, Loud are doing decent enough job to keep them at bay, but the level advantage, the item advantage is just too overwhelming for Loud to really deal with. So at this point, it just feels like a death by 1,000 cuts from Loud. And Red Canids are just chomping through all of these front lines on Loud's side.
I think it's going to continue as well. You take a look at this. Fog of War is Dark Kaze stepping out as a solo, but you know so many other members are around. Baron has now spawned, and that's going to be kind of that ticket in. I wonder, Dragon Soul is a long ways off, but a Baron throw could easily bring Loud back into play.
A Baron play could bring Loud back into play. At least buy them 5 minutes, you know? At least buy them another Dragon rotation, because if they manage to nab themselves a Baron, I mean, that could give them a chance to steal the other Dragon as well, because that opens up avenues to maintain the push. But I don't feel like Red Canids want to allow that. They're on everybody. They're on everything in this map. They want all the lanes pushed. They want to have priority over the Baron Nashor.
They just don't want to stop. I think that's what it is at the end of the day. They just don't want to stop. They're having a chill time. They're enjoying their life. They're really, really starting to come into their own.
They're contesting a scuttle?
Well. This is just another straight up fight. And
why?
There's not a fight. It's just a slaughter. Redbird is gone, and you're just deleted from the game. Griffin about to be the next. Equalizer slows him down, but only slows down 3 as that's a pinch against the wall. Jewel tries to go in, but remember, you're CC to Oblivion. Your soul and fate is gone.
Absolutely
double kill
gone
for a Bello, and it's 3-0 for free.
Orbital, I just want to point out that this fight happened because Loud decided to contest a Scuttle Crab. That wasn't killed, by the way. Scuttle Crab is still nice and alive. Praise be Red Canids for securing the life of the Scuttle Crab, because, you know, they're friendly guys. They don't really do much. They just scuttle around on either side of the river, and Red Canids preserve that in lieu of the Baron Nashor. Loud overstepped. They got immediately punished. They used everything to try to disengage, but the Equalizer is just not doing enough. Where's the Bloodletter? It's not. You're leaving the Bloodletter as third item on Robo. It's not the best option here for the current game state, but yeah, not the best move here, trying to secure the Scuttle. Even the hook went for the Scuttle. That's why Redbird was stuck in place there, because the hook just missed the Scuttle Crab. He didn't move anywhere. He didn't land on a wall. And from here on out, it was just a meat grinder slaughterhouse inside the jungle of Loud. And one by one, they just fell. The curtain was open, but it closes as fast as it opened. And now with the Baron Asher in play, rather just finalizing the details to close out the game, perhaps.
Yeah, I don't see this changing anytime soon. This is honestly, Red Canid's more than happy about the game state. Look at this. Jewel is pushing a full wave. Normally, this would be an amazing thing. But you look at everyone else on the other side of the map. FMB is pushing this mid lane. The entirety of Red Canid's is shoving in this bot side with a wave just as large. Double Canid up. And now you got to fight back. Look, this is going to be the end. Slow rotate out of Loud. And it just feels like the finisher. Loud, as much as everyone hoped, are sitting at 0-1 in series score. And unfortunately, that will only continue.
Yep, it doesn't look good here for the side of Loud, and it did feel like Jewel was just... he got a bounty off of that tower. He is depositing good gold in the pockets of his team, but it doesn't feel like it's enough at this point. Cataclysm looks good.
Hot pot is burning. Frosty is going to go down. Makaze goes into that Zanya's. And yeah, a little bit of an extension here. So the tower beats that 6th and 7th player, but in goes Galio with the double knockup. Kaze is going to try and get all the healing in the world. Seals the fate sealed, and Rebello pops off. 3v5 all day long. Red Canids wash the Spirit Blossom Summoner's Rift in blood as they take 3 in tow.
How did they do that? They had no reason to win that fight. They absolutely tanked the beginning of it, but the key players were still alive and well. FNB goes in, gets an AoE 4-man taunt, if I'm not mistaken, to seal off that fight, and now the Nexus is exposed.
Its Nexus almost open, but the deaths are more important. Statement has been made as Red Canids ace Loud. And it will be a 2-0 at the end of week 2 for Red Canids.
Okay, so a couple of things here to unwind what this game was. It had no right to be this difficult. It had no reason to take this long, but extremely well played. Red Canids played it safe, made sure that Loud had nothing to go for. They cut off every single resource and every single attempt at obtaining resources from Loud. And slowly but surely, they started to choke them out. They got the objectives. They ignored the dragons on the first half of the map, but it didn't matter because the second half, everything belonged to Red Canids. And ultimately, what a massive win here against Loud.
Take a bow. Frosty even getting in, throwing a punch in excitement. As you should, and I am more than thrilled. Beautiful job overall by both squads. Honestly, Loud put up a fight, but that last one looked rough. Red Canids, I gotta ask, their secret to success, yes, it's 2-1s, but they're looking good so far.
No, they're looking incredible. Not gonna lie, they're looking absolutely incredible. But the trick here was it was a matter of pacing, really. You saw Loud in the early game. It felt like they were having convincing trades, but ultimately they kind of...
one of two ways, whether it's all time or right now. My question would be like right now. Like, who is the best player right now?
I mean, I think.
Also hard to say.
I think if FlyQuest lost Inspired, they'd probably be a worse team than if G2 lost Caps. So I would say Inspired.
Really?
I would say so.
But
Caps was doing a lot.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong.
G2 loses
No, I agree. They're cooked too. Don't get me wrong. I agree that they're cooked too. But I mean, all-time accomplishment, of course, Caps. But like, it's like, I mean, from my view of like how the game is played from FlyQuest, I think it's like heavily played around.
Yeah, you're so central in what they do, and then you also play any type of jungler, which is something that I think so few players have actually been able to do throughout, League of Legends history. Like when I don't necessarily think like, oh, if we just get inspired off carries, he's less effective. Like he's fine at Ivern.
Yeah.
I feel like you can excel at it.
I also don't think that it's just my individual skill that makes it like that. I think we were just not as good at the beginning, not because like I was worse, but I feel like right now my teammates are just playing way better because they pressure way harder than they were used to. Like I think especially our bot lane, like they were not used to actually playing the game when we just started as a team. And now like when they have a lead or they have a stronger matchup, like they are in your face all the time. So it just gives way more free time to other players. And I think that there is not many teams that actually do it well in LTA. There is many teams that when they have a lead, they will pressure you, but then eventually they will overpressure and they will just blow the lead away. And sometimes they don't use the lead like hard enough. And I think that's something that the best players can do, that once they are ahead, they will make sure that they're always ahead and they're always in your face. And they will make you answer their place in the game. They will make sure that if you want to make something on the map, like you have to deal with them. And I think that's why it also looks, I guess, that I'm playing better maybe than I did at the beginning. But I think jungle role, it's not that complicated. I think it's a team game at the end. So I think if my team wouldn't be able to pressure as hard as they are pressuring when they are in a good spot in the game, I wouldn't be able to do my stuff either. So
yeah, that's a good perspective. I'm not trying to just build you up with compliments. I'm trying to be balanced here, but like I do remember. Let's go back to like Jensen FlyQuest. I remember when there was this whole like villain arc for you guys, like you and Whippo. I think on one episode of Pros, you just like talked a bunch of smack, essentially saying to like, oh yeah, I just tell them what to do. I tell my teammates what to do, and then they do it. Then you lost, and you had a bunch of flame.
Yeah.
But now that you're winning, I almost feel like that ends up getting credited to you, and I want to almost like redefine what your role is in the team. Like when you're saying Masu and Busio didn't used to play aggressive, but now they do. Yes, they had to make the individual improvements to do that. Do you think that they did that on their own, or was that like every single review, you or Mithy or Nukeduck were like, you're missing this opportunity over and over and over and over again?
I do think that it was very big influence of me and the coaching staff and Whippo. I think without us, they probably wouldn't make that change. But I do think that they had really good mechanics since the beginning. Like they were really good mechanically, but they just didn't really know what to do. But now I think they understand it way better. So they can actually use their mechanics in order to win the games for their team and to make everyone's life easier. So yeah, I don't think they would be able to accomplish that without the people around them. But I don't think there is many people that you would be able to replace them with and teach them the same things. I think it's both. Like they're very talented and they are very good at learning. So I think they are just very good. Yeah. Right. So I think it's both.
Did you guys want to add anything, or?
I mean, I agree. I think it's both. It's always going to be both. Like
yeah, of course.
With every player, right?
Especially because it's a team game.
But
like, every
think,
team gives a lot of feedback.
I mean, just from observing, like, all the coaches and Inspired and Whippo, I think they seemingly have a lot of influence on their teammates, I think, compared to a lot of other players.
Yeah.
Yeah, just from what I've seen.
Makes sense.
It reminds me of, like, I don't know, like Perks or Sven, I guess. They also, like, kind of like that. They have a lot of influence.
Yeah, that makes sense. I also just got to say, going back to LTA North a bit, this was the most predictable week. Like, it was literally all 2-0s. And
but isn't next week also so predictable?
So it might be, because we have all, now top 4 against, you play DSG.
Yeah.
You probably expect to 2-0.
Faced Lyon, who might not even use
If they don't have Zamudo because of visa issues, it's going to be really rough for them.
We play 100 Thieves. We lost to them in first split, so maybe we can lose.
Maybe 2-1. the question that I wanted to ask you as a group, and this is, I know, maybe it's just analyst stuff that is boring to you guys, but if things were to shake up, because right now, I would put the top 4, and I'm sorry to Shopify because you technically third.
Go ahead, man.
But based on the draw, it's 1, C9 2, 3, 4 would be the general power rankings. Would we all agree, or?
I mean, I don't agree, obviously.
Okay, perfect. You're third. If one of those teams blows up, does badly, what's most likely to happen, or in which way would it happen? So you can pick one of those other 3 teams and say, like, what's their weakness and what could be their downfall?
Well, I think right now it's probably us two have like the biggest weaknesses right now. But you know, like the best part about like starting splits, like not at the top, is I don't know, you just get to improve. Like, that's literally the best way to put it.
Yeah, it feels set in stone now, but I also remember when JoJo signed with C9. Like that first week, we're like, how many MVPs do they have? 50% chance of winning the whole split, and then they didn't even. They fell apart the whole year.
At least I feel like for our past 3, 4, 5 weeks, however many weeks we've been scrimming, like we've steadily improved back to a level where it's like, I don't know, like an acceptable level.
Yeah.
Because I would say last split was definitely not like, there's no way you expect Team Liquid to get 4th place. Especially after, like, depending on what you thought, especially after winning split in winter.
Yeah, first, second, first.
And then randomly just like a dog shit 4th. So it was just nice to have like time to ramp up. And even like last spring, like we didn't start off that good either. We started off around probably I would say the level we are now, and just steadily improved until we're actually like a solid team.
Yeah, Sludge.
I mean, my opinion on like what could go wrong, at least for my team, is like I think what made us get third last split was that we lost all our egos as individuals, and we're like, we are not good, and we need to play as a team and do basic stuff. I think like everyone tries to overcomplicate things. I think. Yeah. All the time, especially pro players. They're like, oh, if I flash here, do this, and like I'll play him. Like, sure, you can improve this, but most of the time that doesn't like win series, win games. Like usually you play a certain comp, you know how to play it, you play towards that, and you don't make super big errors. I mean, especially in NA, you can win a lot of games. But I do think right now we are, as individuals, trying to push that and like squeeze that more because we feel like that's what we need to do to be able to beat
like top 2.
Fly, C9. Yeah. Because I think their players do that better than us. And they also play better as a team.
Yeah, because eventually you're going to have to do that to go to Worlds.
Exactly. So I think right now we're definitely in like a bit of a learning curve, especially considering we only started streaming 2 weeks, sorry. So
I'm surprised you guys took that big of a break,
I mean,
to be
I'm
completely
surprised
honest.
too, bro. I was on vacation, man. I was chilling.
I mean, I also do want to say, like, even though I think FlyQuest is good, and like I think C9 is like a little bit step below, I don't think you guys are unbeatable. Like, maybe now they're a little bit too good to be touched, but who's to say? It's like, what, 10 weeks is the entire
if you include the LTA cross-conference playoffs.
It's like in
10 weeks.
8 weeks. You know, Shopify could be really good. We could be really good. Like, I don't know, maybe 100 Thieves stops being dog shit and becomes really good again.
Maybe 100 Thieves are the goats, Sniper on Sion, maybe, okay.
You know?
Like,
That's kind of funny though. Like we had the same like playing first day of scrims against 100 Thieves. Sniper just picks Sion 1-2, so and then he dies on stage 2.
Like at the end of the day, you're still in NA, still not an LCK. Anything random can happen. Okay. You know, maybe Inspire wakes up on the wrong side of the bed in finals day and just runs it down to contracts or something.
Can happen, yeah. Maybe. You guys can hope for that.
New patch next week.
Maybe we lose to minions in the finals. Random things happen.
I know we have no AD carries here, but it is a new champion. What do you guys think of Yunara?
I think people didn't figure out her build yet, maybe.
There's a lot of weird stuff you can do.
Yesterday I played with Sven in solo queue, and he did some crazy useless build that he was doing absolute 0 damage. So I think his build was not it.
Like
I think he did like blade Ginsu's Kraken, I think. Some on-hit build.
The Pebble build.
I think I was reading this champ spells, and her passive has something to do with crit. So I assume you have to build crit on her, but I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know much about this champ yet.
Sure.
Jon played her a little bit in scrims before other teams were like, why are we using her? She's not available in week 1. But she looked like easy to kill, but when you couldn't kill her for whatever reason, like she had flashed to dodge a Jarvan engage, she looked like she had like crazy chase down, like old Zeri type chase down.
Yeah. I agree with that. I think it just reminds me of Zeri, to be honest. We don't have info on it. We didn't scrim at all with it. And my only experience playing the champ was playing 1v1s for content here.
Oh, nice.
Where I completely inted, so I don't have a strong opinion, but watching it, how it plays, it's just like Zeri to me in my head. At least a very similar champion.
Okay. Pretty much done here. Do you have anything, this is for the three of you, that you're looking forward to the most in this upcoming split?
The playoffs are ready. Just start playoffs.
When do you think they start? Week 4 or week?
I think week 4.
Okay, yeah.
Well, week 4, right?
Yeah. Essentially, that's when the upper bracket, lower bracket starts, the elimination phase.
We got a month, well, 3 weeks.
We're not as good as FlyQuest right now. Still have to focus on the week by week. We faced Lyon, who's probably not that good, but who knows, maybe we face like a decent team in third week.
Yeah, Fudge? Class?
Yeah, I'm not focusing on playoffs right now. I think we're pretty bad right now, so I'm just going to focus on DSG. We can still lose, for sure.
That's true. Okay, thank you guys for joining us. I'll let you get home. Start scrims on Monday. Thanks for joining me on Pros Week 1. Check it out on the LTA North YouTube channel every week, Pros. Thanks for joining us. See you in week 2.
See ya.
They're ulting. I ulted the Azir, okay? He can't follow up.
Rakan has flash.
I have Zonya, so I'm just baiting, okay? I'm just Zonya sick. Wukong is here, low. They went on me.
You guys are jumping, they have no damage.
They do indeed have no damage.
I'm dead, guys, I'm dead.
Okay.
Wait,
Oh, yeah, okay. I'm low.
I didn't know flash.
Went flash.
Nice. I should eBay only.
Nice job.
Nice.
I'm taking the scone, okay? I'm coming to you.
Just buy your ulti. Aurora still has everything.
And then buy your ulti.
Look, Aurora wasted W. It's hard for her to engage now.
Alistar no flash. I'm ulting for fun.
Careful quad here.
Alistar
getting chance for free.
Yeah, I'm looking here.
Look, Vi.
Vi is already getting okay, Vi no flash.
Portal left side if you need
the Aurora, she's getting as well.
Vi still has smite, guys, on 1 HP here.
Can you get hit it on here?
Vi wants to smite.
You got it. Can we go more?
I will push by Alpine.
The Kai'Sa has no ult. I shouldn't have let her live.
You should have just killed Vi, yeah.
You want a 50-50?
Yeah.
Let's start flashed in. Going Kai'Sa here.
I'm going Kaida.
Yeah. Kai'Sa's dead.
I have to here. Come.
Yeah, I'm fighting with you, don't worry. I have B again. I got you.
I'm going ulti on Aurora. Aura is ready. No Baron there.
FlyQuest 2-0 Thieves here. Back-to-back games looking clean. Really dominant performance from them.
Dragon's behind.
I am there. I think we should in front by. First, no push do it, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can engage him?
I can hold you.
Look
in. Look, Shin. Shin no flash.
Look front.
Look front.
Gragas, no flash, okay? Gragas, no flash, okay?
I win too.
Long Y.
Yeah, look high.
By cut flash, I think. Shin no flash, no cleans, okay? Shin no sums.
Lyon will make this much more interesting going into the banner ceremony this weekend by taking game number 1.
I'm good, John.
No time to play. I think they're gonna fight.
Yeah,
Fight.
Yeah, bye.
This guy for now.
No flash.
I'm okay. Back up.
Good shot.
First target. Not bad.
I'm looking. I can roll this.
We're looking shot on side.
FW.
Coordinate no cleanse. I'm still looking. Yeah.
Yeah, I
I'm going.
Speed in 2 seconds.
Go.
Yeah, I'm going.
One more.
No flash.
We should get the attack.
I'm okay.
Yeah, run, yeah.
I stun 2 seconds. 2. Flash kills us. Nice.
Nice.
Oh,
Good
these
job,
fucking
yeah.
dogs. Good job. Okay.
This here, okay?
Yeah, come on.
Play for reset if you come.
I'm ulting.
No, finish.
Rise.
Yes, flash. Okay.
Can't take the plan. Keep.
I blocked.
Let's go, guys.
Good.
We can go.
We can go.
We can die.
Lyon continue on. They continue forward, beating a dead horse. 2-1. Mounting a victory against Team Liquid.
That was an upset. Yeah, that was an upset.
We had one.
Mounting a victory a horse pun?
Oh, I had to. Yeah. Also,
Tengus is ready. He had like a notebook full of
Tengus.
quotes and puns. He was just, that was his whole purpose of that series.
He had the whole notebook in front of him?
He did. Yeah.
Someone needs to steal that notebook.
Great.
Yeah.
See what's on that book.
Loser would have a notebook in it.
Let me see this notebook. What's in here? I'm investigating.
Oh,
Random
It's
page.
all drafts.
Random page.
Just
It's
drafts.
gonna be really boring.
There's no Lyon
it's
puns?
It's like drafts and timestamps.
I can't even read this handwriting. Vulcan responds to dive.
Okay.
To bot dive. Okay.
I don't care about that, Russ.
Oh, okay.
I do care
Give me
about
my
how
notes back.
there was a
The
lot of
random cares
criticism.
about what's in Emily's notebook.
There was a lot of criticism about pick and play last week, but now the fact that we have not just a bunch of 0-4 and 4-0 teams, it's going to be different. So this is how the format was supposed to go. So the way this would work, this is the match wins, the game wins, and the game losses. So even if the match wins are the same, so let's just say Dignitas and Disguised actually end up losing, and even if they both end up losing both games, it would end up populating
I'm going to
something
suggest
like
you
this.
use a black marker. It's hard to read.
Really? Give me black marker.
Did you write the names for these
There's
teams?
one right there.
Did you write the names for these teams, Jad?
No, I didn't. I didn't do the sport of the arm.
Because you misspelled Thieves.
Yeah.
Get him!
Someone
Wow.
misspelled Thieves. It was not
Big
me.
G, was this Big G?
This is Big G. That's
No.
Big. Oh,
Big E.
That's Big E.
Yeah.
Big E.
All right.
Okay.
Big E Langston.
Anyway, what I want to point out here is if Disguised has first pick, they no longer have to pick from the top 4. They could then pick any of these teams that don't have exactly the same. So if we play through this, it's like they pick here, then their next pick, they'll pick here, and then Thieves would have next pick. Let's say they pick here.
Okay.
So that means these two are left. FlyQuest Cloud9.
Let's go!
We'd have that in week 3.
Let's
Very
lock that in.
likely.
Just because one team didn't get swept. That's all that changed.
You know what's really interesting to me, though, is that even though TL lost to Shopify, I've heard that TL's doing a lot better in scrims. So I wonder if people still pick Shopify over picking TL. You know what I mean?
Or Lyon, you mean?
Excuse me. Yes, of course. Lyon.
100%.
Yeah.
I would 100% still pick Lyon. It's a weird thing, right?
That's what I think is going to happen. It's funny, right? You're like, well, I just beat them. I'm better than them. And they're like, yeah, but we played you in scrims.
So there's a little bit of intrigue with pick and play. Anyway, let's look at the schedule for today. The remaining matchups from this week, we got C9 playing against Dignitas, and we got DSG playing against Shopify Rebellion in our second matchup.
We get the real test of DSG. Because obviously they come into the split, have to place FlyQuest. Hey, hi Vulcan.
Hi Vulcan.
Waving back at you. Waves.
Viper's too cool to wave.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Whoa! We're just cutting off Sven.
Yeah. C9 had a YouTube video where they were the whole team was ranking a bunch of topics. Thanatos by far the star of that video. He had the best takes. Thanatos has the best takes. Interview him more often.
Nice.
That was the funniest thing. He just did not care. I'm not gonna say it on broadcast, but some of the stuff he was saying, I need to cut out certain aspects of it and put it on socials. It's so funny.
We'll have a snippet of that later in the show as well. But first off, Yunara was played in the LTA and was victorious in the LTA. In fact, it's the only thing Team Liquid could win.
We have the best Yunara players in the world.
I'm not surprised. I said this yesterday. I'm not surprised that Jan was someone who came out in the Yunara and had a lot of success with it. He was one of the first early adopters of Zeri, posting like insane attack speed builds on her, I believe, on Twitter when she was first released, and everyone was like, is she good? Until this point, Yunara was 0-7 in competitive play, 0-4 in major regions. I think you can go through and kind of see like her chase down potential, especially as TL get further and further in this game.
What's so funny is anytime I ask a player their thoughts on Yunara, you get a wide variety of like, this champ does no damage, or this champ is so broken. And there's so many different builds on the pick that it's really hard to get any level of like an agreement on how good or bad she is. So it's honestly my favorite element of a new champion, is like the discovery element.
What did you think of because we had talked about like how Kraken kind of overtook Yuntal as like her primary thing. Jan decided to go Bork.
Yeah.
What did you think of that? Because I know we were chatting about this off camera yesterday because Shogo also went Bork in NACL.
I like Bork in the current meta because we're getting a lot of hell stackers. Just because we have a lot of hell stackers at the moment, I like Bork into Renans or Bork into Gwinsu's. I think those both make sense to me. But I have not done the math between that and Kraken Slayer, which is the other one that's quite good.
Yeah.
But people have kind of moved away from Yun Paul, which is interesting.
It's still the most popular in solo queue, at least. I'll say that much.
Yeah. And also the second item was, to me, the most interesting. Yes, we talked about like the fact you're going between Gwinsu's and Renans, but also the fact that in ulti, the fact that the other attack speed item is so good. The fact that it's blanking on me is killing me at the moment, but like she has a lot of options. She has a lot of build paths, and it's
PD.
Well, PD is one that I've seen that I'm very happy about.
We have Jan's build on the screen.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what item you mean.
Yeah, it's fine.
Me too.
The attack speed item.
It's the one that
Berserker Greaves.
No, it's the one that reduces your ability
it's
to
in a single dagger.
We got those.
Oh yeah, that thing.
I'm dead. But anyways, like basic ability haste. It's actually killing me now that I'm thinking about it. That it reduces ability haste.
No, wait, I can.
No, that's not Sojin. Guys, I'm looking at Flicker Blade. Thank you.
We're gonna
Flicker Blade. There we go.
Azel, you want to talk a little bit about the meta?
Yeah, absolutely. We have some pitches here. So I think there's some champions that I think basically are kind of ignored in the meta, and I think we all have some players that we think might be a good pairing alongside them. To me, they're, with Fearless, we are getting more exploration, but we are still having champions that I think are largely ignored. Renata, I think, is something that we do get to see, and we got to see the power of it from Core JJ yesterday. We also got to see how effective it was at MSI. But something that I want to pitch as a support is also Janna, and someone that I think might actually play it is Busio. Busio is someone who has been, as Emily almost just completely crashes over here. Busio is willing to play a lot of different stuff, and Janna to me has been pretty heavily overlooked. I think it can be really successful against some of these binary comps where we're seeing, relatively like melee heavy comps where it's a lot of kind of run at you style champions. Honestly, in a lot of similar places that I think champions like the Renata can be really, really effective. Janna can completely shut down so many of these engaged champs where it's like you're playing, Nautilus, you're playing Mbessa, you're playing, all these kind of like melee heavy comps where you can disengage with a tornado, knock people out with the ult, and then kite out fights. And I do think it's something that is really, really effective, not as a blind pick, but kind of as a situational counter. Another champion that I would want to pitch as a counter that I think has been kind of criminally overlooked in pro play is Malphite. And especially when you're playing against people who are comfortable like blind picking Jace and stuff like that, when Jace is really popular. And pretty much to me, anytime you see the types of comps where I think it would be really, really effective is like teams that like playing Aurora, for example, as their only AP, which is actually relatively common. If you have Aurora as solo AP, if you have LeBlanc or Ari or any sort of burst champ as your solo AP, Malphite can crush those types of games. It actually has a lot of decent matchups against a lot of the kind of popular top lane champions. Things like Jax is not bad into, Narit's not bad into, Jace is not bad into, and Bessa's not bad into. A lot of these champions, I think you can kind of survive the lane and then be pretty dominant in the team fights. So we are gonna also go to, yesterday we had an LCS Legend announcing their retirement. We've got a video about that.
Okay.
Hello everyone, this is Jensen, and I'm here to announce my retirement from League of Legends.
And he's the first one to hoist the trophy. He showed up when it mattered most on the LeBlanc.
When I first joined Cloud9, that was like my first real esports experience. I mean, I was just a kid back then. I was like 19 or 20. I didn't really know what to expect. Like esports as a whole was still kind of like up and coming. Like it wasn't anywhere near as big as it is now. I think my most memorable part of C9 was just the early days. I mean, maybe it has to do with nostalgia too at this point, but you know, just joining Cloud9 and making it through the gauntlet in my first ever season was like, it was a crazy experience. And to have that happen in my very first year was, it was something special. I'd say my most fond memory on Liquid was, oh man, I don't know if winning LCS was the most fun one. I mean, it probably was because it was a very intense series, so winning that was very special to me. But then right after, we went straight to MSI and made it to finals. All that wasn't as good of an ending, so I guess finals was probably my best memory. I mean, I'm pretty much done with the game. I feel like I've experienced everything I needed to, and I've had my fun. Honestly, I have. It's been great. I hope I've left a good mark on LCS, and that the fans enjoyed watching me play, because it's been fun for me. So thank you guys for watching me. And yeah, hope it's been good.
I feel like, yeah, I hope it's been good is the most Jensen way that he could end his retirement announcement. I feel like it took a long time for people to kind of come around on him. I remember one time I was interviewing him and we just randomly went into a room, it was like media day, and they had like a whole list of LCS storylines. This is back when I was a journalist, and one of them was Jensen has never won a title. And he was just like, oh, okay. And that was actually the year he won his first title, so it was very funny.
I mean, I got to coach him in 2020 and 2021, and it's just like, he's a really interesting person. Like, I'm actually really sad that he's no longer one of the top mid laners, because I'd say there was like 8 or 10 years where like just having Jensen on your team would make you a top 3.
He made Worlds 8 years in a row, which I think is a record globally.
It's insane, like how dominant he was on stage against pretty much anyone who like didn't pass the Jensen bar. He would solo win you games because he'd always be up 15 to 20 CS. He'd always have tempo. He was a great team fighter. So like he just created victories for your team in the LCS. So I just think he should be congratulated on how dominant he actually was.
Yeah, like 10 All-Pros. Like 4 first-team All-Pros, but like 10 All-Pros altogether, 3-time LCS champion.
And if Bjergsen wasn't in the league, it would have been a lot more first-team All-Pros.
It would have been way more. And like he got Finals MVP. Like North American League of Legends history cannot be talked about without talking about Jensen.
Yeah.
It feels like.
And so. This is my last chance to talk about Jensen, so I have some stories I want to share. Like, one, Raz, I thought it was really funny in like 2020, you would send like private videos to Jensen to hype him up. He'd like watch these videos and be like, what is Raz doing here? That was great. I got to see some of them.
That's funny.
But other things is like,
we thought it was Team Liquid Jab, but it was Team Liquid all along.
I do that to a few people.
The rumors of Scrim Jensen are kind of real, but like he was the type of player who needed the right amount of stakes for it to matter. So usually in scrims, he'd be like kind of sleepy, just kind of going through the motions, and on stage he'd be locked in. The other time he'd be locked in is anytime he'd scrim Bjergsen. He just like sits up straight and just like slams him 5 games in a row in scrims.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's amazing.
That's awesome.
I knew Jensen fairly well, and we had a number of chats over the years. And I mean, he definitely, I think there was so much from the community of this Bjergsen versus Jensen rivalry. And I know he was so hungry to prove that he was as good or better.
Yeah.
Because people always kind of looked at him, you know, as, oh, you're really good, but Bjergsen's better. And I think that Jensen, his legacy needs to be separated from Bjergsen and just looked at as one of the best players that ever played in the league and one of the most consistent players that we have seen play league. I mean, just 8 years in a row, 2 worlds is just insane.
It's unbelievable. So, Jensen, enjoy your life, man.
Please.
Yeah. You just,
have fun.
You're probably not even watching this, but enjoy your life, man. Yeah. We're going to move on in this waiting room to talk about Fearless because this is a thing that I was thinking about during MSI, but I wanted to bring it up for a discussion point here. I feel like some of the older players are advantaged by Fearless.
What about impact?
Let me elaborate.
Counterpoint.
Let me elaborate.
There we go.
Generally speaking,
Yeah.
if you have existed through multiple metas, you're more likely to have hundreds and hundreds of games on a variety of different styles, which is going to help you in a long Fearless series. So the extension of this, Darkwings has been playing pro-ish for like 6 or 7 years, and he's got a secret power.
That's how we're viewing it?
You're saying that
for some reason this isn't in order. Darkwings is older than Quad. Quad up there, he's 22.
That's pretty funny.
Either way, Darkwings is...
He's wise beyond his years. That's
Yeah, I think when it comes to like competitive experience, there are some players that can like transcend a lot of that. But for me, I think it's usually the younger players coming up that generally are better when it comes to Fearless. Because yes, you have history on playing these champions for a long amount of time, but patch notes exist, matchups change, and then like your historic career champion pool is much different than your effective champion pool that you can play during this meta.
Nah, you're gonna get that muscle memory back so fast.
I don't know about that.
I think I agree with you, as long as the player has the confidence to actually just like bring it out, right? Because there are all these different metas. I mean, Faker's always the easy example for something like this, where it's like, this guy has succeeded in Assassin meta, in like Enchanter mid meta, in Tank mid meta, in Mage meta, in AD carry mid meta. It's like, you can just think back and, oh yeah, I have 50 games of Anivia. Oh yeah, I played 40 games of Lucian mid. Oh yeah, I played Lulu mid a lot. And it's like, so yeah, you're gonna have more comfort to go to it, but you still have to have the confidence to be able to like reach back. And
Fox LeBlanc,
oldest
mid laner in the league.
Okay,
that had the biggest pockets.
That is crazy.
Yeah, I also feel like there's just, by the way, you can vote in chat whether you agree that Fearless favors the old or young. But I think just the breadth of experience you can draw on as a professional player if you have had multiple seasons and multiple metas under your belt is like invaluable, right? Like so many people have tried to talk about, I'll use Faker as an example because I don't think,
use him as an example against him.
Okay. So here's the thing, you can go both ways, right? Because I think like his mechanics are not as good as they were previously in his career, right? But I still think even with the champ pool he has now, it's so hard to ban him out in these Fearless best of fives still because he has a breadth of experience to draw on.
Okay.
Raz disagrees.
I'll say one more bit before, because by the way, during 2023, during the 80 carry meta, how did Faker do during the regular season? Really poorly. Like he wasn't able to adapt in that specific split. But then the patch meta changed. You go to Worlds, suddenly we're back to Azir or Orianna. So I'm just gonna put that out there for you guys out there in the chat. But our first matchup between Cloud9 and Dignitas pits friends and foes in the bot lane. But even as opponents, a true bromance never dies.
Really good.
I'm good friends with Sven. I'll never forget as friends. I think literally tomorrow we're gonna meet up and play board games.
Oh, that's sick.
That's something I definitely learned from some of the players on C9, specifically Sven, I think, with someone that I really relate to. And I will never forget them.
When you fall in love and you know it's for real, gotta be prepared to stand by all that you feel.
FlyQuest or Cloud9? Who will you choose?
C9.
C9!
That is the best choice.
When you meet the one that changes your life, when you become two, then you know it's alright. When you get
never forget that.
Hello, I am here with Isles and Sven, and you two are pitted against each other today, but you played together for 130 days.
Oh, really? That's crazy, actually.
And there are a few bonds that are closer than an 80 carry and his support, so we're going to put those bonds to the test. How well do you know your former bot lane partner? First of all, we're going to ask Sven, easy one, what is Isles' favorite champion? Write down your favorite champion. Was it? You have no idea? Oh no, we're failing already. Was it something that like you would even let him play in scrims? Is this some off-meta champion? What are we thinking right now?
I don't know.
Okay, that is a meta champ. That is mega meta. What did Isles say? Reveal. Bard. Looks like they actually weren't that close. Isles. All right, we're gonna ask you same question for Sven's side though. Starting off easy. What was his favorite champion?
I think I know it.
Supports usually probably know better than the 80 carries. I feel like they care more.
Bar was an easy choice, like a troll champ that you can run around and have fun on.
So you should have known that one.
Yeah, it was too obvious.
Okay. All right, what's it gonna be? Callista. That one's super obvious, I feel like, as well. How quickly did you know that one?
I think I heard him say it the other day.
Okay.
So
You literally said it the other day. All right, to Sven, what is a subject that Isles has an unhinged amount of knowledge about? This is honestly hard for you to even come up with your answer. Just whatever's the first thing that you think of that you have a lot of knowledge about, write that down. What are we thinking here?
Well, I can't say that to you, then he'll hear.
Oh, true. Yeah, we got to wait until he actually commits to it. Okay, well, I can already see you guys are getting it correct. Reveal League of Legends. I feel like that would go either way for sure. For Isles, that is the go-to answer for sure. What is Sven's favorite TV show? Do you even watch TV?
I don't even know my own favorite TV show, but good luck to you.
Yeah, right. Some sort of entertainment.
I do have one.
Is he an anime watcher?
I don't think so, to be honest. So I'm just putting a random guess out there. This is everyone's favorite TV show. I haven't watched it, but here we go.
Dude, this is crazy. I get to see it happen in real time. It's actually right. Oh my God, they had no idea, and you just one-shot Breaking Bad. You had good logic though. That is a lot of people's favorite. All right, what is his favorite hobby? It says besides League.
Oh shit.
We can't. You can't use that answer again. Besides,
I do know this.
I think
He should.
he might know this, yeah. If he doesn't know, he could guess, I think.
Is it slamming reds perhaps? Under the dig tent?
Just commit. Okay, well, I feel like this is very general.
Well.
Oh, okay. Actually, he's sniping it. He's actually getting the correct one. Okay, reveal yours first.
Yeah.
Okay, so he said board games, and he picked the actual board game. So the camera, it's Avalon. Anyways, we're gonna wrap this up now. The last one is gonna be, what is Sven's weakness as a player? Oh, you have any weaknesses? Do you have one weakness?
I can't tell you that right now.
I'm not sure on that. I feel like he might write this.
I knew this when as soon as I saw the question. He has no weaknesses. Let's get into the game. He has no weaknesses.
He has no weaknesses, but Kobe!
You have to let us see the answer.
That's great.
You
That
need
is
to
great.
tell them to show the board.
That is great.
That was crazy.
That was insane.
Oh
but
my
at least they're
God.
getting it right, seemingly. And also,
Yeah.
by the way, shout out to production getting the camera angle behind you.
When Kobe was not telling Sven to face the camera. Yeah.
The hidden camera in the corner.
That was great. They actually do know each other pretty well.
They do, yeah. They're great friends, clearly.
That being said, I mean, we should just get on to the matchup.
Yes.
It's LC9
Yes.
versus Dignitas. Now, Photon and Thanatos have faced each other in the LCKCL, so there is like actual history between the two of them. That's a long time ago. Emily, if you have anything to say about this.
And I mean, I think Thanatos has proven himself as I did put him first team All-Pro last split. I think Photon, though, was a good addition to Dig, right? He looked really solid last
First
week.
team All-Pro in LEC as well.
There you go.
Yeah, let's get predictions for the series.
Let's do it.
Because we don't have that long.
Oh
Whoa, who did that? Who did that?
Isaac, what's going on over there?
Culprit.
I'm thinking Thanatos picked Nard.
You're always the one who throws them. What do you mean?
Okay.
See the culprit. You got a beer, buddy?
I'm just saying. Well, this one's nice and healthy, so I don't know about yours. But yeah, so we all went 2-0, so it is what it is.
C9 looked very good in week 1. I feel like they were so close to winning the entire split in split 2. And I just feel like I was a little worried that maybe they'd be tilted by the one-day trip to EWC and then back, but it didn't appear that way in week 1. So I think they're going to be hungry to continue on their performance from split 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, and my continued criticisms on Dig continued. Like, at least the last week, I felt like Photon was doing quite well. I thought individually he was turning some fights around, like, blue side jungle, like, his Gwen is really good, but the problem is that's not going to make up for the map play. And Dignitas right now needs to work a lot on how they play the map, so that's my current concern on them. Meanwhile, C9, I think they're just going to flex on them.
I think it'll be an exciting test, though, for Photon, because this guy is someone who's known really for his laning phase when he was in the LEC, when he won first team All-Pro. So I think that both the compliments and the criticisms are similar to what Thanatos has gotten here, where people always talk about him as this insane lane player, but when they are critical, they're saying, his TPs aren't synced up or whatever. So I think they're similar styles of players when they are at their best. So it'll be exciting to see how that top lane matchup goes for me.
I'm excited for it. That does make sense. It seems like you're treating that plushie well. Does he look happy?
Raz is going to throw it.
Yeah,
I'm not
Raz
happy.
is going to...
Start the game! Start the game! Start the show! Whatever's in there.
Things are heating up in the LTA North as Dignitas have picked Cloud9 as their week 2 opponent. And it seems like an intense feud began live on the stage at the Riot Games Arena.
It's always the most fun matchup for me. Every time I'm always fired up to play against these guys.
Fierce rivalry blossomed before our eyes as Dignitas support Isles picked a fight with an opponent the likes of which he has never seen before.
We scrim these guys a lot.
It's always fun to play against the team I was formerly a part of.
C9's founder, Jack. There was no love lost between these two fierce combatants as they held nothing back with their brutal attacks on each other's teams.
They got some great players, so I'm excited to see how they do.
Great players.
We have tremendous respect for both FlyQuest and C9.
Tremendous respect. Miss this can't miss event of the second week of the summer. It's all action.
Blabber is stuck in traffic.
All trash talk.
He's an excellent player.
All League of Legends.
The best choice.
All the time. The regular season has never seemed so spectacular.
It hasn't gone well for me so far, but maybe this time will be different.
Hello and welcome everybody to match 1 of day 2 of week 2 for your LTA coverage. We got Dignitas versus Cloud9. We got Kangas Kobe on the cast. We still haven't come up with a tag team caster name, have we?
I mean, I get it. Okay, that sounds terrible. So we'll go with that because that's the point of those names, right?
That is the point of those. Yeah.
Match them together. You get your duo like that.
Kangas does sound better, actually. Now that you say it, yeah. We should have gone the other way with it.
Okay, I think they're both bad, but
you think Kangas is bad?
But that one is less bad. Sven and Isles, though, I just did a duo interview with them.
Yeah.
That was now. It's kind of funny, of course. Isles having history with Cloud9 is always fun. And Isles always talks so nicely about Sven and the time that they had together, especially last year. Sounded like they hang out a lot outside the game and actually got really close. So
it feels like that friendly X where it's like, yeah, it didn't work out, but you're still friends together.
Look at those smiles.
Yeah, they're smiling.
Smile.
But you might have noticed that things
Playing some
heated up
games.
with Jack and Isles earlier. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if the grudge
ceremony
match
got
continues.
spicy.
It did get spicy. Yeah, that was some brutal smack talk that we were between those two. But it's always great to see Isles. I mean, he's a player that's been around for quite a while in the scene at this point. I know that still some of these players, Coach Rigby has talked about like more of a rookie roster, but it's still players like Isles have been playing in Oceania, back on Mammoth for a couple of years before making it over here to the States in 2020 for Cloud9 Academy. So he's actually been in the system for quite a while, and I'm happy to see him get to go up and get the system. The Cloud9 system is where he kind of started here.
Yeah, he did learn those systems. That's another good meme.
That's an older one.
It's an old one, but it checks out.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one should be a fun matchup here. Of course, Dignitas, they're the ones with a lot of work to do.
Yes.
One of these teams that have not won a game yet. And so if you could snag one off of Cloud9, that would be a huge upset. And again, we are really focusing on even just getting individual games as being pretty big accomplishments for a lot of these teams that have not won one yet, so that they can mix up those picks at the end as Jack has continued to go over.
Yeah, he loves hammering that in. So
he really does.
2-0 team.
He loves this format. I heard him say that. It's his favorite format he's ever seen in his life.
Off the record.
I'm pretty sure that's what he said.
Yeah, something along those. I mean, he definitely likes to talk about it on camera a lot with the big graphics. It's a 2-0 team versus an 0-2 team. So expectations, I think, for a lot of us, if we had predictions, would be C9 2-0. I'm comfortable saying that one. I think that they are heavy favorites coming into this match. But like you had mentioned, Dignitas just getting a single win. They don't have to win the series. A single win means that they get a shake up some more of that standings and get a chance to play up against a lower seeded team.
Let's see if Photon is enough for them to take a game off of Cloud9. Isles has only won one game versus Cloud9 since their little breakup, so we'll see.
But you know what? We showed earlier on the Analyst Lounge, Photon has a winning record versus Thanatos in a very brief stint that they had in LCK Challengers versus each other. I believe it was a 5 wins for Photon, 2 for Thanatos. So if we're just looking at that, good news for Photon.
Okay, so you say top lane diff?
Top diff.
Give me my favorite champion. He said his signature champion is Gwen. But I feel like that might be risky to do versus Thanatos. Thanatos with counter pick, also very, very scary. Okay, never mind.
Wow.
Give me my signature champion.
Maybe I'll just pick it first.
Just first pick it. Give me that. But the reason I think it's dangerous to do against Thanatos is because he is such a good Ambessa. It's not even like he's a very proficient and like pretty good. He is actually insane on Ambessa. And we have seen him carry so many games. And Kangas, if you're playing Ambessa, what is the one thing that you can miss? And it is your ultimate. And so in order to not miss that ultimate, you get a Vi on your team and you guarantee those picks. Like Ambessa and Vi is just so good at assassinating any of the carries with all the lockdown here. You can really set them up. So these Cloud9 1-2, I think there's a reason they insta-locked those, a very scary reason, but we'll see if Dignitas, with Photon on his signature Gwen. And then we're picking up the Rise here for some more split push for them possibilities. Again, if you're playing some split push into Vi and Ambessa, though, you have to always worry about getting picked off when you're playing the map at wide.
Exactly. If you're ever alone in that side lane, it's very scary. I remember even Shopify last year had the Vi, Ambessa plus Yone combo. So it was the 3 ults going in on one. Maybe Cloud9 go for something like that. No, it's a different style of it. They have Orianna, Vi, an incredible ball carrier system for Orianna to get onto that back line.
Yeah, definitely some good synergies there. Got a lot of good ball delivery systems for your team fight.
BDS.
So they've got some more. They've got some more flexibility. Yeah, we've got our own BDS here, I guess. Let's get into the bottom lane, though. I'm hoping that we get more Yunara play because personally I've enjoyed that, and I'd always just like the new champions anyway. But probably not going to be in game number 1 because you really do want to pair Yunara with some sort of enchanter.
Yeah.
Like Lulu or something like that to really get the most out of it. as one of those like hyper carry champions.
The Renata looked great yesterday with Jan playing it for Team Liquid, so I think that there's a couple options to go for, but I'm not expecting as much in game 1. We had this whole segment yesterday where Emily was talking about the time to enchanters, the TTE stat, as it were. How many games before we get enchanters into pick and ban? And typically it's going to be more around
Karma
game 2
counts as one, and Karma's been banned, so...
so we're saying a ban counts as time to enchanter?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Because ban means they're fearful of it, you know? They're fearful of the Karma Ezreal combination, the poke lane. So they ban it out. Of course, the Bard as well. Like, that's one of the ones you can debate what type of label you want to put on Bard, because
he's like an Eldritch.
Bard is fairly unique for supports. But clearly Dignitas are like, you know what? We're looking at a dive comp, so we need to take away the dive bottom lanes, and the Alistar Kai'Sa is exactly that.
But it does mean Nico is up and available. Very powerful support. The clone being able to find vision, you being able to go for early dives, all kinds of tools that Nico gives a team that might scare Dignitas away from further bot lane weakness. Yeah, so the thing about the Yannara into the Nico is like, I find that Yannara really spikes more around that 2-item point, and if you have a rough laning phase, which Nico can give you a rough laning phase, can be difficult. So instead it's going to be the Rakan for Dignitas.
Well, Yannara can splash around, and clones pose no problem.
Huh?
Right,
okay,
yeah, but
you're still a believer then.
If you're looking at dive, you need some counter, here, and best AD carry versus the dive is going to be the Xayah Rakan combination, since the Karma was banned away from a possible Ezreal pairing. So that's what they're going to go with. Pretty safe stuff there for Isles and Tomo as far as trying to deal with the Vi and Ambessa that are coming for your head.
First picks for both of them in this split. It's only week 2, but already unique drafts as Sivir's locked in for Sven.
Yeah, Sivir's so popular now, especially because she does pair really well with all these, heavy engage where they're looking to get better positioning. If you Sivir speed up Nico, Vi, and Ambessa, they're definitely going to deliver the Orianna Shockwave to the correct position. Definitely a very versatile farm champion here for Sven in the bottom side. I don't know, as far as our Isles Sven rivalry /
bromance,
ex-partner, bromance,
whatever you want to call it,
matchup down there. I don't expect there to be some early kills, but you know what? We can hope.
You never know. Hey, when sparks fly, I'm not going to hold it against them if they want to go in on this one. But expectations, when I look at these compositions, I definitely see Cloud9 more as the aggressor. I'm curious your thoughts on that one. Just more tools to just dive in, make action happen.
Yeah, they definitely do have a lot of opportunities for scaling as well. But as far as action, if we're going to get it, I hope that it goes up towards top lane. Because we have Thanatos on his Ambessa versus Photon on his Gwen.
And this is Photon's first split in the LTA North. That was the big offseason move that Dignitas made. Surdy's out, Photon is in. There's a little bit of history between these two, and it has been Photon favored in the past. I like to keep our eyes up there as well.
Also, funnily enough, Surdy is back in, just on a different team.
They just saw him play yesterday. Looks great there.
Yeah, I love his, he shouted out his old organization a little bit as well, too. So
he shouted them out a few times in different content pieces.
He did do that, didn't he? Okay, so Cloud9.
I'm putting microphones in front of pros. You never know what's going to happen.
Cloud9 versus Dignitas, though. We had the video at the beginning, and you were there.
I was there.
Kangas. You saw it happen in real life. The heat of the beef.
This is real footage right there. That happened.
I mean, honestly, it actually got out of hand. Jack got up there, and he said, we scrim Dignitas a lot. They've got some great players, and I'm excited to see how they do.
Dude, I can't believe an owner said that. I honestly can't believe an owner said that. Isles had a snapback. Let me tell you, we have tremendous respect for FlyQuest and C9. I think they would both be tough opponents. He name-dropped 2 teams on his hit list, and at the end there, it hasn't gone well for me so far, but maybe this time will be different. Hey, Isles, it's never too. If you're at the bottom, the only way up is the only direction is up, right?
Sounds like there's truly insurmountable amount of animosity between these two organizations.
Let me tell you, standing between Jack and Isles in that moment, I was worried for myself.
You know what? Me too. I'm always worried for you, Kangas.
Well, that's for a different reason.
All right, we've got a
general.
We do have the ward over the back of the pit that sees where Shaden is, though. So maybe that'll make Cloud9 a little bit less worried. They can just track the Sinzao pretty easily. They're going to assume that it's just going to be a clear up towards topside. And since Blabber is matching that, we might get what we wanted.
Yeah, action in the top lane.
Photon versus Thanatos up there. And they actually are fighting pretty heavily for that level 2. Thanatos is able to get away from that snip. It looked like a very good trade there for Thanatos with Electrocute. Really taking advantage. If you have Electrocute into the Conqueror Gwen here, going for the quicker trade, getting that little chunk of health, and then being able to escape right afterwards.
Yep. Theoretically, Photon can win the longer trades with Conqueror, but Thanatos has not given those to him. Jumping in, jumping out, making great use of Mbessa passive, and just leaping around the battlefield.
Yeah. Gwen, of course, though, going to be able to push in during this. And if you are pushing there, you're going to have to worry about some timers because junglers, theoretically, you could skip some of your topside camps and go for an earlier gank up there. Blabber doesn't opt to do that. Of course, on Vi, you really do want to prioritize your farm, keeping up your experience, keeping at a very competitive level here. So Blabber is actually going for all his small camps first and then pick up the red afterwards, just so you have a smoother respawn on your second respawn for your Raptors and Krugs, so he can get to his level 6 as quickly as possible.
I'm going to keep my eyes on that top Scuttle Crab to see if the junglers go for that, though. Oh, it's bot side. Nice Tingle Barbs there from Vulcan. Yeah, Blabber's actually pathing away from it, so not going to look to contest that top Scuttle. Shaden not only has Photon with the wave pushed in, but also Photon got that earlier back and TP'd with the cloth armor. So yeah, junglers just trading different sides of Scuttle.
That is the key. Photon for the early recall and using his teleport. How much value can Thanatos get before he has to use his? Seems like he should be able to get a much better purchase for himself as he can finish this up.
Big snip, and now bot side here. Blabber just showing on the wave. Flash out from Tomo, still hit by the Tangle Barbs. Easy first blood for Sven off the snipe of Vulcan.
Yeah, really good pressure from Blabber to come down here to the Sivir and Nico lane that's pushing in. Look how many minions Tomo loses in addition to both summoner spells.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a very good angle on the Tangle Bard from Vulcan. Vulcan played this really, really well for the dive. But Tomo just got blasted, man. That is so insanely bad for Tomo and for Dignitas. I mean, that single play right there, I mean, that probably has like twice as much value as a normal kill. Huge amount of CS denied here on the bottom side. They were already getting pushed in. I mean, that is just a massive early advantage for Cloud9. And
that's a BF sword.
It actually didn't cost Blabber that much at all, so nicely done from him.
Yeah, he was able to get the Scuttle Crab go right back to his farm. And notice, Kobe, they focused on Tomo, not Isles. Maybe sparks are flying between Sven and Isles still.
Yeah, there's a little bit more value in killing the 80 carry, so they can't farm anymore. But you know what? Get that revenge.
Get that revenge. Wave's also in a tough spot here now as it's pushing back into Sven. You see a 14 CS advantage. That's over 2 waves plus the kill. Sven's coming back to lane with the BF sword, so things are looking really tough for Dignitas' bot lane, despite the fact that you had said maybe top is where we see action.
Yeah.
Blabber did find a really solid window to actually find that bot lane play.
Certainly did. And finishes up his second clear pretty speedily as well. Well on his way to that level 6. Needs a tiny bit more experience, so looks like he's going to cross back down. Honestly, it's a very good idea for Blabber to just continue to play off bottom side, since their advantage, as you say, a BF sword is quite a bit larger than the long sword.
And
so
before their level,
is a big sword, and that means you should be able to get Dragon guaranteed.
What does the BF stand for?
Big freaking sword.
Yes, big fighting sword.
Fighting.
What I was looking for. I want them to fight because not level 6 yet for Tomo or Isles, and also no summoner spells on Tomo. You can repeat the dive if you actually want to. Ooh, topside flash out early from Thanatos as the needlework comes in from Photon.
I mean, you have Rise pings up to the top side. They could do some sort of Realm War play. Maybe he's just going for fruit. I think the pings actually are just for fruit. So he gets Honey Fruit at least there for a little bit of sustain for Canid, who is doing pretty decently for himself. It's a little bit of a lead for Loki, but He's doing okay. Meanwhile, though, the Dragon just taken pretty easily there for Blabber, and Cloud9 gets him his level 6. His bottom lane is very, very healthy here.
That's almost twice CS.
Yeah, this is looking good. That turret play too. That is like one auto right there.
Are they gonna get it? Walk up.
Oh my goodness.
The minion auto. Oh, not quite.
He's pushing the wave. You know, it'll come.
Patience. It's a virtue, I hear.
That play is theirs. It just doesn't know it yet.
Well, let's say reset. All right.
Oh my god.
Now is Dig big brain. Are they gonna let the minions hit it when they're out of range, so that they don't get the gold from it? No, it's still there. Okay, one more auto still.
It's so juicy. Okay, so
I would throw an entire solo queue game for that one auto.
They're actually leaving it.
I would do it.
They're leaving it. It's not even gonna be Sven's plate. Look at that restraint from him. They're swapping. He's going up top side. So that plate has
5 times honor Sven.
name written on it. And Thanatos now, with the Hex Drinker early rush for him, is going to provide the all-in potential versus this Gwen. So even though Thanatos' flash was blown by good ulti usage there from Photon, definitely high value there. Of course, her ult's going to come back off cooldown pretty quickly here. Thanatos now with the Hex Drinker does have a lot more potential in the 1v1, but Blabber here is looking mid.
Isles very far up as Blabber has level 7, so Cease and Desist is available. Not going to go for the trigger pull, though. And I want to go back to that top lane matchup as, actually, it looks like we're setting up for the grubs, so let's keep our attention here for right now. The vision just cleared out by Blabber. But now another needlework onto Thanatos. No flash available this time. Use the public execution, jumping away from Photon. Thanatos well played to survive, but it's not going the way I expected. He is struggling in the 1v1. Meanwhile, Dignitas approach the grubs. Blabber smites away one of them, so no smite now. Tomo getting aggressive here with for the recall. Chain CC, lock him down. Blabber's taken out. Dignitas find a pick in the pit.
This is all very good for Dignitas here. Not only did Photon get some pretty good value out of bottom side, but also they just run through and Blabber gets stuck in the pit. I think he was trying to charge a Q at the back of the pit to get out, but he actually doesn't go for his flash either to get back out. Dignitas just rush in. Shaden didn't hesitate. He flashed in. Caney flashes, and very good for Dignitas to get that kill back. And the 2 grubs does mean you even up your objective count, even though you don't get number 3 for the Void Might, still nicely. So the Blade Caller there was very good from Tomo. Blade Caller locked him up long enough for the rest of Dig to flash in. And so that's how they get their kill. So Blabber was unable to get close enough to the back of the pit. Nicely done, Tomo.
Vulcan channeled the Pop Blossom, but didn't want to flash in for that to force the fight or any type of counterplay. So C9 still up in gold, but like you had pointed out, the 2 grubs for Dignitas means that towards feats of warfare, or rather feats of strength, they are now tied with C9 for that objective take. Currently, Dignitas' bot lane is back in the bot lane with 80 carrying support against Thanatos now.
Yeah. Just looking at a dive on top side, actually, though, because Blabber is here, and he's got ulti.
Still has that Cease and Desist available, so
wait out the W.
World of Hurt. Who's going to tank up the turret first? It is Vulcan, who will now walk out, use the heal. They're juggling the aggro, but they don't have enough damage for the kill. Blabber flashes away. Photon still alive. Vulcan might have enough if he can hit this Strangle Barbs. No, not going to get it. So Photon's out of there, burns the flash. And lives. Oh, misses the needlework. Vulcan just dancing around him with the outplay. Almost trades his life. Nobody goes down.
Oof, dangerous needles right there, but Sven's able to still get another plate, and that delays the recall from Photon even further. So that's going to be painful for the other side. Meanwhile, you had Thanatos backing off of that turret, and you see they're able to take a lot of turret plates on the bottom side for Dignitas. Only 1 and about 1/3 of a turret plate left down there. So that rush for the first turret is alive and well, too.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, I got to give credit where it's due. Dignitas are playing this early game pretty well considering how far behind Tomo was. He just picks up his first item. Sven already had his completed there, but despite the fact that Sven got this big lead in the bot lane, Dignitas were able to fight at the grubs, absorb that plate top, get a lot of plate gold bot side. Dignitas are actually getting back into this game when it felt like C9 were set up for almost a blowout through their bot lane strength.
Yeah, nice stuff there. And we're still threatening for the possibilities of these realm warps from mid lane to roam, but doesn't look like they're going to commit to it at the moment. One more mid wave first. And of course, it is a mountain drake, so those things take a while to kill. It's not like you can surprise do one, so they take a lot of setup here. Push on bottom side for Dignitas is going to allow them to do that, though. They don't finish off the ward in the tri-brush, so Isles is going to go finish that one there.
Blabber's nearby as well. Has that first completed item in the Sundered Sky, but no cease and desist yet. It'll be up in about 10 seconds time. Dignitas currently a little pincered here. Nice double barb from Vulcan.
Loki's trying to walk over from mid lane here, but again, the Realm Warp allows Canid a few more options for joining.
All right, they back off, so we're not going to fight over the dragon. Instead, Blabber is just going to start it up, leash it out, and Shaden looks like he's not actually interested in contesting this. Canid, meanwhile, mid lane, took a shockwave to the face off camera and down to sliver of a health bar, but Loki doesn't quite have enough to really force out the kill.
Yeah, Cloud9 pressure, though, allows them free dragon. Dignitas calling it off, as you say, and Shaden just going back to farm. So number 2 here, C9 continuing to stack that power. Talking of stacking as well, picking up the Yuntal for Sven, stacking away on that Sivir.
Very early Yuntal off of the early kill, plus just multiple waves shoved in. But I want to talk about something that Inspired actually mentioned yesterday when we interviewed FlyQuest. He was playing the Xin Zhao into the Vi matchup, and he was saying, you know, I felt like we could have fought for those early dragons. We just gave up one of those. He actually died on the approach. I'm getting similar feelings here in that Shaden and the rest of Dignitas are just allowing C9, especially that second dragon, to take it. Curious your thoughts on that. If you're a jungler in this type of game, what's your thought process from Shaden's
I think it was
side?
just too dangerous for Dignitas there because Loki had the inside route for mid lane, so their mid lane pressure of a Vi with ultimate and an Orianna coming over is too much because you can focus down that target really quickly. So I think that they just did not want to fight it. It's just too much pressure from mid lane and bottom lane coming over and kind of bleeding in to the setup for that dragon. So Cloud9, rightfully so, kind of flex it, and they just go for stacking their objectives here. Meanwhile, Dignitas' answer after Shaden continues to clear up to the top side.
3 members up here. And Thanatos is back to safety. He's absolutely fine. They had Isles nearby, so maybe they could have gone for a dive, but the wave was not ready for them. Meanwhile, Blabber's actually bot side here. Canid flash just came off cooldown.
Yeah, it's the Rise just takes still a bit longer, even though it was buffed up.
Okay, we're committing. Cease and desist. We're going all in on him. Canid will have to try and flash to get out of this one, and he will. I like that from Blabber. Just force out the Summoner Spell. Meanwhile, Thanatos taking the 1v1. Missed the public execution. Might not need a Needlework, doing a lot of work for Photon. Gets back to safety. Thanatos almost found that solo kill.
Yeah. Meanwhile, they're just going to finish off this bottom side tower. So there you go for Cloud9. First tower achieved. They just need 1 more objective or 2 more kills. But it's also like Rise still going with you know, the Rod of Ages and Tyr. It's like take a little bit of time to really power up. Meanwhile, the Orianna with just the Ludens and the Sork shoes early on. That's a lot more burst damage there as far as taking down a single target, especially since you do have such good delivery systems for your Orianna shockwaves. Should make it easy for Loki to hit those. He's level 11 now, so it's rank 2 shockwave, and Luden's burst plus the magic penetration there does feel good. But Shaden is starting up this Riptail, and I think they should be able to finish it. Blabber's just going to continue farming, so.
Loki has to catch his top wave, and because of that, yeah, they don't have that combo you were just talking about set up right now. That means a Herald picked up. Again, equalizing the neutral objective trade. C9 do have that earlier turret, though, so it could come down to also who gets the first 3 kills. One big scrap at an objective or a couple picks in the side lane can get you that feats of strength.
Yeah, full Mob the Malmortius upgraded too for Thanatos as well, so we saw the duels. They're getting pretty exciting between Photon and Thanatos, although neither has actually been able to kill the other yet, but it's been getting closer.
Yeah, it is getting much closer. I thought maybe would have to flash here if Loki went for the shockwave. Not going to do it. But I actually love that build from Thanatos because you're against double AP solo laner. So no matter who you're up against, you're going to get value out of that.
Yeah. Pretty often now, too. Double AP solo laner is getting very, very popular. But Shaden is here as well, so you've got some AD threat. The Xin here joining Photon, so we might actually see one of the top laners fall soon. Blabber, of course, is on Gromp. So a little bit too dangerous, and even though they have the control ward here in Tribrush, just going to continue on their own side of the map.
And we have the bot laners now in the mid lane doing the classic, just shove waves back and forward between each other. Sivir will almost always get that priority first, just based on the kit. And then Tomo will answer it in kind here. Next Dragon's up in 45 seconds. That is where I'm going to put my attention to here, because C9 have been stacking those. This would put them on soul point very early in the game. We're not even 17 minutes. Is Canid actually in some trouble here topside? Remember, doesn't have the flash from the earlier gank. Blabber setting himself up for the kill.
Very clean there from Blabber. Doesn't give him any time to react. Make sure he's going to get it with his flash. And there's not going to be any time for any reinforcements from Dignitas to arrive either.
No.
He just wanted to make that play as quickly as possible. So he invests his flash, assassinates Canid, gets the solo tower gold for Loki. Cloud9 just kind of marching ahead here.
The tempo of this play is incredible because we get the kill. Blabber's going to be able to reset, get to the bot side. Loki gets the turret, can reset.
And he still has his ulti for the team fight because he used his flash to kill off Canid and saved his ulti. He can use the ulti with the Orianna.
And that means Orianna without the ultimate, but it will be up shortly. They still have enough damage with Pop Blossom with Mbessa ulting in that they can threaten Dignitas. I really like that teleport from Loki and the rest of Cloud9. Create space so that Dignitas cannot collapse. Now they're continuing that space. Vulcan on the other side of the wall flashes into the Dragon pit, says, okay, let's reposition with the team. Dignitas have the Herald mid lane, but Dragon's already under half health. Big chunks onto Dignitas members. Flash away from Loki to avoid the engage. Isles can't make contact with anybody, but Shaden and Photon are into the pit. Public execution might just save Blabber. Long enough to get the Dragon. It's not. Shaden takes him down. Steals the Dragon away. C9 will pick up one kill on Canid on the top half and then clean up Shaden. But mission accomplished. Dig took the Dragon.
Okay, so you get Dragon, but Cloud9 got an extra kill. And I guess there's not that much else to take on the map, so it's fairly close right there. I mean, a lot of flashes expended too. Of course, Photon and Shaden both using theirs inside the pit. But let's take a look at how it started out, because inside the pit, Photon just goes in here, puts off his W, starts popping his ult, and it's a 2v1 initially with Thanatos. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, Isles almost got completely bursted down there right at the beginning, but after Shaden goes in to join there, they do kill off Blabber, which allows for the secure of the Dragon. But there's only one way in. Since Zin invested the flash already, is going to give over the extra kill and the extra little bit of money to Cloud9. But as you say, you know, kind of now that you don't have to worry about such an early timeline on the Soul, maybe that will, you know, give them the time that they need for Dignitas.
Taking Canid off the map for a little bit, though, did feel good for C9. He's falling very far behind here. Now, almost 30 CS behind Loki, plus 2 deaths to Loki's 2 kills and 1 assist. And C9 are up 2.5 thousand gold. So when you do look at the extended play, C9 are still feeling very solid about where they are in this game.
Yeah, a lot of minions were cleaned up by Sven after that fight as well. I believe he went over towards mid lane, and there was a big, like, couple waves pushing there. So the Sivir continues to eat, and the Sivir has the IE already. So 2-item crit power spike here.
Hungriest champions in the game, Cho'Gath, Tahm Kench, Sivir, weirdly enough. Yeah.
Sure, her stomach is actually quite large. Deceptively small model on the body.
Yeah. I mean, have you ever seen like those professional eating contests?
Yeah,
they're not always
sometimes
like that large.
It's the small ones.
Sometimes the small ones you gotta watch out for. Yeah. True. All right, well, that's Sivir in a nutshell right there. 1-0-2 with Infinity Edge completed with the Young Tall arrows. So Sven is hitting the point where, like, at the moment you look at a wave, it's just deleted, and also in team fights, you're going to be doing a lot of spread out damage.
The bouncing crits are not the deadliest, because the main crit is actually the deadliest.
Damage. Yeah, I have read that in the past.
But they are effective. So let's take a look at the Otacon setup here, because that one's getting pushed in. And of course, Photon and Thanatos both have their teleports, so they could join if the fight actually does start. And that ward in the Tri-Brush here on the Dignitas side is pretty deep for a possibility of a flank.
That would be Thanatos we're looking at for that one. He's catching the bot wave currently, but has an avenue in if Dignitas want to start this Otacon.
Tomo going to push the wave, though, so they'll get some early priority on it. Looks like they have to have Canid catch mid-wave for a little bit, but he can rotate over easily.
And Vulcan throwing out the clone to push back Tomo and the rest of Dignitas. Otacon was aggroed, but not going to be committed by either team here. It's just the dance around the objective. You can never drop your vision there because the moment you do, the enemy team can try and sneak it.
I hate how Otacon casts outside of range and just stays out there. The most annoying objective for sure.
I mean, we even did like a 1v1 in Otacon fight bit between players yesterday. They didn't even fight in the pit, but Otacon was up there in top lane with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember the days when the grubs were all tethered together? And so then you could get this thing where like one of the grubs would be so far away because if another one was still within the patience, then the far away grub would not reset.
I never saw that.
At the very beginning, even in LTA game, we had a grub like all the way up at that top side tower.
That is beautiful. No, I missed out on those experiences, but I'm not missing out on this potential team fight. C9 starting up the Otacon here. It's always a magnet for teams to come in on. Isles jumps over the wall, just get a ward down, but going to be cleared out here. Dignitas approaching Thanatos as well. He's TPing not to the forward ward, but instead going to be more of a front to back for C9. Remember, their combo, big damage from Loki onto Tomo. Pop Blossom, everybody focusing down the AD carry for C9. Meanwhile, they're losing their jungler. Blabber falls. Thanatos, public execution onto Canid. At least picks up one, but Photon cleans him up, shut down. Both junglers fall. C9 win the fight in the top lane. Dig win the fight in the river.
Yeah, Cloud9, they get the bigger advantage. They've got the extra member up here, but they're not going to go for the Otacon because they don't have a smite. And so it's still just going to be push out. Afterwards, we're going to have to return for a repeat fight. Dragon is also coming up on the other side of the map. So you have that little consolation prize available. Let's take another
Loki
look
plays
at it.
So well with Vulcan in tow. Like, look at them force the ult out of Tomo.
Yeah, Tomo immediately then snapped up by Vulcan and just deleted by Loki. So that won them the top side of the fight. And then the bottom side of the fight, Blabber actually went down really early. And so Thanatos ends up dropping in the aftermath as well. But because, as you say, Vulcan and Loki...
Yeah.
Because they were able to delete Tomo so quickly, get the ult out, and then instantly kill him, Cloud9 end up winning the day, but Otacon still survives.
It is still available, and C9 can just look for it again. You hear it in that little soundbite, Blabber saying, yeah, shouldn't have gone in on the rise because C9 split their focus across two different fights, but now back to live, they still have the confidence to go forward onto this Otacon. Dignitas, meanwhile, are on the Dragon, so it looks like it's just going to be a trade of objectives.
That's way, way, way better for Cloud9. Of course, the Otacon value is so much more than a single Dragon. Even if that Dragon would get you to soul points, you'll take Otacon every single day of the week. So much experience as well as adaptive force. Because it's not like, oh, look, we have 19 petals now and they're empowered. It's also that, well, you deny them from your opponent getting them. So we'll see. The on-kill kind of explosion effect too is I think a little bit underrated.
Yeah.
Because sometimes people forget about it, and it can lead to chain kills, especially if you have a Ambessa and Vi thing here with a lot of engage.
It turns into like resets almost, where it's like the Jinx effect, where
little explosions.
Yeah, slowing down everybody once you get that first kill, chase down the next kill, especially with a Sivir on the hunt speed up.
I will say though, that death cap is very close to getting completed.
Ooh.
This is Loki at over 2.2K gold lead. And when that gold lead turns into a death cap, believe me, somebody is going to have the Otacon death on kill effect because that is so much damage there.
Yeah.
I mean, Loki, you already saw how they deleted Tomo in the previous fight.
Yeah.
And so now, if a death cap gets completed for that shockwave, Loki can delete multiple people.
And the only lead for Dignitas right now is in the top lane. I want to bring our attention up there because while early game there was some action, no like crazy kills traded back and forward, we have seen Photon throughout these fights getting multiple kills, staying even in CS, despite blind picking the Gwen. Kobe, this is his pick. This is his comfort. This is what he said coming into the split. Like, hey, if there's one champ you should know me for as LTA North fans, think about my Gwen. And now this is back-to-back series, locking it in first pick. And I'm starting to believe. Like, I get why Photon loves this pick.
Yeah, for sure. Despite Dignitas being behind, Photon is looking good on his new squad here. I think it's going to be pretty hard for him to do much versus this Cloud9 setup, though, because Orianna, the other thing is, while you have a lot of damage and Dignitas is starting up this Baron, or Orianna, if you get the death cap completed, you also provide really big shields to your team. But this thing is burning down. They're getting the teleports out, and they're still...
But they also teleported Photon in, so they got their own TP along with C9's TP. Now they have to run, but now they're grouped up for C9 to look for the engage. C9 will not actually pull the trigger on it. Interesting move from Dig.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, they trade the TPs. They did have the wave, like, kind of pushed on bottom side, but it's not like it's dying to tower quite yet. Cloud9 still have some time to react. Sven will push in on mid, and it looks like that's going to be about it. I guess a bit of that wave is dying to the top tower, or the bottom tower at the moment.
They lost about half health mid on that turret. Tomo also losing health, and they're just roam warping Shaden into C9. Immediately, Stranglethorn and C9 will just chase them down. Dignitas are going to want a refund on that engage. C9 were ready.
Sven with his classic question mark frog right after that one. You know, it sounds cool when you talk about it theoretically.
James like, I got Crescent Guard, I'm fine.
But Cloud9 just turn and burn. They immediately deleted him. Okay, so that's going to be the Baron for sure.
Okay, well...
and you will not turn off of that Baron.
No.
You will just burn it.
Dignitas are going to try and push in bot side, maybe get a tier 2 turret for this. They do have a wave coming in, but no, it's just not far enough up. It's not big enough. And C9 just get away with a donated play. I can't wait for the replay of that to think, what was Dignitas' angle? Maybe they didn't think C9 was all grouped up there?
Take another look here. Okay, from their vision, there's just spam pinging on it because they want to get him right on top of Sven, but yeah, they didn't even get close. They didn't even get close to Sven, and they're right in onto the Nico as well.
The Tangle Barbs just hits 2 members.
I mean, Vulcan really has been smurfing this game. I feel like though. You know, Blabber did good job to go down bottom for the like tower dive. But remember at the very beginning too, the Tangle Barbs that he hit and Tomo flashed, Tomo ghost and flashed really early on, and Vulcan was still able to get them that kill and get Sven really fed really early on.
And now, I mean, at this point, C9 already had the gold lead. And off of that great counterplay from Vulcan, they're going to take a tier 2 turret with their Baron empowered play, get Tomo's ultimate out, take a tier 2 turret, and Dignitas' map is melting around them. 6.2 thousand gold lead for C9, and they're going to push for even more as they take a tier 2 bot.
Yeah, I mean, they can take everything on the map. The Dragon is already theirs, basically. They can just push on in with this Baron buff, make the most of their siege timer here. And looks like Thanatos was kind of chasing around Photon, but you can't stay on a Gwen because she can just jump over the walls. So Photon will escape. While the rest of the team, that tower can't escape. That thing is slowly going down.
They got 2 cannon minions on it, about to be 3. Turret's just going to fall to the 2, though. Dignitas cannot hold their bottom line, as now Photon has regrouped with the team. Dignitas can potentially look for something while Thanatos isn't with the core of C9 if they find a 5v4 window here. But Thanatos is so close that it's so dangerous for Dignitas to pull that trigger. Look at all the vision that C9 have as well. Dragon's up. They're just going to walk back and get that. You said it yourself, Kobe. They can take anything that they want on the Rift right now.
Yeah, I mean, we heard from Miles at the beginning of the day. He was like, yeah, it hasn't gone that well for me in my matchups versus Cloud9.
He did admit that, yeah.
Since being off the team, but maybe it will be different this time. Well, not this game, maybe next game.
Yeah,
because Cloud9 right now, they're just, the inventory value is just too high. So Dragon number 3 picked up. Dignitas trying to group up, trying to look for their, 5-person, catch some sort of person rotating or something like that. Get some vision down for yourselves. But I guess the hope is Photon at the moment.
He really is the only saving grace, and that was what we kind of expected for Dignitas going forward. Very young roster in terms of overall experience. Photon coming in with a lot more of that as more of a veteran voice for the squad now. And
yeah, Rigby was very complimentary of Photon.
So I think that naturally will look to him for more in-game strategies for the team, but also here, the only one with a gold lead for the team, 2-0-1. Canid has to flash away from the public execution from Thanatos. Canid's flash has just been perma on cooldown, as now Dignitas full commit, everything on the Loki, who has the Zonius, goes to the stasis, still shut down. Dignitas found their pick. Have a 5v4 C9 reposition. Shaden goes forward though. It looked like the rest of Dignitas were not ready for that and will just trade the kill back. C9 pick up one, flash forward for Vulcan, catching out Canid now into his own stasis, but everybody from C9's ready to collapse. Sven on a rampage, C9 get another kill.
That was a very short-lived one-kill comeback for Dignitas.
That was very short-lived.
That was a very short-lived
yeah.
And it might actually result in the game.
Photon still has his Zonias, I do believe. He's trying to survive under the turret, keep it alive, goes into stasis now, but the turret is not long for this world. He flashes a safety. They got Thanatos, but it's traded for Photon. Tomo pops up the ultimate blade caller onto 2, takes out Blabber for the double kill. Dignitas still got some fight left in though.
All right, Tomo collecting some gold here on the Xayah. Still gonna lose the inhibitor, but Isles has some ideas.
He's all alone. I think he's taking a little window here to get vision down.
There's 15 seconds on Canid's revive, and he does have teleport, but that would be such a long chase and like harassment. You would have to like interrupt the recalls and buy more and more time and still get the teleport, so gonna give up on that. That's gonna be the end of that play. The base is wide open now with inhibitors down on top side and bottom side, but here's another look at how they did get a good pick and fully are able to delete Loki even after the stasis is used. Nicely done there. But then, as you said, Shaden charged in one more time. A very audacious charge, if you may say so.
Someone would say that.
Quickly punished.
And then, unfortunately, I mean, Canid had just flashed right before that replay because of the public execution from Thanatos. So you can see Loki there realizing, okay, I was the magnet. I gave over a big shutdown, but at least the team was able to find something for the play. Now 3-1-5 with 3 items completed.
Yeah, and those are the types of plays that you have to make if you're doing Dignitas. You're like, all right, we got a full send on someone who is split pushing here on one of these side lanes. Just get everybody there, and hopefully Isles on the recon can make the engage quick enough. Canid does use Realm Warp to escape.
And I want to point out that while Isles getting back on the map fast, I'm going to imagine that it was Isles' wards that they got down here around the Baron pit, because you want to make sure that you have those while C9 are not on the map. Baron is spawning right now, and those wards are just cleared out, so not as many angles in for Dignitas anymore.
Nope, not looking like any good angles for them in, unless they just run straight forward. That thing's dropping very quickly, 7,000 health and dropping.
It might have to be a fight after the objective goes down, unless Shaden can get into the pit. He has an angle. C9 are going to stop aggroing the Baron. Photon's up there. Is that Shockwave used? No, Loki still has it available on that. Isles with the big flank around the side. Is Dignitas ready to collapse? They're all running away because vision. C9 are pushing Dig back. Tomo took too much damage, so Baron's still aggroed right now, but C9 get onto Shaden. He flashes into the pit for a desperation steal. No steal to be had. C9 take out the jungler, they'll take out the Baron.
Okay, so that looks really funny, but well done by Cloud9 by stopping the Baron at like 2,500 health. It's kind of tantalizing, right? It's like right there in front of you, and Dignitas' only hope really is like stealing Baron. So Shaden's over there, he's like, it's so close, like, get me some vision, you know, go around the outside, Isles. But Cloud9, they stopped at a good amount of health left, so it's just too much to continue to burn down, but Shaden's like, you know what, all right, whatever.
You gotta try something.
I'm only going, there's one way left, and then
it's not like you saving your flash is going to save this game at that point. C9 get the Baron. They're going to march this wave in. They got 2 waves hitting the Nexus turrets. Dignitas still don't have a jungler up. It's going to be a miracle mounted defense. They got to look for some kind of engage here on the C9. Now they have 5 members up. Photon decides to lead the charge. He's going forward as Isles finds an engage onto 2 different members, but he gets chunked out heavily in response. The Nexus turrets fall. C9 just walking forward with confidence with a 10,000 gold lead with the early game, mid game, late game, all in their favor. C9 take down Dignitas at the base in style. Pop Blossom from Vulcan, pad the stats, get the kills. KDA up. Game 1, C9.
Okay, a lot of Cloud9 members played really well. I personally think Vulcan here was my player of the game. Like that, I thought he was really outstanding.
But yeah, what do you think? Is Vulcan player of the game for you?
I think Sven, but whatever, man. I'm just focused on...
He's really bitter about his fantasy.
I'm really focused on Thanatos only being 2-2-6 when they demolished them that game. That game never felt close.
This man is now a pure fantasy drafter, guys.
He's a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the main event of the day, DSG versus Shopify, personally.
Keep going.
I love it.
I'm looking nice.
Maybe not flash yet. Yeah.
We can kill her.
Looks in. Nice.
I'll ult in soon. I'm in. Looking too.
Nice. Kill Rakan.
Yeah.
Nice.
Kind of cringe, but
we
did well after.
It's fine.
C9 was just better.
Yeah. Like,
if
it
we're
was a slow roll of them just dominating the game.
Like, okay, the moment I see the dive happen bot lane, and you see like upwards toward like a 20 CS advantage, and they're just getting pushed in constantly, I was like, okay, this looks tough. And then I looked at Grubs, like maybe, and then the Yatacon is like, okay, we're back to being completely over. So it looked very bad for the Dignitas squad.
I will say, like, normally this conversation would go, what does Dignitas have to do to come back? And because the game was slow, I'd almost want to say like, oh, C9 didn't look that clean. But when I really think about the moments in the game, like they just managed to win in a very low risk way.
Yeah.
Like their Baron takes were actually very good. There was never in danger of being a steal. They controlled all the objectives. So, I mean, C9's playing well.
Yeah, I mean, at every turn, basically Dig tried to do something and C9 was like, no. But LTA North Twitch subs are back. Join the community for exclusive content, including the League of Legends in-game emote Bring It, for paid and gifted subs, plus get access to all of our exclusive LTA North Twitch emotes. Subscribe to the LTA today.
Yeah,
Azale Daughter still freaks me out, man.
Or Rockyon. Those are my favorite ones.
Yeah, so up next we have Game 2 to see if Dignitas can pick up a game against C9.
Diamond is low elo.
I mean, Diamond is not low elo for the average player, but for a pro player, it's low.
When I played second account, Diamond was really good player, I think, and then...
Kappa.
I was Diamond too, and then nowadays I feel like Diamond is kind of low elo, but yeah, I don't think Diamond is not low elo.
I think objectively Diamond is not low elo, but I think it's low elo, so that's why I'm here. I mean, let's say change of skill is 10 out of 10. And Diamond skill is 1 out of 10. So for me, it's very low.
What is bronze or iron?
Animal.
there's no out of 10.
Cannot count.
You know, like half the players are like in bronze and diamond. I mean, bronze and iron.
I mean, I was bronze 5, so I can see younger. They can be pro player, but at that time they are animal. I was animal too.
My God.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Why are we in Indiana? The retreat to Nashville, Tennessee.
I could put Nashville, Indiana in the GPS.
Mr. Shotgun over here.
Bro.
Okay. Let me just figure this out. Oh, we're cool. There's a charging station nearby.
Who puts in Nashville and Indiana anyway?
Yeah. Plans change, but the Kia EV9 is great for road trips and so much more.
Imagine this. The League of Legends World Championship. Energy's electric. But how did you get here? Hit the League store, save your Freedom Flex MasterCard, made a purchase. Boom! You're in. 3 purchases, 3 chances each week to win the grand prize, a trip to Worlds 2025. Plus, a chance at 7 weekly prizes. Sweepstakes runs August 2nd to the 25th. Scan the QR code or go to the URL to learn more about free entry and official rules. You in?
Quinn, use They're looking mid, guys.
Okay, mid. I can keep it.
Rise up. Take it.
Keep take them.
It looks in.
Sorry. It's really bad engage.
No one in. Yeah, no one in to go better. Go better.
We have warrior ult, okay?
Yeah.
Lucky, you're no flash, so you can play safe, but they don't have engage now.
Yeah, okay.
Keep playing.
Look right.
I'm looking nice.
Right, that's flash now. Maybe no flash yet.
Yeah.
We can kill her.
Looks in.
Nice. I'll ult in soon. I'm looking.
Looking too.
Nice. Kill Rakan.
Yeah.
Nice.
Kind of cringe, but we did well after a bit.
Do you think there's like a place in the world where you would enjoy living?
No, I'm not really like, I don't really like exploring stuff, I guess.
Did you play any sports when you were a kid?
I played for a basketball team in high school.
Did you enjoy it?
No, I was horrible at that.
Today I'm here with Shaden.
Unlucky.
Unlucky. Where were you born?
I was born in the Philippines and I moved to Canada at 12.
Where in Canada?
Winnipeg, Manitoba. That place is horrible, but...
Winnipeg is horrible?
Horrible.
I've actually been to Winnipeg twice.
Why?
I had a couple friends, we played League together, and they are from Winnipeg, and I'm from Minnesota. And so I would like drive up and visit them.
Where do you live? How can you drive?
Well, Minnesota is up north. It's like in the middle of America north.
I don't know anything about the map, so I'm fucked there, but yeah.
Do you know much about Canadian geography?
No, zero.
Wow, so you got no geography.
Nothing educational.
Okay, did you do well in school?
No, that's why I'm playing League.
Let's go though. Hey, that's a good fallback. Do you like living in LA?
It doesn't really matter where I live, because I'm doing the same thing, just playing League.
Okay, but do you like it? Do you like enjoy? Is there anything about LA that you enjoy?
Not really, but I like being like in a team and like playing with the team.
You just had, I guess, time off. Did you get up to anything fun?
I think I took a break, like a week of no computer. I
Oh,
think.
nice. In your week off, did you do any exploring or anything around LA?
A little bit, like I just enjoyed nature, I guess.
Okay. Do you feel like the pro player life is compatible with the type of person you are?
Yeah, it's perfect for me. I don't really like doing stuff. I enjoy League a lot, so I'm pretty lucky.
So it seems like what I've kind of learned is that you don't really like much, and
Yeah.
the kind of the real world is like whatever.
Yeah.
But what you like is League of Legends.
Yeah.
And you like competing. Did I basically get it?
Yeah, correct.
Great.
Yeah.
Awesome. Peace.
Peace.
Thank you so much.
Oh, beautiful interview. Beautiful interview coming in from Drew. Incredible stuff. And there he is, the man on your screen. That was the most relaxed interview I've ever seen in my life.
That was perfect Shaden, is what that interview was. Good job, Drew.
To get the camera on, can we zoom in on this guy?
Oh, yeah.
Just gotta get like the full Shaden experience.
I don't really like much, but I do like League of Legends.
League of Legends. And I like competing.
He's
like
the
been on
perfect
team.
line of work.
Yeah, we should just have him be the spokesperson for the game. Not for the esports, for the game.
Calm down a little bit.
No,
Calm down there, buddy.
All right, fair enough, fair enough. Well, hey, Shaden, not the most successful performance for game number 1. It was a loss for Dignitas, but I will say they took shots. They tried a couple of different times here and there to really fight C9.
That's your best self.
That's what well, I mean, they realm warped Xinjiao into 4 people. They got a pick, and then the Xinjiao also went into 4 people.
I'm going to say, let's get into game number 2.
Let's get into game number 2. I like that.
Let's get into some draft here. Okay, so we got some Fearless draft looking around. We have the Talia and Azir both up and available. Okay. Technically, they could still both get banned, but I'm feeling like we leave one up.
There are 2 bans
like we leave
remaining.
2 up.
2 up. Ooh, just take the handshake. Which one would you rather have, the Azir or the
I
Talia
love
side?
Talia. I love Talia. I go Talia every day, all day, every day. No question.
All day, every day.
But,
no Vi, but still all day, every day.
Yeah, you don't need to buy. I guess Pantheon's also banned, but there's plenty of other options.
Yeah.
Also, Talia, strong independent mid laner. Actually, as long as you get some sort of AD jungle, it's fine.
Okay, the Azir is taken off the table. Talia is still available. This almost feels like a dare from Dignitas to say lock it in, because you won't get that Azir handshake anymore if C9 won it. But you know what else is still available, Kobe?
So
you know the win rate for this champion?
Galio then? Because the Gwen's already off the table. Galio is actually off the table too. Dang. Yeah. What's the next best into Rumble then? I guess it just has to be like an okay matchup.
Yeah, and best.
Because those are really like the main ones, I guess.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I mean, maybe you just go for a tank. Photon really was the only strength of Dignitas in that game 1, so I'd love to see him on something with more agency this time around. Does get counter pick this time around, but Dignitas instead going for the Wukong early here for Shaden.
I guess Aurora Wukong is kind of good. You get some good flanks, some good dive pressure. Oh, nice! We do get our Yunara. Now the question is going to be, what is the support going to be with it? You mentioned the Renata that we saw, but Lulu also available. Lots of Enchanter possibilities.
Janna, if there's a lot of dive on the enemy team. So far, I'm not seeing as much of that. You can stop the Skarner, which feels good, but we do still get the Talia from C9. I mean, these first 3 picks from C9 are crazy strong. I've seen all 3 of these be higher priority.
Skarner always pairs really nicely with Talia because you can have so many synergies, moving people across rocks, slamming people into Talia ultimate, or just using your Skarner ult to hold them in place and then easily getting seismic shoves. Like, there's so much setup here. Skarner just provides so much CC to a Rumble and a Talia comp to set up, and so can that Skarner actually get in range and hold down the Yunara though? Because Yunara, you get a lot of move speed off your E, and then you can pop your ultimate, which will reset your E, and then turn your E into a dash, and then you can get your dash as well. So and especially if you have an Enchanter with you that's helping, peel and possibly speeding you up, then you can be kind of tricky.
And if you're at 3 items, that Skarner's health bar will go down very fast, surprisingly. Yunara does do a lot of damage. Also a lot of AoE damage in these team fights, so if C9 ever group up, that is where Dignitas are happiest. But with Ahri paired alongside the Yunara, I'm seeing more pick tool there, a lot of agency for this mid laner, so maybe some more CC to set up the Yunara, but I want to see these next 2 picks to really create space for Yunara and allow her to actually be the primary carry for this composition.
Okay, so they did ban out the Aurora dimension, and they also the Ornn. That is the other good one into Rumble, because you can just kind of, be a tank, build up some magic resistance, and be fine.
Oh!
Those are both okay. So there we go. We get something much spicier. Let's go. Photon.
Okay.
Dropping down the Kled here. This is a champion. We definitely got to see some pressure towards that side of the map then, because Kled can provide so much threat if you have, vision of enemy jungler, and if you can get some hovers to your side. So I guess an Ahri actually from mid lane is kind of decent, because you can threaten those roams up to that top side too. Kled ultimate plus a Wukong provides a pretty clear avenue for engage. So some interesting stuff here. We get a Kled onto the Rumble. Let's go.
And I'm hearing here from production, the last Kled was 2022. Top laner Jenkins played it in Spring Split. So it's been a couple of years since we last saw this champion in Tier 1 League of Legends for North America. I just looked up all the ability names. Bear Trap on a Rope, one of the best named abilities in the game. So that's going to be fun to say. But Lucian Alistair is the pairing here for C9. Not typically what I see with the Lucian. I think of the Braum, I think of the Nami, I think of the Melio. Alistair not always up there with it.
And Alistar is kind of the school of thought of the Braum-ish type of stuff there. Of course, both Alistar and Braum got some pretty hefty armor reductions on this patch. About 7 each, so it's going to be a bit squishier for them.
Okay, so we talked about Bard not necessarily fitting the Enchanter category. Yes, his W does give a little bit of healing and some move speed, which can be helpful for the Yunara, but this is not that traditional, you know, Lulu or Renata Glass that's going to really keep the Yunara safe.
Yeah, Bard is pretty good at forcing sums out of Talia. So Bard can oftentimes put, you know, some pressure there. It's pretty hard to keep track of Lucian. That guy is slippery and difficult as far as pinning him down, but we'll see how much roaming Isles gets to do. And Bard plus Yunara will be quite interesting. I guess the tunnels around the map here and having Kled mobility as well, being able to lead the charge and speed up the rest of your team, namely Shaden here on the Wukong, to allow him to come engage with you. Could be fairly explosive.
It could be. It absolutely could be.
They're cooking all right, Kangas. They are cooking.
Let's see what Dignitas is cooking, if it's going to be solid or if it's going to crumble under C9. Because Yunara, without the tools necessarily that you expect around her, definitely creative for Dignitas. C9, meanwhile, power picks in the first 3, and they won game 1 already. So a single game win here marches them into a 4-0 start to the split. That would put them up there with FlyQuest, who, of course, the perennial rivals of C9 in the modern era of League.
Oh, yes, of course, right?
Perennial in the modern era, yeah.
Good.
A little modifier there. But first, they got to get through Dignitas, and Dignitas need 2 in a row if they want to pick up a series win here. Photon on the Kled, though, I want to go back to that one because that is, yes, Yunara is exciting. We've seen a few Yunara games globally, one here in the North yesterday, but Kled, that is going to be interesting. Maybe we'll get some more insight from Coach Rigby, who Raz caught up with earlier to talk about their new top laner.
How has the time between Split 2 and Split 3 been for you guys? You guys have had that roster change with Photon coming up topside. So, like, what has that, you know, in between Split been for you?
So, like, Photon, you know, like, throughout my career, I think I have been, like, really blessed with, like, being able to work with, like, one of the greatest tops, like, most of the greatest tops, like Keen, Huni, Impact, like, those type of players. And then Photon arriving, and then when I hear him talk inside the game or outside of the game, I hear those that I heard from, like, those great players before. So it's, like, a really nice addition to the team. And at the same time, you know, we're relatively, like, a rookie roster. Like, there's no, like, extremely old veteran who can, like, lead the atmosphere in type of situation, but him bringing in, like, those type of vibes or those type of, like, input is really helpful for the team. And then he came, like, a little bit late, but we've been, like, still working on with, like, a sub top and etc. And then yeah, we were just, like, ready to go on stage.
So far, Tomo using Yunara very well right here because Yunara's level 1 is super powerful just because the Q. Like, your Q is an amazing ability. Your other abilities, basic abilities, kind of suck. They're not very useful super early on.
Okay.
So level 1 is, like, super powerful. And so he stacks it up on the wave. Of course, they've got Bard into Alistar, and Alistar can't do very much either. So it's a good job there for the Dignitas bottom line to use their Bard Yunara lane very effectively, collecting the minions, getting harassment down, and pushing in. But I'm also very interested about the top side here, obviously with the Kled up there for Photon, and his jungler is actually pathing away from him. So Shaden is pathing down to the bottom side to play towards Yunara, as is Blabber. And so it's kind of good for Kled to be left alone up there. Gets to play as aggressively as possible. We haven't gotten a lot of camera time up there, but one of the things with Kled, your W, your violent tendencies, your stabby, stab thing, for the first use of it, when you level it up, you get it. So Kleds will usually, like, hold the point and not put it in until they want to use it, so you don't, like, waste it on minions and stuff, and then you have to, like, wait for the timer to come back up.
I like
so
that little
that works for like the first usage. Because then as soon as you level it, you can get it for your trade or whatever.
Sure. It didn't mean much here in this trade, as it looks like Thanatos does get the shove anyway, but always cool to keep your eyes on those little interactions right there. Meanwhile, bot side, it's revenge for Dignitas, Kobe. In game 1, it was them in this situation, getting shoved in by C9, threatened by a dive. Let's see if Shaden does look for anything hyper-aggressive down here. No, he's just going to go for a reset. So no mirror to die from Dignitas' side this time around. They're just taking their range advantage to shove these waves in.
Yeah. Coming back down bottom side, get your ward onto your Raptors, get your Scuttle Crab vision as well, and they complete the trifecta of vision with the Tri-Brush ward. So just going to be full second clears for both junglers. Pretty smooth, no time lost for either of them.
All right, we did a really good job so far, Kobe, of not talking about the Rumble blue side win rate thing. Do we want to talk about that now, or are we just going to glaze over it?
I mean, glaze over it. Well, you just brought it up.
Okay.
And yeah, you can go over it again if you want to explain what Freak.
High win rate delta.
Posted, yeah. Freak posted a video on it.
Does it do much though? Bear Trap Interrupt lands.
But the TLDR is that Rumble for many years has been much better on blue side than red side because of how the game checks the damage for both your Flame Spitter as well as your ultimate. And it would check the damage much more favorably for blue side. So you do more damage with blue side Rumble than red side Rumble.
Really good engage find here from Vulcan, punishing Isles positioning aggressively in that brush.
So that's a lot of HP, but should just be the reset there anyways, unless they want to lay a trap on the bottom side. But Yunara got her first recall off and did not go for the cull, which is pretty popular because the on-hit life does not get diminished when you pop your Q and you start spreading to stuff, but just going straight for the Vamp Scepter here into that Blade of the Rune King build, I assume, to go for the early Blade of the Rune King for the on-hit. Of course, Alistar and Skarner both will have high health pools. Skarner especially just rushes mostly raw health early on and doesn't even get armor too quickly.
Even the Rumble will be stacking a lot of that. So 3 targets here that will have high HP numbers. So I like that, and it's also what Jan went for last time around. Meanwhile, right now, Vulcan going back in onto Shaden, stunned up. Canid jumping forward with a Spirit Rush, lands the Charm onto Blabber. Very tanky member, as Unraveled Earth from Loki will buy a lot of space for C9 to retreat. Isles now over the wall, has the portal to get back to safety, so he's just trying to get some vision down, keep C9 away from the Dragon. Dignitas have started it up, but the Hexdrake's actually slowing them down and allowing C9 to walk back forward. Flash from Caney for the Charm, not going to land, but the Equalizer. Thanatos grouped up with the rest of the team. So did Photon, as how he's in a 1v4. Shaden jumping in as well. Photon by so much space. First blood for the Kled. Dignitas' top laner just throws his body into the fray and picks up a kill.
Hey, Kled gets a kill. He's going to have to flash out. He lost Skarl, so he's a little bit slow. Does have to flash the seismic shove, but okay, we got our Kled in the LTA, and Kled is on the board.
What a roam from both top laners. As TP from Thanatos, Photon just walks down.
Yeah, we'll see how many minions he does miss, because Kled is down in minions at the moment, but so you'll see the mini-map right now. He's positioning up on the top side of mid lane. He pops his ultimate, so he comes in quickly, even with the Rumble ult getting popped there, and Alistar, Vulcan trying to lock up Caney on that Rumble ultimate to burn him down. It didn't matter, because right into the front line, Kled does not care about getting locked up. He got knocked off his mount and just backed right up. So he gets back up to top side, did use his teleport in the aftermath, so it is down still a decent amount of CS, but got that kill and is going to amount to 81 gold advantage.
Yeah, you know, down 60, 46, just stop looking at it. Thanatos got to wave first, so he's going to catch that wave. Photon's going to answer the lane swap there, so Tomo and Isles are heading towards the top side of the map now. Bot laners are top laners are bot, and a small gold lead in favor of Dignitas currently.
We got a roam here from Bardio as well. See how deep Isles can place the vision. All right, well, that's pretty shallow, but gets a little bit, get a little bit of vision there, prepping for the grubs. It's like, it's not a bad grub ward because they already have one over here towards the mid lane too, so it's a pretty decent grub ward here. They've got all the approach angles visible. Blabber drops his control, though.
Ooh, helps Canid push in. Isles gets level 6 right now. Shaden's level 6 as well. Blabber has his bot lane approaching from the top half of the map right now, and Weaver's Well is going to cut off Dignitas. How hard does C9 want to engage here? The Bard Portal gets them out, and Dignitas disengage from the Grubs. But was it just a bait? They have the Tempered Fate. It lands in onto the jungler, and one of the Grubs. Now Vulcan goes in for his own engage. Sven and Loki are free firing. They pale from Blabber, only lands onto one member, and he's taken out of the fight. Dignitas hold the line, take out the enemy jungler. Big health bar down as Tomo and Canid get Colleen out of Sven. Hag splash from Vulcan. Does he find another engage? Not quite close enough to go for the headbutt pulverized combo. Isles over the wall. Thanatos is now grouped up as well. Here comes Photon. Charge in. Flash from Isles. Stuns up Loki. Over the wall, but the charge will follow. Photon is in there again. You just can't stop the Kled. The equalizer down onto all members of Dignitas, but the solo laner and Shaden are chasing down Vulcan. Photon's in a 1v3 now, but the rest of the team's gonna try and bail him out. Excel's impact into the wall, taken out of the fight. Blabber's back up. C9 fighting back in a long scrap at the Grubs.
Oh, this is an exciting one for sure. The action continues. Blabber did a nice job charging that Kled into the wall, stunning him after he got knocked off his mount. And so Blabber's reward will be his second Grub as he returns for the prize.
And I mean, the fight lasted so long. It started at Grubs, ended down closer to C9's base.
And it lasted so long that Blabber is the one, I believe, it went down first.
I'm pretty sure.
So that's why he's able to join, because at the beginning, it's good focus from Dig on Blabber. So, you know, they actually do set it up with the Bard ult into the Bard stun here as well. And so they do a good job focusing down Blabber, and that's how they actually do get their early lead. But then, as they chase over the wall, the culling actually did a lot of value because the beginning of it hit Ahri and then the end of it also hit Tomo. But this Kled ult connecting and taking him over the wall, and then the bear trap on the rope, look how long it is, just barely is able to get the pullback on that bear trap to be able to get Loki as well. And Dignitas got very hyped up here, chasing the kill onto Vulcan, collecting that one as well. But then, as the end of the story results in Blabber still getting that Grub, you already know that's the case. Dragon is the next site for the fight here. Blabber's ult is back and available on Skarner.
Gold is dead even. Blabber's going to approach. He has Vulcan and Loki behind him. Tomo's kind of separated from the rest of Dignitas in the mid lane, but they got the objective. Dignitas with Smite from Bard. Tempered Fate lands, dodging out onto the Impale, and now can the Cyclone land from Shaden. He gets stunned up immediately, but getting some damage onto Loki. It's traded back. Tomo now can free fire. Sven's got some tanks in front of him. The Lucian Culling does damage. It does work. Now Tomo CC'd to oblivion, but he repositions. Sven taking damage. Shaden doesn't have enough. C9 keep their 80 carry alive. Dignitas will lose a couple of members. Isles could be one of them. Kill credit to Blabber. C9 win the fight.
Oh my goodness. What a scrap. And Blabber ends up with 4 kills on Skarner of all things in the end of it. That got down so low, but the frontline difference was huge. I mean, Cloud9 frontline is massive, and they just turn on Tomo. They burst down this Yunara, even through the barrier, and Tomo, I don't believe, is flashed.
Oh. Photon, oh, the Hex Flash Gambit, Kobe. It gets so many top laners. Can he survive under the turret? Oh, Vulcan's just hanging it all up, but he gets a remount. Oh, bear trap on a rope, pulls back Thanatos. Shaden's nearby, Photon lives.
Yeah, I don't think any chase down here, even with Bard rotating over, but Miles is going to try his best. Kled certainly makes things exciting.
Oh, you know? This game has been incredible, Kobe.
It's all about the gamble. Can you kill him before he remounts, you know? Are you going to be able to have enough burst damage there? But here's a look at it. Vulcan started out with a very good combo. It was All-Star combo into Seismic Shove from Loki. Nicely done. And then charged into the wall. So Canid dying basically from 100 to 0 there at the beginning was really good from Cloud9. Of course, they had the counter kill, but Vulcan makes another play here with the flash onto Tomo, and that was huge. Sven got down. After that last Wukong auto was probably very close to single digits, but yeah, Sven very, very close there at the end. It was a good couple of initiations from Vulcan, though. He started all of them off. His first combo to set up the Seismic Shove, his second combo there onto Tomo to catch Tomo. So, I mean, there's a reason why people are fearful of Vulcan on Alistar. It's one of the support champions that people always recognize him for.
But I want to talk also, I know Bussio's gotten a lot of nods for his Bard play. Did you see Isles' Bard in that play? Hitting multiple Qs, setting up the ult to dodge the Impale. Isles has been playing this incredibly well. And also, the Grub fight aside as well. I mean, Isles has put his name in the hat as well for notable Bard supports for the support for Dignitas. C9, meanwhile, this is their updated stat here today. It started at 19-2, now 20-2, Kobe, versus teams below them in the standings.
And specifically, not FlyQuest. So they really have not lost many games at all to any team besides FlyQuest. So they are always pretty much, looking ahead to their matches versus FlyQuest. Of course, they do need to take care of business here versus Dignitas, but they've already got themselves a very nice lead and looking to compound that lead with a rotation over to the bottom side of the map. But Canid's got a little bit of vision for himself. And he has a lot of dashes.
Oh, okay. Vulcan's actually going all the way around, has a Spirit Rush, and dodges away from the flick back. So Loki not going to find that seismic shove. Dignitas are making C9 work for it, is what I was about to say right there. This has not been a walk in the park for C9. Yes, the second half of game number 1 was a little more dominant, but especially this game. And they're going for more plays. Dignitas find another ultimate onto Thanatos. Baron Rowe pulls him back, and Shaden will bop him down, and a shutdown goes over to Dignitas' jungler.
There you go. You get the Kled ult plus the Wukong ult, the guaranteed chase down, guaranteed engage. Okay, Genghis, if it's not a walk in the park, then what kind of walk has it been?
Oh, so we're still walking.
Or a jog, any type of movement, I guess. What type of journey?
Saunter downtown. How about that? You're dodging around, you're waiting at stoplights, you're kind of moving through the crowd.
A swaggy saunter or
Yeah.
like an angry?
I mean, they're still feeling good about themselves. They got their, the AirPods in. They're listening to some tunes.
Okay.
They're like at a, an iPod commercial. You ever seen those?
I like it.
Pedro Pascal was just in one of those. That's what I'm feeling from C9 right now.
Well, let's see if they
You're beautiful.
if they can use the Rift Herald as stylishly.
All right, let's see if Photon can live.
Yeah, that should be number 1.
Looking for the remount, and is just chain CC'd. He can't quite find it. The bird, he just gets it in time. You just can't keep this guy down.
Every Kled player, I was supposed to remount right there. Oh!
They took it personally, as the next seismic shove will be enough. Photon does finally fall. Does he trade Vulcan? No. The ultimate available means that Vulcan does not fall.
Vulcan with several more consecutive combos into seismic shoves for Loki, setting him up. The race for the first tower, though, goes the way of Dignitas.
And that actually... Do I see that correctly on
That's some boots
Photon's
upgraded.
boots? That's some boots upgraded. Let's go Dignitas.
There you go, some shiny shoes. They may be down over 1,000 gold, but looking at second dragon for themselves, plus the boot upgrade possibilities here. So, as you said, it's not a walk.
It's not a walk. It's maybe a shuffle at this point. C9 are trying to get themselves back into a more comfortable position.
That's like
here.
for a dance competition,
Well, you can also shuffle through a crowd, right?
Okay.
Like you're going sideways.
How many pedals, though? We're picking up a lot of pedals here at the end, too. Every little bit counts, Genghis.
Every bit, exactly. It's still 2,000 gold lead for C9, though, so that's why we're still talking about them as if they're the ones in the driver's seat. But the fact Dignitas get that turret, get that dragon, means that they're not out of this game yet. What would you say? Okay, so I feel like you've taken issue with my saunter.
No, I liked it. I was just curious.
Okay.
I was just curious. I wanted you to paint me a little picture.
Defensive now. Yeah.
Paint me an imaginary picture. I'm on your side. I agree.
Okay. All right.
It has definitely not been a walk in the park.
Yeah.
It's it's been more like a WWE match, and then somebody randomly jumps from the top rope here to go kill top lane with a Kled ult and a Wukong ult coming from the top rope.
You're not convincing anybody that you watch WWE. It's okay.
Yeah, that's okay. I don't.
Not everybody has to have taste. It's all right. Dignitas, gonna shout out SummerSlam. Dignitas currently have their bot laner in the mid lane right now, trying to control this access point. Dragon's not gonna be up for a while. Nothing to fight for on the top side for for a while either. 2 minutes until that Otacon, but an engage from C9 nonetheless. Impale in onto Isles. He's able to get away. Coley not long enough range as C9 are committing multiple members. They got Photon on the other side of the wall. Shaden knocks back 2. Equalizer goes down, but it's only on to 1 member. Not going to block off the rest of Dignitas. Nobody falls on either side.
A lot of ultimates invested, though. I guess Shaden held on to his, but Isles is so low, he doesn't really count. Can he Bard ult to deny?
There it is. And the Herald will just go a little bit further. Wait a minute. Blabber's still in that. Somebody body... No, I guess
he's
you don't
going
body
for top
block
tower.
Oh, barely not able to make it. But now Blabber's caught out from the rest of the team, so Shaden just jumps in onto him. Cannot get the Ixal's impact through the wall. Bear trap on a rope gets a shutdown over to Shaden. Dignitas punishing Blabber.
I like that. Shaden pulls over Blabber. Excuse me, let me see your license, buddy.
That wasn't walking. That was some,
let me see your
dubious
license,
driving
Blabber.
right there.
He's doesn't look good. That thing was expired.
Yep, Blabber tried to get on one of those city scooters and get around for that one.
Good job, Shaden, keeping our streets clean. Pulls him over. Blabber sent back to jail.
Oh, gray screen for another 5 seconds here. And now we're at the point where these timers, the objectives are starting to come up. Let's start taking inventory of what will be available for them. If Otacon's pulled right now, Sven won't have Flash. Thanatos won't have TP. So I guess Dignitas on the same side. You can say that for Tomo and Isles and Photon as well. So we'll see who's at more advantage if they want to go for that one right away. I have seen a surprising amount of teams actually pull the trigger on that Otacon very early so far on this split. Oh, are we getting a replay of this? Oh, no.
Yeah, we saw it. All right, we're going to go for a hard left. Okay, where do we go? I don't know. Do I get out of here? Oh, I kind of want the tower damage. Should I escape or do I want tower damage? I kind of want tower damage. Oh, no.
And then the fact he hit the lip on the wall.
But the funniest thing is that Skarner then also, you're supposed to drive yourself. And he tried to drive himself with his E to get out of there after failing to drive the Rift Herald. So it's actually 2 strikes. 2 driving errors.
Yeah.
I guess his E.
The second one, that second ticket is
it's just
way
slow
more.
to start. It's just, that's why he got caught, you know.
Yeah.
He was not fast enough to get away from Shaden.
The first one was a speeding ticket. The second one was a parking ticket. Let's put it that way. As a Blabber, we'll see if this is the cause of the pause. I highly doubt it here, but we do have a Pagoda pause right now. We'll be right back. Everybody stick around here. But that was a very funny moment to relive right before this moment here. We'll let you know once we have confirmation of what the pause is all about. In the meantime, Kobe, I have a couple of questions prepared for moments just like this on broadcast. Do you have something already that you would like to cover about the game, or?
No, hit me with these prepared questions.
All right, chat.
What is Kangas prepared for the Pagoda pause?
Twitch chat, I'm going to need your input on this as well, because I think this is something that is universal. Everybody should have experienced it at least once, so everybody should have an opinion on this. How many chuggas before you choo-choo?
The heck is a chugga?
How many chuggas before you choo-choo?
If you're saying chugga, chugga, choo-choo?
So you're a 2 chuggas?
Yeah.
You're a 2 chuggas man. Okay. I'm an 8 chuggas man. Chugga chugga, chugga chugga, chugga 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 choo-choo.
Well, that's just too many.
Well, but I mean, if you're trying to entertain a kid.
I think that is objectively too many.
Too many? Okay,
you need to choo-choo earlier, buddy. You need to choo-choo way earlier.
Most people are 2 or 4. I'm a little wacky. I'm a little out there. We'll see what Twitch chat says. Thankfully, we don't have to
Twitch chat is saying 3, 4 max.
3? No, you can't do an odd number. Ban them. Ban whoever says 3 or 5. I'm seeing a couple of those.
Don't ban them. Kangas is for sure wrong.
Well, okay, as long as it's an even number, I can at least agree. All right, here we go, though. We're back to live right now. C9 are pushing in the bottom turret, and they also have Otacon started up. Dignitas are not in a position to approach. Shaden's even backing. Seems like Dignitas have no idea that Otacon's being started.
They're too busy going chugga, chugga, chugga.
Oh, they can hear us? Oh, no. Distracted.
Yeah, at least they get their... Wait a second.
Yeah, the Tempered Fate to check, and it's too late. Yeah, I mean, Dignitas just caught unawares.
Okay, they're going to teleport in and still fight it, though. Fighting after the objective.
And after the Bard ult goes down already, flashboard from Blabber and Pale on a 2. C9 throwing everything at this engagement. Caney gets out. Shaden with the re-engage, then still takes him down. The Monkey King has fallen. The Fox Lady as well. C9 with a double kill to Sven. Loki cleaning up Isles. Dignitas way too late on the engage, and C9 get the objective and the fight.
There are new, fresh petals that they've all picked up with their Otacon kill as well. And guess what? 20 seconds on the Dragon, so might as well stack another objective on top of your other objective. All of Dignitas will have respawned, and Canid does have teleports, but they did all use their ultimates and not looking like they're very combat effective at the moment. So we were coming out of a pause to get into the Otacon, and now we're going to join right after that was taken. It was Blabber with the double impale. Canid basically got just pushed out of the fight right at the beginning, and Vulcan flash bopped him with the stun auto from Alistar.
And it looks like it's not over here. Photon getting caught as they approached the Dragon. C9 did stick around like you had highlighted before the replay, so it goes from bad to worse for Dignitas. C9 now with almost a 5,000 gold lead as they are just running away with this game.
But what about Photon, though? Still has 66 gold. To the side.
I was really thinking it was gonna be like 1,000 when you mentioned that.
You're like, oh,
I was like, oh wait, is he the?
I missed something?
Don't look. Okay, yep. Tomo goes down as well.
I remind you of last game though. Photon was the only one with a gold lead as game number 1 as well.
Well, he just lost it, so thank you for cursing him, Kobe.
Yeah, well, you got to take advantage of it while it's there.
You do, absolutely.
That is kind of the top laner life, though. You know, just focus on yourself.
Focus on your improvement.
Yeah.
See if that works out for Photon here. As again, he has kind of been the bright spot, but I want to give the game from Dignitas' side, then go back to C9's side, because obviously they are in a commanding position, but that's 2 games in a row now, Kobe. Dignitas have just done a fairly questionable engage around this mid game that has given C9 a big lead. In game 1, it was the Realm Warp mid. There, it was this force at the Otacon.
You can use that sweep, emote right there you just saw on screen.
That would be applicable.
Because it's a 2-0 sweep, you know. Best of 3s can have sweeps.
Yes, yeah.
It's true.
Absolutely.
They're not as impressive as a best of 5 sweep.
It's more like a Swiffer, you know? It's
like a little short one. Loki, though.
Oh, okay, this could be a pick for Dignitas. Charm still available, and a shutdown for Dig. Good find from Shaden and Caney.
Okay, there we go. Maybe not a sweep after all, Kangas.
They didn't like the cut of your jib there, Kobe.
What was the melded name that you came up with, by the way?
It was either
Kobgis
or Kongus.
All right, well,
somebody added us on
the first
Twitter.
thing you said sounded terrible.
Yeah, that did.
I think the second one, we went with the second one,
I think
right?
Kangby was the other one that somebody added me, saying we could consider that. You don't like the fan submission?
I forget what the second thing you said, but the second one is
Kongus.
Anyways, Cloud9, what's the next thing they're looking at? Probably Baron here. They are well funded, let's say, well funded. It's a full Infinity Edge discrepancy for Sven over Tomo.
That is exactly Affinity Edge.
So
Infinity Edge.
Sven, Mr. Moneybags over here on the Lucian is going to have double summoners and a full item advantage.
If you want to think about it this way, though, you know, the silver lining, if he has Infinity Edge in his inventory, technically Tomo has Finite Edge in his, because there's nothing there. Do we agree? Probably not. Sven getting engaged on right now by Dignitas. Tomo just chunked out of the fight to start things off, but they got Thanatos. Big shutdown picked up by Tomo as C9 are going to try and fight 4v5. How hard do they want to commit for this? No flash on Vulcan. Flash coming up soon for Blabber. He has the Impale. Maybe he can be the engage.
So a finite edge just means you can measure it, and you can measure 1 kill. So honestly, do you
got the kill
connect the dots? You were kind of right there, I guess, in that particular stretch of time.
I love it when a plan comes together, Kobe.
Genius.
It just worked. It just worked.
Just the genius stuff right there. Dignitas, they get 1 kill for 0. Let's see. I guess it cost Tomo both summoner spells. That might be something that detracts. And he got the crit cloak out of it, which is not the best of fillers here. Obviously, he just didn't have enough money for anything better.
Yeah, he didn't get any waves outside of that because I think he just reset, got the 1 kill, and then goes back to base. So Tomo's still going to be farming up to try and catch up to Sven. Yes, that has been 2 plays back-to-back. You can say in favor of Dignitas. They find the pick on a Loki top side. They find the kill on the Thanatos mid. They're still not out of the weeds, man. C9 are still, at this point, it might be a walk.
Well, okay, so they chopped down the gold lead, though.
Okay.
Only a little bit over 4K. It is still so hard when you're immediately looking at the potential to carry the fight of specifically Sven here. With the full Infinity Edge and a bunch of extra crit he kind of matched crit cloaks after that last little fight, too. So Sven, definitely the one to watch here. Keep your eyes on for Cloud9. If Dignitas could assassinate him, you know, maybe like Bard forces some mobility out of the Lucian first, and then the Kled, Wukong, Ahri like dive squad is able to take him out. Maybe.
Ooh, but maybe it's Canid caught out instead. That's the Spear Rush away. That culling does insane damage with 3 items completed for Sven. Yeah, and again, with the plated steel cap on Sven as well, even the AD of Photon Shading going to be a little less reliable. So there's a potential, but it's going to be hard.
Yeah.
Started.
So Alistar is very good at denying smite fights, and Skarner himself also very good with Skarner ultimate here. So Cloud9 have plenty of tools.
Tempered Fate goes down. Isles had the smite available. He flashes away. 2 opportunities for Dignitas to try and steal this, but no Tempered Fate for the approach. Instead, they're going to just engage here onto Skarner, but a great equalizer from Thanatos buys so much space for C9. Impale onto 2. Flash out from Photon. Baron down. C9 getting the kill and the objective.
Thanatos set up the barbecue, and then Blabber was the cook there, and he just
he's got the flipper, he's got the burgers on it.
He pulled them right back over. That Baron, by the way, with the different setups for Baron that we have nowadays, the one, this kind of runway one where you have that little alleyway is like the premier Rumble Baron.
Yeah.
You can just lay your Rumble ultimate through that little passageway, and then Blabber did his best to try and Skarner ult and pull them right back onto the cooker.
Give that man a chef hat. He's gonna be known for crabs and chefing it up. There we go. Right now, C9 pushing in another mid wave here as Dignitas do find a slight window right now. Vulcan does not have the ultimate available, no flash available either, so instead he just says, I'm gonna go in, try and get that aftershock proc, but Dignitas find the kill. No impale for Blabber means no re-engage from C9, but Thanatos is over the wall. Equalizer's about to come off cooldown. Blabber's in the thick of it here, taking a lot of damage. Tomo can free fire. Sven answering back onto Dig. Redemption heal means that Dig maybe can keep fighting this. C9 back away, Dragons up. If Dignitas could have found just one more kill there, that would have been huge for them to look for an approach.
Yeah, Cloud9 though, they'll just pick up Dragon number 3. They keep adding so many petals as well with the kills in this game, up to 35 petals for themselves. Let's take another look at the cook. So they delay the Baron, Isles throws his ult, but then he gets full comboed and has to flash over the wall. Then we look at the pull in here. Kled goes in, and Shaden into the back of the pit. He's kind of looking at Baron, trying to positioning over to the other side. Blabber pulls them back towards the Rumble ultimate, but Photon's still able to flash over the top. But the key is they deleted Shaden out of that. Take away the possibility of the smite fight.
And because Isles had to flash away, even though he had the smite. Yeah, great to hear from Blabber right there. Now here was the other look from Dignitas, kind of catching Vulcan out. Oh, Isles again with these Qs.
Yeah, into the charm, and then Vulcan is so deep that he decided to try and fight his way out.
Yeah.
Regardless, though, it is worth mentioning again, remember that the Spellbook Smites were nerfed, so they're not... Wait a second.
Okay, Canid actually caught out of position now, and that time it was Loki setting himself up. Vulcan following for the continuous engage. C9 get a pick on Dignitas' mid laner and still have the Baron buff to push in this top wave.
Yeah, they're going to get mid inhib plus top inhib and maybe go for the end. We're going to have to call Photon back here at some point so he can try and defend.
Dignitas will have 4 members. Right now it's only 3. Photon goes for the turret bot side, going to go for the back
quick about it.
Of the TP, but these turrets are falling now. Actually does TP in. Tempered Fate lands. Sven doing so much damage with Vulcan behind him. Shaden jumping onto Vulcan, but just doesn't have the damage on his own. Photon goes in with the charge, but it's absorbed by Vulcan. Shaden with another whirlwind. Sven does fall. Shut down to Shaden. Dignitas holding the line for a few more seconds. They lose their last Nexus turret, but C9 still have health bars on Loki and Thanatos. The solo laners could be what they need to go for the end. Nice seismic shove on Isles right there, chunks him out a little bit more. Dignitas are going to have to try and find a way to hold the line.
Yeah, they are. I mean, deleting Sven is a very good place to start.
Oh, C9 are backing off. They don't want that smoke.
Yeah, not yet. They'll return for it later. Let's let the smoke dissipate.
They want to walk in the park a little longer, you know?
Take away all the jungle
experience.
camps, take saunter through the jungle, take away all these resources, and then return to the bottom side after taking both top and mid and hip. Pretty easy for them to just go straight on back to the bottom side to try and end it out there. 2.5 minutes left towards the dragon here to pop up. So well away from that, and I think they should be able to end the game. Not really concerned about dragons any longer in this game. We'll see if they go back towards the bottom side, but here's another look at it. Sven up there trying to get the culling down, and as soon as Photon got back up, he Kled ults on in, and Shaden's able to get his flash engage to deliver the cane. Bops him down, and they got the key member off of Cloud9, so that allowed them a little bit of time. They're not even going to go towards the bottom minion wave. They're just going to go straight into the base to end it. That Nexus is exposed. I don't believe those turrets have respawned yet, although sometimes they don't actually show up when they do respawn.
No flash on Tomo. Keep your eyes on the AD carry. Oh, Isles looks for the flash Q to start things off. Not quite able to land it. Shaden now into the backline. Canid following up, but the positioning of C9 is too good. Sven gets to safety. Nice seismic shove from Loki will seal the fate of Dignitas. C9. Call it a stroll through downtown, call it a walk in the park, whatever you call it. It's a 2-0 for the boys in blue and a perfect start to LTA Split 3.
C9 up at the top of the league with FlyQuest, where they have been looking all year long. We'll see about the
They're waiting.
The assumed meetup.
Dignitas made them work for it a little bit more, but C9, they still were able to get 2-0 after 2-0, matching FlyQuest's record. And the reason we keep talking about that is because these are the two teams at the top of the standings, the rematch from last split's finals. Very excited for their eventual matchup here, but for Dignitas, story is getting back to the drawing board here. Photon has looked decent in that top lane, but there's a couple of these mid-game decisions that they make here, Kobe, whether it's, again, realm warping in, forcing the fight at the Otacon, where they lose a big gold lead from these decisions, and then the game kind of gets away from them.
Yeah, looking ahead a little bit more as far as keeping track of every area of the map, plus the actual execution in those fights.
But you can see him on screen, not Photon, but Vulcan in front of him is walking over to the interview, so Loungers, take it away.
Any second, Vulcan's going to be here. A clean 2-0 for Cloud9. They never really felt like the series was in doubt.
Yeah.
There are a few Kled plays where it was like, okay, we see the increased survivability, I guess, coming out of it. But yeah, really clean, decisive win. Here he is.
Vulcan, straight in.
Woo!
In fact, before you even do anything, you got to take a piece of the banner from Dignitas.
Piece of the banner?
Yeah, you got to take a piece of the banner. You be on this side, I'll be on this side.
What does this represent, the pieces of the banner?
You're tearing away at them.
I took a game from them.
You took a piece of their soul.
Okay. You got this.
I
don't want to make a fool of myself, so
if they lose 4
figure it
times,
out.
then they're gone.
4 times and you're gone?
Ish. I mean, not exactly.
You take this piece?
You got it.
Okay, I got you. I got your back. Wow.
I'm like managing the situation right now.
How am I doing in your eyes?
I think you're doing great. This looks like you're doing not too good. Okay.
we got it. You know, I'll hold the mic, you do the rest of this. Okay. I got you on this one. All right, you got this side.
Beautiful.
So, first question, how did that game feel for you? Because I got an announcement for you.
Pretty smooth after the early game. I think in both games we had...
You can settle down, actually. I'll get the rest of this.
Okay. Cheers. Yeah. Let me sit down first before I can get it.
We're professionals here, you know?
Yeah, I can see this is planned. Yeah. Well, 2 games in the early game where we gave them like 2 fights where we didn't play very well.
Yeah.
And we were playing from, I wouldn't say we were playing from behind, but we gave them a chance to, have a game. But I'm happy overall with how we played after that, because I think after those 2 fights, it was smooth sailing in both games, so we'll take that.
What's your best champion and why is it Alistair?
Yes.
Because I just feel like every time you're on Alistair, you just completely steamroll the game. You're so comfortable on the pick. We're awarding you Player of the Series.
That's the announcement.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, but you played a really solid series. Particularly for me, the Alistair game just kind of always stands out. But like, what is it about the pick that makes you so comfortable on it?
I mean, it's not very hard mechanically is one thing. So especially when you play support, it allows you to kind of see the game, as a whole, and you don't have to focus on your champion. So it's easier to think about win conditions, their win conditions, blocking their plays. So for me, I feel like it's easier to play the game in a way. And against their comp, I think my pick is very good because they obviously want to go really hard with Kled, Wukong, Ahri.
And you can just stand
I'm just standing there blocking Charm, hopefully blocking the Kled ult, and then doubling someone away, queuing everyone. So it's easy to play, I guess. And I'm an old support player, so usually we need to go for those kind of champs. So there you go.
How'd it feel like dealing with the Kled and team fights in general?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see it at all, and I know it was changed somewhat with his remount is faster and stuff. We kind of saw it in the top dive. I feel like if it was old Kled, I'm pretty sure he was dead there.
Yeah.
That one time when me and Tantos tried to kill him. But I was like, in Champ Select, as they picked it, I was saying, you know, we don't really know the champ, but I think it doesn't change anything for our game plan. We're not like gonna go hard on him and like flip the game on whether or not we kill him on the duration that he remounts.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna play the same game, play slow, block their angles, and you know, make the game not about his champ, but more about the zone that we fight in and stuff.
I had another question going back a little bit. You guys were so close to winning the title. Then you had to watch FlyQuest go to MSI and do fairly well. Then you had a one-day trip to EWC and then came back.
No, we didn't.
That didn't happen?
No.
Okay.
What's EWC?
Yeah, I don't know. Weird. I was just wondering, like, how do you stop that from becoming a negative of like frustration of being so close and instead use it for motivation to be better in this split?
Yeah, I mean, it felt very bad on the day. You know, when we lost, it was a super tough schedule. I mean, everyone's talked about it already, but like, you fly in and then the next day you have, I mean, you flew in at like 1 a.m., right?
Yeah.
And then we get to the hotel, we have media the next day. And after that, we play right away. So it's super tough. Obviously, every team has the same schedule.
Yeah.
So it's not to say that, you know, we deserve to win or whatever. They obviously did better in the circumstances, so they deserve to win. But we didn't deal very well with being jet lagged. We played very bad. I call it jet lag League of Legends.
Yeah.
We played very poorly in that style. And so, you know, we were out after one day and it is what it is. And honestly, we had a meeting afterwards, and normally after a meeting, during a meeting like that, after a tournament or after a playoffs, we'll have, you know, takeaways that we can take. And this time around, it was like,
nothing.
you know, just focus on the good things that we were doing prior to this. And next time we'll try to deal better with jet lag. Maybe we change a bit how we do the logistics of it. But don't let this affect you too much, because we were in a really good phase, I suppose, before that with the scrims for MSI and stuff. So just focusing on, you know, what's next and trying not to let that, you know, boom us, I guess.
Yeah, and I haven't really felt that at all. I mean, that's already 2 2-0s, Lyon, Dignitas. We'll see who you guys go up against next. But of course, we got DSG versus Shopify Rebellion right after this one. So heading straight to the break.
Thanks, Bobby.
Fire, don't flash.
Yeah.
I'm good first. Hit front. We're gonna flash on the way. You went in. You go in. I'm good.
Dude, look, Yunar felt maybe?
Look dead. You know, flash this turn. Look Yunar. Yeah. He'll die. Ari in me here, guys. Close here. Look Ari. No flash. Yeah. I'm looking Ari. Or 1. No flash out. Yeah.
Ivy.
Owls. Nice, mine. Hey. I want Vials.
Nice.
Big win in the gulag here. We beat it.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie. Use your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed.
Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
They're fighting now. They're ready for fight. Can we leave? No, Tyler's not out yet. One ult, okay.
Yeah.
You flash out.
Okay.
Yeah, look here.
Look here.
Good, fine.
Yeah. Look
on first.
Yeah.
Are you showing? She's done. No flash yet.
Nice. Look, Yunar. Nice one.
Head's here. No flash.
Nice, guys, nice.
Can we play this ball for 2 guys? I'm looking ulti, okay? I'm looking Bard, we can watch on him.
Yeah, looking build. I'm staying up there.
No flash. Barn, stop if here. Just don't flip. Yo, look play first. Yeah, fight first. Yeah, I'm coming 2 seconds, guys.
Yeah.
Look in pit. Yeah.
I have both.
Yeah, good. I can combo. It's good.
Nice. We can.
Bar smite. Okay.
His might is only 900. Don't worry.
Yeah, he's also in Africa, so good job. Bar flash.
Call it a stroll through downtown, call it a walk in the park, whatever you call it. It's a 2-0 for the boys in blue and a perfect start to LTA Split 3. You've chosen Shopify. Please welcome Fudge now here on stage. Fudge, that was a fast answer on XU side. How do you feel about that?
I feel amazing, personally. I think DSG is probably the easiest team. No offense. No offense. I mean, no offense. I think they still can win, but like, it's the easiest matchup, you know?
He says no offense. XU, you take a step a little closer a little bit here so I don't have to run to you. How do you feel about Fudge's words there?
I mean, they're the only team we can beat in scrims, so honestly, we're pretty grateful that we got them. And if you ask them about Thursday, they might have some horror stories, I think. They were mental booming a little bit on Thursday, so, you know, we're looking forward to doing that again on Saturday.
Fudge, what happened Thursday, brother?
Bro, I think every single day of the week was a horror story, I'm gonna be honest. Scrims for Shopify ain't too good recently, but we'll bounce back.
Okay, you'll bounce back. Actually, you got contracts ahead of you now as you chose this opponent. How do you feel about your jungle matchup?
He's like the only top jungler that I can actually beat. I've never beat Inspired, I've never beat Blabber, so, you know, I'm happy to play against someone I can actually beat.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LTA. A reminder before we go any further, the tickets are already on sale for the LTA Championship driven by Kia. Join us in Dallas in September to watch the first ever LTA Championship live and in person. Visit Ticketmaster to get your tickets now. Welcome back to our final series here this weekend. We've got Shopify going up against Disguised. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael for this one. We heard a little bit of the banner ceremony from last week where XU did get to choose Fudge and Shopify as his opponents.
Yeah, I honestly thought it was really funny too. He's like, yeah, he's got some horror stories on Thursday. And Fudge's clapback is like the cell phone. And all I can think of is, have you heard the British football chants where it's like when the team's doing bad and there's like, you're nothing special, everyone beats us. We lose every week, you know, stuff like that. It's just like, yeah, you beat our ass, but so does everybody else. That's not that impressive.
It shows a specific level of tenacity and determination and grit to be able to just take yourself down with them and to be like, no, bro, you're not very good. We lose to everybody. Like, we're having troubles right now.
I love it.
But
all right.
For both these squads, though, let's see what they're cooking here today. For Disguised, we want to see them shape up, right? The last time that we got to see them, they were in a matchup that I think nobody else in the league would be jealous of. They had to play against FlyQuest in their opening match here of split number 3. That's never going to be a very fun time with the current state of FlyQuest just running the league here in the LTA. So now that Disguised is up against an opponent that I think is much more within their weight class in Shopify, I'm excited to see specifically exactly what Darkwings and Rahel, these new carries swapped in for Split 3, can bring to the table.
Yeah, this could be really interesting. Also, we've been seeing quite a bit of first pick of Vi. I'm honestly more a fan of the Taliyah side of that because it feels like when you take Vi, you're trading over the Taliyah. This time, it's not actually going to be grabbed. Instead, it is double solo laners here for Fudge and Palafox. So they're going to grab the Annie, and you have to think then that Darkwings is going to be able to actually have this. Oh, wow, so there's no Taliyah. This is actually very surprising. Unless they're really cooking and this is like Galio support or something, this is honestly really surprising to see Taliyah just completely go through.
Yeah, just falls through everything.
Taliyah Vi is like
when was the last time this happened? Like,
I mean, I'm sure it's happened, but I can't, like off the top of my head, I'm not sure, man.
It feels rare.
Yeah,
right?
It definitely feels really rare. To me, Taliyah is by far the best mid laner in pro play right now, and I just think that it is, so powerful the way that you can actually play the map. It has good laning phase. It combos really well with Vi, so it is surprising. And presumably, again, we are assuming it is going to be Galio mid to answer the Annie, which, of course, when there are double AP solo laners, Galio's really strong. You're going to have a champion that's going to be able to deal with magic damage quite easily. You can stack MR. That I do think is why they're pairing it with the Trundle, though, right? Because not only is Trundle physical damage and can actually build AD, you can go Triforce, you can go aggressive, but you're also going to sap a lot of those resistances, right? So if the Galio's like, okay, no problem, I can deal with you, I'm just going to stack a million MR, well, now all of a sudden, a lot of that is going to be taken away by the Trundle, and it's going to make him that much tankier because you also have double AP solo laners.
Yeah, playing Trundle into Vi, you're feeling pretty good. A lot of Vi's power budget is in her target access, being able to jump on top of carries and threaten them. However, Trundle's not really a great target.
Trundle wants you.
Yeah, as soon as you're within chomp range, he is chowing down. But let's go ahead and take a look at what these bottom lanes are shaping up to appear like as we have the Kai'Sa and the Sivir banned out by Shopify Disguised, taking Nico off the table. I'm always happy to see Nico banned because she's very confusing to cast because of the clone plays tricks on my brain.
I agree.
I like the choice
out
here.
of there. I mean, I think realistically, we kind of know what we're getting. We're going to be getting hard engage from the support, unless it is a flex for DSG and they're trying to get really clever. You're going to get something along the lines, of Rel, of Alistar, of Nautilus. These type of champions are just so popular these days. And the real question is just what are the AD carry pairings going to be with it? They are selecting Corki, it looks like, which is just kind of like a standard generic AD carry these days, and does have a really strong laning phase if you do want to pair it alongside one of those hard engaged supports, because if you hit all your spells, this champion is going to crush you. The Foss Bomb does, honestly, a pretty ridiculous amount of damage early on, so pairing it with some hard CC can be quite powerful. And it is going to be able to give him a little bit of poke as well when you are kind of blind picking here.
And I really do want to see that hard engage for the support role, not just because of the fact that it pairs well with the Corki, but because you don't have really powerful engage in top lane or in jungle. Obviously, you have Annie with the Tibbers, but I want to see a little bit more than that. And also considering, I feel like we talk about this all the time when Shopify is playing, Contracts and Seos roaming around together as a two-man duo to make the plays, make the ganks, find the picks for Shopify, I think is one of the core tenets of their success. So I want to see Seos on something that can team up with the Trundle and just go around, bonk some heads.
So we're going to get the Bard from Huhi, which I do actually really like. Because they already have the Vi, I don't think that they need to have, the hard engage kind of go button from the support. I was honestly still expecting that they would go for it just because it is kind of so common in pro play that people just default towards that. But Bard getting more popular. Busio has been styling on people on this pick. And we'll see if he's going to be able to have a lot of success on it. And especially when you're pairing it with Ezreal, it's such a classic pairing because Ezreal can really stay safe on his own. And that allows Bard the freedom to get out on the map, to try to make plays. And then you kind of have this potential roam squad of Galio moving around the map, with the Vi, with the Bard, attacking side lanes, which could be pretty cool. And on the other side, Shopify did need that primary engage here. Yes, you can have any function that way, but Rel coming through, not a surprise whatsoever.
Nope.
And it's going to be an interesting one. I do think that there is the potential for Fudge to take over in a side lane later on. On that Gwen, both the Rumble and the Galio will struggle to actually, match him in that 1v1 at a certain point. But I do feel like the comps are pretty even. And DSG is going to have a real shot. They're apparently pretty close in the scrims. DSG has been able to actually beat Shopify in scrims. So I think especially when you have new players like Rahel and Darkwings coming in, the fact that they're playing against a team that they've actually beat a lot of times in scrims is hopefully going to give them some confidence to actually go on stage and have a good match.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one, and specifically for Disguise, looking at how they can win here, how they can start punching up and trying to climb up the standings as we approach the end of a year that has been very difficult for them as a team so far. I think when you look back at the series from week number 1, Huhi in particular had a pretty rough series. Looked like there were still some cobwebs getting dusted off from that stage game versus the last time that we saw them back in Split 2. So I'm hoping to see, obviously, the whole squad lock in, play together, play coherently. But Huhi in particular, especially on the Bard like you're talking about, having the opportunity to make the roams, having the chance to set up the plays, that's who I'm looking at.
Well, they are trying to cook on this. So this is actually really interesting. It didn't end up happening, but what they're trying to do with the Gwen walking in from below and the Rel in the pit there is they're hoping that the Ezreal, instead of walking down, would walk to the left and over into where that Rel is, so then the Rel can crash down over the wall and potentially actually find you, force a summon or something like that. So I think that was actually a pretty clever attempt at a level 1 from Shopify. Did not work out, though.
All right, so let's go ahead and check in what we've got, because the first thing that I'm noticing, Fudge is running TP Exhaust as opposed to having a flash, so we'll have to keep an eye on that throughout the game here.
Yeah, we can see XU, this was from the banner selection ceremony here where they picked their opponent for this week. He was talking about contracts. He said, he's the only top jungler that I can actually beat. I'm always losing to Inspired, I'm always losing to Blabber, but contracts I can take down. And XU is someone that I think we want to see more from. So we'll actually, it'll be interesting to see, if he can turn in a good series here today. But yep, Exhaust up on the top side is pretty spicy. I do think that can be really powerful for these all-ins in the 1v1. So we'll see if Fudge can find an opportunity for that. Castle going towards this phase rush tech, though, is an answer towards that. Especially, it's good against Gwen, period. But when you're against Gwen and Trundle, it's like Trundle ganks are just slows with Pillar, right? So proccing phase rush, you can kind of just run straight out of there. And phase rush is honestly just getting more and more popular, it feels like, these days. As Castle's got to be careful. He kind of miscounted on the minions a little bit there, and Fudge gets level 2 faster and does get a good trade. But I mean, you can see double phase rush in mid lane, phase rush up on the Rumble as well. I mean, it's just getting popular even for Annie. People are kind of feeling like the damage you lose is just worth the trade-off of having this extra powerful utility.
I mean, it really opens up new angles for how you can play the matchups, doing those quick bursty trades and then getting back out before somebody can find a proper retaliatory response. As both of our supports do also have Summoner Spellbook this game, so like always, I'm going to be looking for creative usage of those. I'm going to see which one of these guys can have the better timings, specifically for things like the teleports, specifically for things like the smites at the right moment to try to steal away an objective, maybe make something happen through that. But right now, it's not really a whole lot going on here early, as both our junglers are on opposite sides of the map, finishing up with their full clears, about to do their second boss.
Yep. Just going to be pretty standard stuff, but you can see XU actually was pinging up towards topside, and he did skip his blue buff, so trying to get there before Fudge can crash this wave. Okay. And Fudge could be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Fudge gonna have to look out for that Vault Breaker, because here it comes. XU arrives, one more hit's gonna get it done. First blood over to Disguise.
Yeah, Fudge just realizes at that point he has no flash, there's no way he's gonna get out of there, so he just focuses down the wave, gets the crash, which is the important thing. But today, we are going to be doing a little bit of grading for some of the newcomers here.
Okay.
This is going to be the report card that we're going to be filling out, okay? So, do they win lane? Are they up CS? Are they making a good play? Are they outperforming their opponent? So we're going to have to grade on this. This is going to be a group project, Flowers.
I mean, I'm honestly kind of down for this because I'm not the one getting graded. This is going to be way better than normal school.
Exactly. We get to grade, but we have to do the grading together.
Okay.
This makes it so that if our grades are bad, I can blame you.
Right. Exactly as a group project is supposed to be conducted.
That is why God invented group projects. You have someone to defer responsibility onto.
Somebody has to be the sacrificial grading mechanism.
Exactly.
And that's, I'm happy to help here with the group project.
But likewise, you can also blame me.
Okay, so we'll just both blame each other.
Yeah, and no one will accept any responsibility for what we've done.
This sounds fantastic. Palafox now might have to accept responsibility for this gank, as Huhi is going to show up, put a little bit of damage on him, but honestly, there's not a whole lot of punishment here. It's not like you're going to get the binding into the wall there to lock him up for an extended period of time. So Huhi's gank mostly just going to be to help Darkwings get this shoved up, get this shoved out, throws a couple of, I'm always going to call them hot cocos. I know they're caretaker shrines, but I feel like almost everyone uses the Snow Day day Bard, and I'm just too used to.
Yep, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. See exactly how they're doing. You know, if we're looking at CS, if he gets all these, it's going to be just about dead even in that bot lane. Mid lane, a little bit behind, but kind of as you'd expect in these types of matchups. Range versus melee. Bot lane looks like it is going to be just about, dead even, bang on, 42 to 42. So Rahel laning well there against B-Boy and Seos thus far. And they do have that little early advantage they got from that kill on top side. So things looking pretty good for DSG. And honestly, even though DSG went 0-2 and Shopify went 2-0, I feel like it's not going to be that much of a massive mismatch or anything like that. You know, I did feel like Shopify was in a position where they could have lost, both of the games last week. Yep. And DSG, you talked about it, but I give them a little bit of a pass because, you lost, but you lost to FlyQuest. And everyone kind of is losing to FlyQuest these days. Really the only team that could compete with them last year, or last split, I should say, was C9. And then Shopify did take a couple games, but those were the only two teams out of the entire split that even got a game against FlyQuest.
I mean, when you're up against FlyQuest, like you look at the schedule, you just kind of see the scheduled loss incoming, and you bounce off of it as good as you can. You see, all right, let's take away whatever learnings we might be able to find and then come back better next week. But right now, Shopify Rebellion have started up this first Drake of the game, just a little bit after 6 minutes on the clock, as Disguised is going to walk up and try to potentially contest for this. XU nearby, Drake down to about 1,500 HP. Contracts close in, and it will be secured by the Trundle. Now everybody on Disguised, ready to dogpile in, but Rahel's already got the first kill there onto Seos. Shopify Rebellion trying to get away from this one. Contracts takes a bite, but it's who he eating good. 3-0 in kills for Disguise.
Yeah, nicely done. Disguise coming up big at that fight. It was secured, the Dragon, by Contracts, but still, it's a really good fight right after it. Darkwings came in with a huge ultimate and is able to swing that fight pretty effectively. And they're opening up a pretty solid early lead here. 1.6K, not even 7 minutes in. That is a really good start for DSG.
I mean, hey, you give away a Mountain Drake, but at this point into the game, I would much rather have the gold advantage 10 times out of 10. I feel like for Disguised, you're super happy with this sequence of everything. And now we've got the grubs spawning in about 45 seconds. If they want to try to control that area, they've got the gold advantage to try to force a fight there if they want to. It's a really good spot.
You know what? I think that's a check mark for make a good play for Darkwings.
I agree. We are in accord for that one.
I think that's a gold star at the top of your test. That is at least something right, So we're going to see how they made that.
Yeah.
Go to left, go to left.
Yeah, we're coming.
Watch, I'm going to go when it's slow, okay? Can you LT?
Yeah.
Look at well. The fight is good. Look, Trundle. Trundle, no flash.
Keep going.
Yeah, can we go Trundle? No flash. I think you guys got it. Nice. Good job.
Maybe.
Yeah, it was a tale of two mid lane impacts in that one, as there was just no way for Palafox to affect the fight. He couldn't have any impact in it because it was already over by the time the Annie arrived. Even with Flash, even with ult ready, there was just no angle to contribute, especially not as meaningfully as Darkwing did. Now, XU starting up the grubs. First grub secured. Remaining two grubs are bad, and XU is not sticking around to face their wrath just yet. Disguised is trying to play this slow and careful enough to not give Shopify a punish angle.
Yeah, and you can see that XU was just waiting for that second charge of Smite to kind of recharge here. So we'll see if he wants to go back for that second grub. Even if you don't get 3, if you get 2, that does count as an objective taken towards those feats. And Castle, despite that early gank, on Fudge, has been on the backside, it feels like, of all this pushing. He's always kind of under his tower, getting chunked down. He's going to just drop the equalizer just to clear out the wave.
I mean, he's got to be a little bit scared. He's half health. He just recently used his flash. He's not going to have that available for almost 5 minutes. Shopify Rebellion have secured a single grub for themselves, as now he's ready to start up the fight. Seo's in the middle of everybody, but the Rel doesn't even have the power to use the ulti just yet. XU's already dead as B-Boy picks up the kill. Now Castle in the middle of everybody, trying to find enough damage here on the Contracts. The winds of war are blowing, but they do not blow strongly enough. As Disguise disengages back over the wall, they get everybody back on out after having only lost XU, but it's a +1 fight for Shopify.
Yeah, Shopify are going to be able to get one grub, get one kill. That last grub is still up for grabs. But DSG, have to be a bit careful here. Castle will play it safe enough, checks that brush with the Electro Harpoon. You can see XU running back out towards that top side. So we'll see if anyone actually wants to start up that grub and try to grab the second one. Looks like XU skipping his camp, so he's going straight there. And we can see Contracts is down on that bot side. So if XU is to start it, it should be their grub to get.
And I feel like that fight could have gone even better for Shopify. The big difference there, Seos not level 6 compared to Huhi having the Tempered Fate available on the Bard. I feel like if Rel has Magnet Storm here, could be a different situation.
Yeah, absolutely. We will see this fight one more time here. As Huhi does start it off with the Bard ulti, but it's only on Contracts and doesn't really get much done. And then you can see over on the side, XU went for this engage, but Galio ult is not up and available. Equalizer was not up and available. There was no way really for the rest of his team to actually follow through on that engage. So yes, he goes in, but he just kind of gets zeroed out by the Tibbers and knocked down pretty easily. And XU in that one, just kind of on a solo mission, gets punished pretty hard on the side.
I mean, that's the problem with Vi, man. If you've got the backup, if you pick the right moment, yeah, you're the hero, you save the day, you catch the carry. If you pick the wrong moment, if you don't have the backup, you're the delivery food driver and making sure that the opponents are being well fed. Unfortunately for XU, that one backfires, but he does still have 100% kill participation. It's not like it's been a bad game from him so far. Fudge now in a little bit of danger. Huhi firing off the Tempered Fate to save him a couple of turret shots as Fudge has to try to kite away back from his own turret. Seos wants to come up here and help his top laner. Fudge is buying a lot of time, but not enough. XU claiming kill number 4 for Disguise.
Yeah, well done there by Disguise. Huhi just turns off the tower, so all Fudge can really do is just kite out away from that tower, but there's not enough time for Seos to get in and actually bail him out of that position. So does about the best he can, but still at the end of the day, it does go down.
Yeah.
And the pressure on the side lane has been pretty effective. You know, they got that early kill on Fudge. They take him down once again. They already have the feats of warfare here and did eventually get that second grub. So they are, 1-to-1 as far as the objectives are concerned. And now DSG likely to claim this second dragon. So going to be only one objective away from getting the feats of strength. And it's a strong start in game number 1 for DSG.
Wholeheartedly agree. 12 minutes in, they're leading just about every way that they could possibly be leading in. As soon as they'll grab this dragon here to equalize those like you're talking about. Darkwings just clearing out some continued vision here on his Galio. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Darkwings on the Galio so far. Just want to make sure that as they keep going forward, they're syncing up with the Vi. Fudge once more in danger. Castle and Huhi putting in some good work on a health bar there, and now Castle should just be able to cook him up. But Fudge, he drinks his potion. He barely gets away.
Yeah, Fudge is going to be able to survive. Whoa, that Ezreal ultimate almost tagged him as well. The exhaust paying dividends. But this is the problem when you do play no Ghost, no Flash on the Gwen. You know, when you're playing Ignite DP or Exhaust DP, it can be pretty dangerous. You really are susceptible to getting attacked in these side lanes. And they have been putting the pressure on him. This time they just barely don't have enough damage to actually finish him off. But still, they do force him back to base. They force out the TP here from Palafox, and it's a good bit of pressure. You know, Huhi has been quite active on the map. Rahel has just been farming well, kind of chilling. He's scaling up on his own, and it's been pretty effective so far on the Bard.
I mean, with the Gwen situation, you're painting a giant target on your back, taking that extra combat summoner spell. It's up to your opponents to punish it, and I like the fact that Disguised is focusing on that. I like the fact that Huhi is kind of doing exactly what I wanted to see from him this game. He's getting out of the lane. He's roaming around the map. He's trying to affect things early and often. He's already got his Mikhails fully completed now too, which I think is a fantastic purchase, especially considering if Seos isn't around, the only real CC threat is Palafox. Mikhails can have a lot of value.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how much he can get. You know, if you're positioning properly and you can get an instant Mikhails on the Annie stun, then that is going to be pretty valuable. Obviously, you can do it on Shattering Strike or something like that, but usually the crash down and whatnot is going to be falling right up to actually, be able to CC you after that. So it's interesting because I do think, there's an opportunity for him to get a lot of value, but it's not like an easy cut and dry one, like when you're playing against Sejuani primary engage or Ashe or something like that, where it's just like, this is the button, you press it on and you get value every time. So I do think he's going to have to be on point because, Annie's stun is not that long. It's like pretty quick. So you have to be right there, insta-cleanse that, or you're not going to get great value.
Okay, we've got about 45 seconds here till the Rift Herald spawns, and you can see Disguised in the enemy jungle, seeing if maybe there was an opportunity to try to make some sort of a play up here. But Shopify do have enough men nearby, ready to make sure that Palafox can't get dove. So Disguised are just going to take the option, go ahead and retreat, go back to base, make their purchases, get their wards, and be ready to fight for this Herald. Because I think that if you're in this spot right now as Disguised, you want to push this lead.
Yep, exactly. And you see Shopify trying to push out through that top side here. XU with a nice early gold lead, about 800 gold in his advantage. It really is that top side where they have the edge right now. Castle, I feel like Castle has been one of the guys that people have been looking at really positively from DSG. You know, even when they are struggling, people are kind of pointing towards him as someone who can at least make some things happen, right? He's been very creative with his picks. He's been able to find good opportunities to try to, you know, get kills or make out plays, you know, even in difficult situations. And you think back to last week against FlyQuest, where he's able to get a solo kill on Ghost when he was subbed in, you know, in this Jax versus Rumble matchup, I believe it was. You know, and he's someone that I think gets a lot of credit, you know, even from the other pro top laners as a really strong laner. And we'll see if DSG's changes that they've made with Rahel and Darkwings coming through can help them to get some more wins. Because the reality is this team is facing down potential relegation at the end of the split.
Yeah.
They're going to have to fight to defend their spot, which really puts a lot of pressure on the team to improve, or your spot could just quite literally be gone in the LTA.
I mean, it's a type of pressure that hasn't really existed here in our league since back in 2017, as there's your Tempered Fate, finds its way onto contracts. Now the follow-up, Seo's wanting to drop down the Magnet Storm as XU has to try to flash away, but the Herald secured by B-Voy and Shopify Rebellion. Now they'll be able to pick up that eye, get themselves out of this one. A little bit of tragedy there for Disguised, who would much rather have a stronger fight than this. Contracts, though, seeing who he's still trying to stop some of these recalls, and we're just going to go back to normal. No deaths at the Rift Herald.
Yeah, that was actually really nicely done by Seos. I think Hui had a great ult. He throws his ult over onto Contracts to try to give XU the time to actually burst it down. But then Seos just came through and immediately targets XU and CCs him long enough so that the Bard ult actually expires. Trundle gets out, gets his smite down. B-Voy hits it at the same time. And the eye was on the side of Contracts. You know, the eye was not facing towards XU. So really well played, I think, by both supports in that case. And it ends up meaning that Shopify do grab the objective and deny the objective feats plus the Herald from going over. That is still up for grabs for DSG, but that would have been their third objective because they got the 2 grubs, because they got the earlier dragon. So it's actually a pretty big denial there since they already have the feat of warfare.
All right, Shopify going to go ahead and start up this next Drake, though. Remember, 1-to-1 in terms of those Drake counts, as Huhi and XU both stepping forward. Tempered Fate is not available yet. Again, neither is the Magnet Storm, so both supports can't contribute as meaningfully as they would otherwise like to. We're going to see Shopify go ahead and back up as the dragon loses a little bit of its patience, but still, it'll be aggroed once more by Disguised.
Fudge is on the top side and has no TP, so this should be Disguised Dragon, and that should be the feats going their way. Contracts is kiting this Gromp down, but I mean, I don't think he's going to get in range to actually do anything about this here. XU has the smite, takes it. That is going to be upgraded boots there, as Darkwing's looking for a re-engage.
Yeah, Darkwings might be in a little bit of danger here, but a nicely placed Tempered Fate drops any chance of Shopify following up on that immediately. Contracts is going to try to posture aggressively, step forward a little bit further, but he won't find any more opportunities there at Darkwing's elbow.
A really nice pillar, though, from Contracts, actually interrupting the E forward from Darkwing. So, you know, as he goes for that Justice Punch, he gets stuffed by the pillar, and then Huhi there to help him get out. And Darkwings, you know, is going pretty standard. We generally see like one tank item into AP. You know, Hollow Radiance into Riftmaker is very common in these kind of matchups. So that is what I'm expecting we're going to get, not a Leandries or anything along those lines. But doing well so far. You know, is down a little bit in CS, but not a big deal. Rahel did end up slightly ahead as far as the lane was concerned, so I think that's a check for the win lane. You know, check for the CS.
Not a super convincing like domination.
No, but it doesn't say dominate lane.
Okay, all right.
It's win lane. If I beat you in a foot race by a second or a minute, did I beat you?
Oh, we're doing Fast and Furious rules.
Yeah.
Huh? All right.
If you ain't first, you're last, Flowers.
That's Ricky Bobby rules. We're getting our car movie.
No, we're just going everywhere. We're pulling from all the greats.
All
from
over
Vin
the road.
Diesel, from Ricky Bobby. some of the philosophers, the greatest minds of our time, Flowers.
I like how we're using the name of one character. Hold on now. Seos is going to be some danger heading his way as he gets cooked up by Castle right there next to XU and Hui. They set the trap. It's easy to find the punish. Disguise now ahead over 2,000 gold after that 5th kill.
Yeah, doing really well. I'm pretty sure Vin Diesel is named Vin Diesel no matter what his character is.
No, that's what
named.
I was going to say, is we're talking about the one character, and then the other one is just
no
the
one's
guy.
calling him like Dom Moretto or whatever his name is. It's Vin Diesel, brother.
All right, you know what? Fair enough. We got Vin Diesel and Ricky Bobby.
His last name is Diesel, and he's in a racing movie. He's Vin Diesel.
Okay, fine. Fair enough. You know, I can respect the wordplay on that one, as I can also respect another Tempered Fate coming out here from Hui, but he's got to be a little bit more careful. Palafox wanted to try to get the damage down, but it ain't going to happen. Hui swapping over to the exhaust, finding value there with the Summoner Spellbook, and Disguised are going to grab the first turret here in the top lane. Otacon has just spawned, Isaac, and Disguise is up almost 3,000 gold. This is a great first 20 minutes from them.
Yeah, they're looking really, really good. I mean, Hui continually is finding value in these side lanes. You know, this time it is not attacking Fudge, but it's attacking Palafox, finding him, getting the flash off him. Yes, they trade the flash from Castle, but Castle is getting really strong. He has 1,700 gold ahead. He already has 2 completed items here with the Bloodletter's Curse. The Leandry's done. He's been on Swifty Boots for a while. He will have to be a bit careful. Nice attempt to try to interrupt with a pillar there, but of course, even if you interrupt the magical journey, you can just get right back in. You know, there's no like cooldown or anything on it.
Just hop in the portal.
Exactly, you just kind of hop back up. But Hui has been looking really effective.
Yeah.
And the question is, you know, can they close the game out as far as how the team fights are going to look? Because DSG, you know, they do have their strong moments, but they have really struggled, I think, on how they play the map, and they have really struggled on how they play team fights out sometimes.
Yeah.
They can look disjointed at times, and Shopify is always going to be a threat. Castle is spotted.
Okay, Castle, can you fight your way out of this one? Tries to turn around for some damage there, but a contract just about burns him down, but the Tempered Fate arrives. XU trying to follow up here with an engage. Beautifully played from Castle. The Rumble is the bait, and Shopify are hooked. Disguised feeling great about the way this one played out.
Yeah, that was actually sick. You know, Castle able to get a great equalizer down that is getting them really low. Then it's the entire team that comes in to actually bail him out, because Hui buys time with the Tempered Fate, and then XU targets Palafox, who has his full kit available. So as the Tempered Fate expires on Castle, Palafox is CC'd by the Vi, so he can't actually finish him off. So it was really well done by a number of DSG members there, and they're going to get Otacon right off the back of this. I feel like this is one of the best games we've ever seen DSG play.
Absolutely. Let's watch it again as Contracts and Seos just burn down the Castle.
Yeah, I mean, he is just cooking Contracts. So in comes down Tempered Fate, and you're thinking, well, Palafox is going to kill him right after, but look at the timing on the CC. Immediately CC'd up by the Vi, then Darkwings arrives. The time is bought by Hui. Really great team effort from DSG.
I mean, you can see on Palafox's character card down there, Tibbers is still lit up as an emblem. He did not get to use the ultimate at all.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, by the time he was actually out of the CC, Castle was not in range anymore. So that was honestly sick. Really well played by DSG. Big fight for them on the top side. It is 8-1. I thought that this was honestly going to be the closest matchup of the week. I was kind of proven wrong because Lyon obviously pulled off the upset. But DSG showing that they are not to be messed with here. And turning in a pretty solid game. TP's coming up. There's the exhaust. I don't know if they can actually chase him down.
Yeah, Castle's feeling pretty confident on this Rumble. Fudge is not going to get a whole lot more here. B-Boy, though, ready to follow it up on the Corki. One more auto attack. Point blank range. You combine it with the Gatling gun, and Castle finally falls.
Nicely done. Going to be able to chase him down. They do get a kill there. We'll see how much more they can take, because the objective bounties are up and available. So if Fudge can push in and actually take the tower on the top side, that would be nice. But meanwhile, XU is working away on this dragon, so they are going to be moving to Soul Point here. It is Chemtech Soul, so not the highest desirability as far as that is concerned, but still, a soul is a soul. Fudge will be able to take this tower, though, so the gold lead will be getting closed a decent bit there. You know, down below 3K. It was about 1,000 gold swing off the back of that, but Rahel going to help to even things out as he's going to be able to knock down that mid lane tower.
Yeah, it's still a very impressive lead for Disguised. You've still got Soul Point, even if it's a lower value soul like you're talking about. They're up almost 20 flowers as well, so you're looking at probably almost a couple thousand extra adaptive force up over Shopify on top of what the gold advantage itself states on the scoreboard. As Hui, again, as soon as you see Seos, you're just backing away. Doesn't want to get caught out here. Goes for the binding into the wall, but does not hit the terrain. I swear, man, that one looks like it should have been a stun into the wall. I feel like that stuns 9 out of 10 times, but that
was the first time ever a Bard Q hasn't cheated in 10.
Yeah, it's like it's one of the most cheating abilities in the game, and
just like Vin Diesel, it drifts around the corner to actually stun them.
Okay, yeah, all right. We've got a. What do you mean drift? We've got Fudge about to drift.
Was that your Vin Diesel?
That's the Country Bumpkin character. That's the main guy in 3.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was like, come on, brother.
No, that's not. No. The third Fast and Furious movie has different characters. It's
all just one movie if you watch them in a row.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's just drive the cars fast, blow stuff up. The first one is actually
the one where
different.
they drove into space.
It is funny if you look back at that series of movies, because the first one actually is like a more normal plot about
they're
like
just driving.
Put police investigations into illegal street races and stuff.
Yeah.
And then by the end, they're going to destroy the world with an Omega-powered missile. You've got to drive fast and stop them, Vin Diesel. It's the only way. Ramp this car off of a plane while it's flying.
Only you driving into outer space can stop the nuclear missile, which will be launched from the moon, which is actually a car.
We've got to drive the moon. And that's what Disguise are doing right now. They are driving this lead straight to the moon as they're building up nearly back to 4,000 here. Again, 25 minutes into the game. Shopify feel a little bit strangled out of Summoner's Rift right now.
Yeah, they are getting choked out here. And we'll see if they can find a play to try to turn things around. They do have some pretty good X-Factor champs. They have some power as far as the side lane goes. If Fudge can maybe find a solo kill or something like that. And they do have some good engage tools here with both Seos and Palafox. But Seos may be getting caught out here.
Yeah, that main engage tool just took a whole ton of damage. Just barely getting away for now. XU catches up, smites him down. Now Darkwing's ready to make his heroic entrance.
Fudge.
TP though, Fudge wants to join up with everybody, and Darkwings has overextended. Another shutdown for Shopify. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade, but the gold favors the Rebellion.
Yeah, nicely done there. Shopify do get a kill. They get the TP as well, coming through. And Darkwings, he just ulted. It was actually Fudge's TP. So they do get the ult, and they do get the kill. I'm going to be pretty happy about that, but it does hurt to lose both the summoners off of Seos, to use both a Flash and a Ghost in that moment. And Rel without Flash, obviously a lot less explosive, a lot harder to actually find some of these big engages. But they definitely do have the ability, especially with that Trundle Pillar. If some people are going in, you can just pillar off the back line or lock in that front line and just focus one person down.
Yeah.
They're not that tanky at this point where they can just find any fight and just kind of auto-win it.
And it was a good start to that last fight with the pick there for Disguise, finding Seos. But it's kind of what you were talking about earlier, where for these teams that are lower in the standings, for the teams that generally struggle to close out games, a lot of it is because they don't have the experience, they don't have the expertise when it comes to the later stages, recognizing when to go in, when to not go in, just as importantly.
Absolutely, and you can see Rahel here has just been quietly farming up. He is the highest level in the game. He's 16. No solo laner has actually hit 16 yet.
That's kind of wild, yeah.
And he's just been basically solo farming the whole time. He's been involved in a little bit of stuff, but mostly he's just been chilling farming. He's 291 CS at 27 minutes, right? So he is just farming heavily here. Has had that second item for a long time and is going to be working towards his third. B-Boy on the other side, though, is kind of the big hope for Shopify. He has their lead right now, and he is very strong. 3-item Corki, not to be messed with. The other players just kind of need to keep him safe, land that CC so he can be free-firing, and hopefully for them, we'll be able to get something done as a result. Because when you're looking over, there's very little armor, right? It's the Galio is on Merc Treads plus the Hall of Radiance. There's a little bit of armor elsewhere, but Huhi getting caught out, that definitely sucks.
Yeah, Huhi did not want to be there. We've been praising him so much throughout this game, and now he dies with 10 seconds before what would be Dragon Soul for Disguise. The timing couldn't be much worse on that one.
Yeah, exactly. Now you're probably going to have to give up that Dragon. This could have been their soul right here. Now Shopify going to be able to buy some time, and you can see that DSG are making the call. We're going to try to make a play on the other side. So they're trying to attack the tier 2 top as an answer. Palafox clearly knows this, though. He is standing very far back. But even if he can't, get a kill or whatever, you can still try to focus down this tier 2 tower, and that's what they're going to do here. Just 3 members top, focus down the tier 2, so they'll at least get that gold. But teleports are coming in as well from Huhi, so maybe DSG wants to try to find some even more. Like, let's try to set up a pick around Baron, try to control vision in that area, see if they can force something.
Well, Fudge does take the tier 1 turret down here in bottom lane at the same time. Eyes on his timers. It's still about 60 seconds until his teleport is available, so the rest of Shopify does have to be very careful if they want to try to defend anything on the top side. You mentioned Palafox being nearby, but playing very defensively, and rightfully so. Even though he had Seos up there next to him, you think about, oh man, what if you get a wombo combo of Rel and Annie? Well, what happens is you both die, because you're still down 3,000 gold, and it's not particularly difficult for Disguise to just burst somebody down underneath that turret for a couple of shots.
Especially when they have double Seekers now at this point, right? You know, there's a Seekers on both Darkwings as well as Castle, so easy to juggle the aggro in these kind of situations. And Rahel, level 17 now, did go back to base, you know, finished up that Shojin, has the upgraded boots, so he is very strong. But B-Boy is closing in on his IE. He already has the BF sword as well as the Crit Cloak, so give him a little bit more time. And I feel like this 2.7k gold lead, while it was really good when they first hit 2k, 3k, 4k, now we're at 30 minutes, and now it's really not meaning that much anymore. The lead is kind of dwindling. It's not that they can't win the game still, but I feel like B-Boy and Shopify have an honest shot at this next Dragon. It's just straight up winning a 5v5.
I mean, you think back to almost, what, 10 minutes ago was when the reversal play in top lane happened. When they tried to kill Castle, they didn't have the damage. Disguise shows up, summons the cavalry, and turns things around to build them the greatest lead that they had throughout the game, which was up to about 4,500 or so. You get the Otacon right after, and you're thinking, oh, hell yeah, War Machine's online, chugga, 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 let's go, taking over the map. But then it didn't really lead into a whole lot in the 10 minutes since.
Yeah, no, it hasn't really turned into too much. Like you said, at 21 minutes, they were already up 3K, and then after that play, I think they were up like almost like 4K. So, you know, from then to be, you know, now the same, even less of a lead, really is not going to be that big of an advantage. They do still have that soul point that they're going to be looking towards, but of course Baron is on the map as well. They're going to have to be playing around that. Both these supports now do have their flashes back, so Seos can look for potential with a play. He's on Barrier right now, who he is back on the Exhaust. So Exhaust can have pretty massive effect against both the Gwen and the Annie, especially, you know, if you do have that timed well before Annie is getting that full combo of spells out.
All right, eyes on Seos for me particularly. I don't think that we've seen any big Rel moments from him. The biggest moment that Seos has had was the fight back for the Rift Herald, just keeping XU locked up long enough to make it so Contracts and the rest of Shopify could secure that objective. But there hasn't been a wowie Rel moment this game, and that's what I want to see.
True. Looking for that wowie?
I need a wowie from this Rel, a big
what everyone needs in life, you know?
Yeah.
Well, a wowie every once in a while.
Let's see if Seos can give us a wowie here as DSG are starting up the Baron, but they don't want to overcommit to it. Got it down to about 3/4 HP. Castle has to flash over the pillar. Tempered Fate doesn't find anybody. Rahel just firing on these Mystic shots. Remember with this build, with the Shojin all stacked up, it pretty much doesn't have a cooldown. Rahel trying to shift forward there aggressively, find some more damage onto Seos. Remember, that is your main engage for Shopify, but it's a level 10 Rel. It's a 1/3 HP. If he goes in, he is dead.
Yeah, he'll probably it'll be Duck Hunt. They're going in anyway.
Immediately, though, XU ready to lead the charge. The heroic entrance ain't going to do a whole lot here just yet as Castle's about to die to Fudge off to the side. Palafox already down now, too, as XU, the rest of the Disguise Scrap with Contracts and B-Boy off on the left. Rahel bringing him underneath the tier 1 turret. A beautiful bait and outplay from Disguised. A double kill for Castle before he falls. 2 still standing on Shopify Rebellion versus the 3 of Disguised. It's a bloody fight that slightly goes Disguised's way.
Yeah, slightly goes their way, but again, I feel like XU is just over-forcing in these plays. He's trying to full send it in onto the Trundle. The Trundle's pretty tanky. You know, you're not just going to one-shot him. And when they go for this fight, like, let's keep our eyes on where the carries are compared to where he is when he actually goes for the engage. So Rahel and Castle are down on the side, and XU just decides, you know what, we're going to full send it. Look where your carries are. Look where Rahel and Castle is at the point at which he actually goes for this engage. No one's in range. You're Q flashing. In comes Galio, but it's not even close. Look at Contract's health, right? Like, there's just no reason to send it in that situation. And I feel like this is something that we saw, you know, even earlier from XU in this game. We've seen quite a bit. he's getting a bit antsy. And not only are you losing out your own life, you're losing the GA as well.
Ooh, Contract, though, caught up in a tempered fate, but he's not the one in danger. Dark Wings is the one to be sacrificed as the last bit of needlework from Fudge ain't gonna find a target, but who he kills off Palafox. So we will get mid laner from mid laner traded here, as once again, the Dragon Soul is available if Disguise can claim this, but Shopify are ready to fight for it.
Yeah, we'll see if they can make it happen. B-Boy has both his summoners. Not a lot of people do, and Seos is sitting on Smite. They're trying to focus this down.
Rahel is not even here yet. The Ezreal is nowhere nearby, so Shopify can immediately claim the Drake, who he tries to go on a magical journey, but the journey is straight to hell. B-Boy sends him there, courtesy of that last rocket. Shopify loving the state of things now. Isaac, this gold lead, not even 1,500, almost completely gone. The Dragon lead has been evaporated, eviscerated, eliminated. Disguised are falling apart.
Yeah, they are. And I mean, B-Boy is stacked now. He's already got the IE. He's on 4.5 items. He's almost done his 5th item, has the boots. So that's going to be full build as that comes through. And Rahel, I've got to question the Frozen Heart in this game. Like, I just don't think that Frozen Heart is really it in this situation. You're the one with, I don't know.
Oh, Shopify's deciding to full send it after Rahel, though, who barely gets away over the wall. Now Darkwings, Exu, and Castle coming in for the massive counterattack. And B-Boy is cooked up. Rahel stays alive. And Disguise turn it around, punishing Shopify.
Yeah, nicely done, able to kite out that engage, and they do punish pretty heavily as Shopify go deep onto Rahel. They can't actually knock him down, and now DSG is just going to start up the Baron.
All right, 5 versus 3 on the map. Fudge dead, B-Boy, the main cannon from Shopify, one of the 2 eliminated, means there's just no way for Shopify to try to fight for this. And now, right when it looked like Disguise may have lost all their footing, how they may have kind of crossed that threshold of now the game is in danger, they bounce right back.
Yep, doing really well. They are up 4.4K. Yeah, a couple of kind of missteps in a row allowed Shopify to close the gap, but this time Rahel is just kiting them out, and they really heavily force on this. I mean, this is the ult from the Trundle, the ult from the Gwen, as well as the ult from Rel, all sent onto Rahel. He pops the barrier, doesn't even have the flash, just kites them out, and in comes Darkwings, in comes Castle, in comes everyone, and you can see it on the face of Damonte there, realizing they went way too far. And that one hurts because you lose the Baron just like that again. They have full control of the map. They're going to be pushing here and trying to extend the gold lead. Even larger lead than it's ever been.
Okay, who he's off to the side. Keep your eyes on the Bard for the Tempered Fate to try to continue pushing things forward. Disguise. The big thing about that last fight, too, because Shopify was so overextended, it was so easy for XU to finally pair up with everybody else and get the dive target that he wanted. Now, B-Boy taking continued poke here from Rahel with these Mystic shots. They've got the 1-empowered cannon minion, but meanwhile in mid, Castle has escorted the next wave up, so it's pressure in 2 places here from Disguise as they continue slowly whittling away at both these tier 3 turrets.
Yeah, pushing in both of these lanes, and we'll see how much they can get done. Rahel, is stepping forward, just kind of poking away, not really able to hit the tower just yet. They're going to drop the Tempered Fate, though, and now the tower will fall.
Okay, tower out of the way here in bottom lane. The base has been broken, and Disguise do not want to stop here. Rahel continuing to find those auto attacks, wear down the HP of this inhibitor, take the first inhib, and come that much closer to securing the first win here in this best of 3. As Castle opens up the mid lane inhib to be the target next. Rahel going to find a little bit of damage on that first Nexus turret, knocks it down to almost half. Darkwings popping the stasis, trying to stay alive here on the very front line as they engage back onto B-Boy. The Corky is down, and Disguise have found their main man. Now, everybody else on Shopify scrambles to stay alive, but Castle just does way too much damage. Shopify fought back as good as they could, but after 37 minutes, Disguise proves triumphant to take game 1.
Nicely done by DSG, getting a win. They got to pick their opponent coming into this week, and it looks like so far they have picked well, taking down Shopify in game number 1. And honestly, a really good performance overall. Yes, there are some things to criticize. Yes, there are some mistakes. I really loved the early play, though, from Huhi and Castle in those side lanes. Loungers, what did you think about it?
I think they did look better last week, and they definitely look better this week.
Yeah.
Getting the win is
agree.
what matters. Congratulations there to DSG to be 1-0 up in this series.
The improvements are happening. And that's a very angry Bard.
Yeah, I didn't mean to make him look this angry, but he ended up looking really angry. Raz, at the top of the day, you actually wanted to talk about Huhi Bard specifically as a recommended champ for him in this meta.
Yeah, you wanted to be angry with your Bard. I wanted to be angry with, like, I just have Huhi with a knife. So,
okay.
But like, yes.
With a knife?
Yeah, with a knife. But the main point being, yes, like, with a lot of the changes to the melee supports, like with Braum, with like Rel and Alistar being like deprioritized by a little bit, Bard is heavily prioritized, especially Spellbook Bard. And who is a Bard specialist? This man right here. So I was really interested to see how he would do, and I felt like it was very well.
Don't look at Pike.
I need ulti, I need ulti.
Quick. Look low, look right.
I got you.
Quick.
Nice. Let's go, boys.
Well, Messi.
It's
my bad on Grubs. I really.
Yeah, fine.
My bad.
Nice.
Sorry,
One more, guys.
I got excited.
I can see why they got excited, because this was the one-game victory, and this is their totality of victories last split. So they've equaled it. They're now this is their number one win.
Yes.
But at the same time, I think there's a really real chance that they can win this series based off of the way this game went. Because one, we know Huhi was all around the map, but they were generally first to a majority of plays in this game.
Yeah, I just love the fact that if there was a play, look, they were the ones that were pushing for plays on the map. Like, for instance, the dive that happened topside, that was great from them. He was constantly looking for action, and I felt like it was working again and again.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you talked about why this Bard is really good for Huhi. I do believe it's Huhi is at his best when he's unleashed on the map, right? And he had a really rough series last week, I thought, which was very much made up for by a lot of plays that he was able to make in this series, especially like mid to early.
Yeah, absolutely. And he did have one moment when he got picked that extended the game.
Oh, no.
They were about to get Chemsol,
no.
and then the game would have been a lot faster. But like this, for instance, could have been an even bigger turning point in the game. The timing of this Bard ultimate that allows everybody else to arrive to the fight and just completely clean up Shopify was huge.
And for how much we've been talking about the Bard, the combination of Vi Galio, very good.
True.
Yeah, very good. Especially that first fight where you can levy more criticisms to Shopify side for basically, yes, you're focusing on the Drake, but then you got to think about the fight itself, the exit strategy.
Yeah.
For them, they didn't really have an exit strategy.
That's Palafox after
Yeah, right after that. We got to pick him up, though. We got to pick him up.
That's Andy's tippers.
Yeah, we got to pick him back up. We got a best of 3 happening, and as you can see from the gold graph, it was pretty.
It looks more stable here because it almost felt like they'd lost control of the game.
I was getting really concerned before that fight that ended up getting them Baron, right? Because I was like, oh no, like Shopify keep clawing back in these fights that go back and forth and don't look super great for either team. But it seemed like they kept kind of clawing their way back into the game off of DSG mistakes. And that's when I was like, oh no, because DSG in the past, they have been in winning positions, and then they haven't been able to close it out.
Yeah, Shopify picked blue side, no surprises after losing that first game. I do have to levy some criticisms.
Do it.
Shopify Rebellion.
They need to hear it.
Dude, that first Dragon start was so unbelievably disrespectful.
Yeah.
Like, they have Annie not even there. It's a level 5 Trundle, and they just group up in the pit, have no plan to engage, have no plan to do anything other than get the dragon, and right off the bat, it's a 2,000 gold disadvantage just because they hard tunneled that first dragon. I think in their heads, they massively disrespected DSG.
Yes.
I think they just thought it was a completely free win, but I do think DSG has improved. I think Darkwings is finally getting his chance. He's playing well. And I think Rahel has also been a big upgrade to Scary Jerry. And then in this game, you got to see, like, when Castle does get a small individual advantage, like he got so many times last split that could never convert into a victory, the rest of the team wasn't behind.
True.
And they were able to win.
Because it wasn't as if DSG never had leads in the last 2 splits.
Yeah.
They had leads, but you never trusted for them to keep it. Like, there would going to be a point in the game where, like, an Ezreal or an MF is going to run it down, or, like, topside, the fight just happened and it's completely trolled. This one was a generally stable game. As we got into the mid game, obviously, you even heard from the comms, like, my bad for it's like, you're still making mistakes. But, like, they are still keeping ahead of the pace and focus on what they need to do next.
I think the big thing for DSG is also that outside of a few fights. I guess Grubs was one of them. The one I'm thinking of was right in the river, kind of around Baron Pit, where Xe kind of goes back in ahead of the rest of his team, the carries on around, is that they were more cohesive in fights overall, generally, compared to what we've seen from them in the past. So I think that is, reflected on this team finally being able to come together a little bit more.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Shopify needs to bounce back in Game 2. Also, don't miss any LTA action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. Scan the QR code on screen, click the link in chat, or the Uber Eats button on lollysports.com to access the Champion Shop, featuring exclusive deals and 50% off on Uber Eats. Game 2 and maybe Game 3 are up next. Oh! It always depends on what happens.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Imagine this. The League of Legends World Championship. Energy's electric. But how did you get here? Hit the League store, save your Freedom Flex MasterCard, made a purchase. Boom! You're in. 3 purchases, 3 chances each week to win the grand prize, a trip to Worlds 2025. Plus, a chance at 7 weekly prizes. Sweepstakes runs August 2nd to the 25th. Scan the QR code or go to the URL to learn more about free entry and official rules. You in?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LTA. It's the final best of 3 here in week number 2 of split number 3. And hey, Disguised are starting it off right. Yeah, it was a battle. Yeah, it got a little bit shaky there in the mid-game, but they closed out game 1 with a dub over Shopify.
Yep, they got the dub, and that is what matters at the end of the day. And overall, it was a really good game. Super impressed by Hui. I think Subgap game 1 was pretty massive. We were just talking about that. Hui was everywhere. It didn't feel like Seos found much, really in that game. I think he had a couple little glimmers, but Hui was constantly attacking the side lanes non-stop on this Bard. And he was really playing well with Castle, who showed up big time in those team fights. Rahel, as well as Darkwings, I think looked good. Exy, I think, was fine. I feel like he had the most oopsies for sure. I think he had some good moments, but he definitely had some really bad ones. And I think that is something that XU just needs to think about, where it's like, I feel like when I watch him on stage, he just almost wants it too bad, where it's one of those things where maybe because you lose a lot, you feel like really pressured to try to do something. You're like, I don't want to sit back and do nothing and just lose. Like, I got to find a play. I got to make something happen. But then sometimes that makes you lose.
It's like a guy sitting at a poker table and he loses quite a few hands in a row. So he's like, oh, I got to up the bet. I got to try to make it back. And it's like, well, did you? Maybe not. We'll see. We'll see how many chips you can cash in on here. As we do have the expectation from game number 1 is going to be the reality here for game number 2 with that Talia that we were both talking about. You already mentioned you think that this is the best mid in pro play on this patch. I think that if it's not that, it's up there in S tier at a minimum. She's so effective, so good at everything. That's going to be the first pick here for Shopify and for Palafox. And honestly, Palafox needs to have a bounce back game here. If Shopify want to continue competing in this best of 3, take us to a 3rd game. I think Palafox had a really rough game number 1, not a whole lot of efficacy there on the Annie, so maybe he can run it back, do a little better here with the Talia.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Palafox and Seos will be looking to right the wrongs of game number 1, find some more effectiveness in this second game. They aren't going to have those kind of like prime setup champs. When you think of the best pairings with Talia, it's going to be Pantheon, which is banned, and Vi, which was played in the first game. But Xin can definitely work well with it. Of course, you can prep the Q, flash in, knock him up, seismic shove off that. You also have the combo with Renekton, point and click stun into the seismic shove, so there's going to be setup there as well. The answers on the other side for DSG, I feel like game 1, they're like, we're going to be active on the map, we're going to do a lot. Game 2, I feel like you kind of are going the entire opposite way. Our top side here is Victor, Cassante, Skarner. This is the most like do nothing and then fight later type comp you can really see. So I'm a little bit sad to see that kind of a draft from DSG after what was a very active early game where they got a lot done. It feels like they're kind of already opting themselves into, all right, we're going to do nothing and then hope we win later.
Yeah, I always prefer more proactive approaches to the early game. I always enjoy some PvP in my League of Legends, but Cassante does also have chances to make some crazy stuff happen sometimes, so we'll see if maybe we can get some Cassante angles for some tower dives, some counter dives, however you want to make it work.
And Skarner Cassante are kind of a fun combo because you can actually just like drive in on the Skarner with Ishal's impact and pull them into a wall that you can then sometimes all out them under a tower and like weird things like this. So there's some kind of fun combos that you can do. You can also ult carries over towards a wall where then Cassante can take them on a magical journey, ending in their horrible death. So, it is one of those plays that can be kind of a fun duo to mess around with.
Cassante is Vin Diesel and Skarner is the car.
He's the car.
That's the perfect.
Hit the Nos.
It's a match made in heaven. You can't hit it too early though. You got to make sure that you've got the timing right.
But wait, do they have to draft a speed up champion to actually be the Nos then?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Like,
I think
Zillion
like
the Nos?
an enchanter is the Nos button. Well, we already have Victor's like our mechanic character who like hangs out in the garage fixing up the cars and like scaling.
Skarner is the car.
Yeah, Skarner's
Victor's working on him. Cassante's Vin Diesel, and now we need someone to be the Nos tank.
Yeah, we need somebody that's the speed up.
You're just the tank.
I mean, hey. If somebody's got to be the car, somebody's got to be the
And then
thing
the AD carries like the rocket launcher that's strapped to the car for some reason because it's Fast and Furious.
Right. The rocket launcher that everybody keeps in their trunk because otherwise how are you ever going to drive to the moon?
As we all do.
If you don't have a rocket launcher.
You're not.
It's the most important part of the car.
It'd be horribly embarrassing to get caught driving around without your rocket launcher.
Okay, Nico is the rocket launcher because she can be anything at any point.
Yeah.
So that's going to be our special
She
surprise.
could be a second car if she wants.
Yeah.
There could be 2 Vin Diesels.
We pull a car out of the trunk of the other car.
Vin Diesel gets in the trunk of his car, drives into the car. Yeah. That's the next Fast and Furious.
We should be writers. If we ever get tired of casting, we could write some Fast and Furious films.
Get us in a room with a whiteboard, you know?
Over on the other side, though, we will see, you were talking a little bit earlier about how, yeah, you don't have the ideal pairings with Talia for setting up seismic shoves. I think Nautilus is a great Talia buddy. Obviously, you know, you can hit the dredge line as long as you're pretty accurate, but you don't need to be accurate for the ulti. Nice, easy setup there for that seismic shove as we go forward. And the last pick of this draft for Shopify will be the Kaisa to go alongside the Nautilus, a very, very common pairing.
Yeah, this is just kind of like a full send style comp here from Shopify. And it is really interesting because, you know, had they actually elected to save support counterpick on 5, then something like a Renata could absolutely cook what Shopify has drafted. But instead, they actually elected to save their AD carry pick for last. So we'll see if they can get much value from that. Obviously, Nico does still have good counter engage. Not saying that it's a bad pick, but you know, some of these kind of like really strong supports that can answer as a counter are interesting. And we are getting to Yunara. So Jan brought it out yesterday. It was actually the first one to win with it in competitive play. It was 0-7 coming into that game yesterday, and then he won with it. I haven't actually checked in on how many games have been played since then. I'll have to double check on that, but Yunara did win yesterday for Jan, so it'll be interesting to see if Rahel can get a win. And I will say, if your engage is not on point here from Shopify, you're trying to engage past a Skarner and a Cassante through the gravity field, you know, through this counter engage from the Nico. Like, there's a lot of tools to turn around a fight pretty quickly from DSG.
Yeah, and I'm going to be excited to see exactly how well this Yunara can be piloted here by Rahel. We liked his Ezreal from game number 1. He did a pretty good job. I honestly thought both AD carries did a really good job in game number 1, but now you're on the new champ. Not a super impressive win rate on it so far.
1-8 in competitive, so.
Yeah. Pretty bad
That's
competitive
the updated one.
win. That's like, what, 11% win rate or something?
Quick math.
It's not the best win rate in the world, but we'll see if Rahel can maybe double that up.
That's a good question. Now, the other question is, are you furiously Googling the names to her abilities right now?
Oh, as soon as I saw it hovered, yes. Also, most of these abilities, one, there's 2 names for every ability because of the way that the ultimate functions, and 2, some of these are really long, dude. Like, this is not a casting esports-friendly champion kit.
You're not going to say that she uses Kanmei's steps every time she speeds up?
Well, I mean, it's only Kanmei's steps until she ults. Then she's the untouchable shadow if she has transcended oneself. That one's... this is going to be a little bit tricky.
Rahel transcends oneself.
Rahel transcends his car.
And becomes the untouchable shadow
of another
car. This is the most, like, Naruto, you know, type names. Is like hitting him with the jutsus and...
Dude, back when I was...
These are some edgy names.
I remember back when I was a teenager, my... congratulations to Huhi for his 300 wins, 7th ever to achieve this in
and
the
for
LTA
being the rocket launcher on Vin Diesel's car.
Right, yeah, he's the rocket launcher. So Rahel is the driver, or was he the other car? I'm forgetting.
We didn't decide.
Yeah. Okay. So
that remains to be seen. This is dealer's choice. We can change that at any moment.
Right. That's the fun part about these types of movies. The plot doesn't make any sense to begin with, so at any point you can just change it.
The whole thing is a plot hole.
Yeah. It all works out. Okay. So here's our report card check-in from game number 1. Final grades: a B- for Dark Wings. The lane and the positive CS difference might not have made their way to the Rift like we were hoping, but he did make plays. He did outperform his opponent. Rahel getting checks everywhere. It wasn't supreme dominance of the role. Again, I think B-Boy had a really good game in game 1 too, but these are both passing grades. You're happy with these.
Rahel, deathless, you know, he was slightly up in CS. You know, he did make a really good play, kiting out that over-engage from Shopify mid lane on the Ezreal, which allowed them to get the Barret after. I just give him a note. See me after class with the build. I think the Frozen Heart was a little bit sus. We had double AP soul laners that feels like they were the ones that were threatening him. So the Frozen Heart to me didn't really make any sense, but honestly, a solid game from both Rahel and Darkwings, and I think they should be really happy with that. It's tough having your debut be against, you know, who they were playing last week, which was FlyQuest, and you're kind of expecting to just look bad straight up because everyone kind of does against them. But this is an opportunity for them to really show what they've got. And game 1, hey, I'm pretty impressed. I think you both played really solid.
And remember, you're not just up against another team that's at the very bottom of the standings here in Shopify. Shopify Rebellion took 3rd in Split 2. This is a good opponent. So if DSG can close this out, especially if they can do it in 2-0 fashion in this best of 3, that is a great burst of momentum.
I'm with you.
That's a real-life NOS button.
There you go. I'm with you. And so far, Rahel and Huhi, as expected, will have that push down on the bottom side. You know, when you do have the Nico, it feels like you almost guarantee that you are going to be getting the push, unless they have something that is really lane focused.
Like Caitlyn Lux or something.
Exactly. I mean, you know, it's unique because, I mean, obviously it's just strong in a lot of different ways, the way that you can play around vision. We were talking about the Canid minion interactions that you can actually just absorb what feels like a million tower shots from turning into a siege minion when you are doing dive to tank that up. Like, there's so many interactions that are just really strong, but also you are like the only hard engaged champ that also is lane dominant, right? Like, you are this poke champ and you can be poking and prodding and bullying out a lane, but also you still have Proto Belt, Flash, Ult, which is insanely powerful. So it is one of these only champs that kind of bridges that gap and fills a lot of different roles. So I think that's kind of what makes it so strong these days.
All right, let's see what our junglers are up to right now. Just doing a little bit of normal pathing after the full clears. We did have the Scuttle Crabs split on either side. As bottom lane here, Seos just stepping forward here, trying to maintain presence in the lane. Seos, again, really rough overall game one from him, I think. I never did, Isaac, get my wowie moment from the big rel engage. No. So hopefully on this one, I think Seos and Palafox, we mentioned it during draft, those are the two that have to step up really big compared to their performance in game number one if Shopify wants to keep this one going.
Yep, and both of these ADs on the early base did go back for a cull. You can see that there is a lane swap being pulled off, though, by Shopify. So they are sending their Kai'Sa up towards top side. And right now, Seos is moving out towards mid. But it is going to be a much more difficult situation for Fudge thus far, because he's going to be in that 1v2 where Cassante is just in a 1v1. Cassante's going to be chilling, should be able to farm no problem, and already has the early Bramble, so shouldn't really be threatened at this point.
He's not worried about it, but down there in that bottom lane, we'll see if this turns into the CS lead, kind of starting to get away from Fudge too much, or if they can mostly mitigate the losses.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, can you at the very least get plates if you can't zone Fudge off of the CS? The wave is stacked, so the question is now, you know, if we can watch bot lane on this stacked wave, I want to see how much of the CS Fudge can actually get down there. You know, because the question is, can you farm up this wave? And it looks like, yes, the answer is you definitely can, because they're just going to move away and they're going to use that pressure to get the dragon. So that is what they're actually going to get with that pressure that they, you know, started down here. You can see Castle's already roaming down as well, just in case a fight was going to break out. He is moving from top lane over towards mid. So they're spending their tempo instead of building a CS advantage just to guarantee that.
Okay. Pathmaker there from Castle, make sure that he does not get jumped on any further by Contracts, as Darkwings was already forced to flash just a moment ago. Contracts continuing to chase after Castle through the jungle here. Not going to go all the way deep behind enemy lines, but just wants to make sure he throws off the Cassante tempo as much as he can.
Yeah, exactly. And some of the wave was being denied up on top lane. B-Boy, it's not like a full freeze. It's going to push back towards the Cassante, but did deny, I don't know what it was, say 4 or 5 minions, something like that from Castle, as Castle moved down towards mid lane just in case there was a fight. And that flash that you called out was forced by a seismic shove from Palafox. Darkwings was nervous that there would have been someone around. And Castle now also down a little bit of experience just because he made that roam play. But again, they have the early dragon, so we'll see if they can continue stacking those dragons up and try to turn that into some pressure here in the next, you know, say 4 or 5 minutes.
And even earlier than that, here in about 90 seconds, we will have our grubs spawning. Remember that in game number one, it wasn't just a handshake of objectives, because again, that first Drake was also taken early. So I'm curious if we are going to see all 3 grubs go one way in this game, or if we're going to get that united passion for grubs once more from the two teams.
I feel like most teams, you know, are pretty down to scrap over the grubs. They are really strong, I feel like, still, you know, especially if you get 3, you kind of just walk up and you can always whittle away at these towers. But I'd like to talk a little bit about Rahel. We did have these kind of cool questionnaires that we went out and we asked all the new players, you know, give us some little info about yourself. So this is Rahel, 21 years old, from South Korea, and this is, you know, his timeline of where he has played. He spent most of his time on DK Challengers, played with SK as well in the LEC for a little while, and pretty standard stuff as far as the champions are played. But I feel like, he had a really solid game last game. This was a pick that I think a lot of people were kind of questioning. I think Photon, people were looking at, okay, yeah, you did really well in the LEC. More people were negative, I think, on how Rahel performed in the LEC, and kind of as a result, were less hot on him coming over. But, I do feel like sometimes it is the environment that you're in, and sometimes, just a change of scenery can really change how a player is playing. So I feel like, he deserves his chance to prove himself here with a bit of a fresh slate. And it'll be interesting to see if he can do that, with DSG, because they're obviously in a tough spot as well.
Right.
And, have to be able to kind of make things work pretty quick.
I mean, we touched on it a little bit last game. Now, hold on, might get a gank here first. XU making his way to the top side. Beautiful Spider-Man there from Seos to get himself out of danger from the Ishtal impact, as that was expertly done.
That was perfect. Nicely timed on the buffer there, on the hook. And meanwhile, they are already working on these grubs. First one is gone. The second one going to be smited away. So Shopify going to be happy with that. They're going to get the objective credit for it, as XU should be able to grab this one.
All right, already a thumbs up for Seos, getting himself out of danger there, as now Contracts does jump in to grab that last grub. Darkwing with a little bit of damage over the wall, though, ready to follow up behind XU, as there's the Pop Blossom from Huhi, but he's very, very low on HP. Contracts tries to jump back in and he gets first blood, but he dies right after. Now Rahel finds himself a pickup, as Disguise has already got 2 kills. XU wants a little bit more, but B-Boy barely gets away. Palafox won't get a whole lot back here, and Disguised come out on top in terms of the fight, but it's still 2-1 in grubs to favor Shopify.
Yeah, they do get those earlier 2 grubs, but still, things looking pretty good for DSG in that skirmish, especially when you also take into consideration, Rahel used no sums, and B-Boy had to use both. This initial play, I feel like XU thought that Darkwings had his ult, right? So he's bringing him into the wall here, and he's like, oh, I get him low, and you can kind of just finish him off. But he doesn't actually have his ult up and available on the Victor, so all he can do really is throw a laser over the wall. Contracts, it does go in and gets that kill onto Huhi, but then XU flashes forward, gets one back, and Rahel has the lethal tempo fully stacked, and he is just firing away in that spot, getting so much damage down that there is no ability for Shopify to continue the play. And it is looking like it's going to be the Blade of the Rune King build here for Rahel. So we've been seeing a couple of different kind of schools of thought. In solo queue, people are just going more like crit standard ADC. Then people started doing kind of like a lot of like Kraken stuff after the Yuntal has kind of, I think, lost some popularity as far as the pro play is concerned. And then there's this third school of thought where it's more just like purely about the on hit with some of the interactions that are beneficial there. With the Q active, you can be proccing your on hits at reduced effectiveness, but you're still proccing them on these other kind of like bolts that are bouncing around. So some people do really like going Blade of the Rune King, into, I've seen Ginsu's, I've also seen Hurricane, and going more towards that kind of like on-hit style build. So it'll be interesting to see where he goes.
I also feel like having the on-hit style can feel that much better when the enemy front line is bruisers as opposed to tanks. You look at Xin Zhao, Sundering Sky. You look at Renekton, Black Cleaver. Yes, they are big pools of health, but there's not a whole lot of sturdiness to back that up, so Blade of the Ruin King can just get a ton of value.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there are 3 melees, so I think that Hurricane build can be reasonable if he wants to go for it. I've also seen some people just go like Blade of the Rune King. They're thinking this is like a strong early spike, allows me to sustain through any sort of difficulties in the early lanes. And then they just go into kind of like more standard crit, regular Zeal item, and then build into IE and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of different things that people are cooking on. And I feel like it's actually really fun when a new champion comes out and there is some opportunity to kind of explore. We saw some more wild builds that people have been doing with Hullbreaker, where with your Q passive, you could actually stack Hullbreaker on minions with 1 auto, and then auto the wave, Hullbreaker fully stacks, auto the tower, and back and forth. Kobe shows that off. Exactly. So there's a lot of cool builds that people have been messing around with. And to me, that's like one of the most fun parts of a new champion coming out, is we are going to watch the Flash being traded, I should say, there between Castle and Palafox in that replay.
Yep, Castle wanted to go for the pick, but couldn't find it since Palafox was fast enough on the reaction. Second Drake of the game secured. This time it's Shopify's, though. So again, we are seeing a very similar state for the objective game, at least, to game number 1. We have the first 2 Drakes split evenly. We have the Grubs on a 2-to-1 split. Both sides kind of just taking a little, giving a little. When it comes to the neutral objectives, those are not deciding things here in the early game. And honestly, Isaac, the goal
what you do
is
for family.
Yeah, exactly. You're putting the car into the car with your rocket launcher to the moon.
We hadn't talked about Fast and Furious for a while. So
No,
I
it's
just
really
shoved
important.
That in there.
Well, to be fair, this game hasn't been particularly fast or furious so far. This is the 5 minutes of exposition at the start of the movie to establish the
it's like a flashback.
story.
It's a flashback.
This is a flashback thing. This is the 5 minutes of story before the
Vin Diesel had a car.
The 95 minutes of cars and explosions. So don't worry, we'll be done with the story stuff soon, and then we can get back to the cars.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what we're all here
They're
for.
They're tuning up the hot rod, you know?
Yeah.
He went to the garage. He bought himself a nice item here for his car, a nice heart steel to upgrade that car.
All right, well, the heart steel, you got to get some value out of it. The car needs to start scrapping. We need the rubber to hit the road if that heart steel is going to provide some value here. We've also got Blackfire Torch down in the mid lane for Darkwings. That Blade of the Ruined King is finally completed for Rahel, and it's going to feel even better because the Cull is about to proc here in 11 minions, so that'll be an extra surge of gold to continue to allow that Yunara to feel good as we head towards the part of the game where, 30 seconds left on plates. Rift Herald's going to be spawning in a minute and a half. We should be seeing some of those bigger fights, and everybody getting these first items online is going to be very important.
Yeah, one of the really nice things about playing this Yunara is the ability to actually chase down people. I feel like this champion to me is most like Zeri, where it is this ability to kind of clean up fights, and you have so much mobility, all these slows, that you are able to go for. To chase down people in a fight, and a winning fight can very quickly become a super snowballed fight where Yunara is just chasing everyone down, wiping them out. You have the slow from your W, you have the slow from the Blade of the Ruined King, you have the additional dash and move speed coming through from the E, and you're going to be able to really make it difficult. If you can't actually kill Yunara off at the start of the fight, she can start to take over. And it's a pretty fun champion to watch. I definitely don't think it's like Pentakill Pikachu status where we're just going to see a Pentakill a game average.
Yeah, that was a little ridiculous.
It was a bit much.
Zeri's time in the sun was a little nuclear for every other AD carry in the game.
And for everyone else in the game as well. But definitely still has the ability to be that type of champion where you really can take over a fight if it's going your way.
All right, but none of those fights still showing their faces just yet, as we do have just a little bit of scrapping between top laners.
Top laners are trying their best.
It's Renekton and K'Sante. This is the...
We've armed them with a wiffle bat and a pool noodle, so they're doing their best.
We set them loose. We'll see what happens, and it's going to get PG-13 violent in here because we still have to make sure that the movie sells tickets.
Did you ever do some wrestling as a kid where you'd like strap like pillows to your arms and stuff and go at it?
I do that as an adult. What are you talking about?
Perfect.
Yeah. No, dude, there's nothing. Sometimes you just need to wrestle with your friends.
That's top lane.
It's just wrestling.
Yeah, exactly. 2 tanks. You both have grasp. None of the trades matter. No one's ever going to die, but you're still going at it.
That's what's on TV after the Fast and Furious movie ends, is you're just watching wrestling with your friend. It's great.
Some backyard wrestling.
Yeah, just some good old times.
Not even like the high production stuff,
Right.
Things that you're like, that might be illegal. They don't have a permit for this,
probably is. But you know what? They're having a good time, so we'll let it slide. Shopify having a good time up here in the top side. River ready to start up this Herald. Now Disguised is near, and it looks like XU and Darkwing's going to try to approach here from the Tri-Bush, but instead Darkwing's getting caught out as to flashback of the wall. Nice reversal here from XU, but now he's going to be the target. Who he wants to try to approach. B-Boy jumps into the back line. Pop Blossom onto B-Boy to keep Darkwings alive, but XU's in the middle of everybody, and he's cut down first. Next kill goes over as Darkwings falls, and it's Shopify Rebellion picking up 2 for nothing.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get 2 kills, and they should be able to grab the Herald here as well. So Shopify going to be able to claim the upgraded boots off the back of that fight. Able to find a pretty big engage, and you're just finding that pick out onto Darkwings. Yes, he survived for a very long time, but Rahel was never really grouped up with them. He was kind of hitting on the side, but couldn't become a big part of that fight. And with Victor going down early, there's not really a lot of consistent damage in this comp. Like when you do go for these kind of like multi-meatball style comps, you really need to keep those carries alive, and Contracts knows it. He sees Darkwings caught out here. Palafox ults in. They just fully send it in onto Darkwings. Even B-Boy going into the back line. Hui flashes over, tries to peel, but the whole time Rahel can't really get involved. Yes, he's getting some autos down on Fudge, but it is not even close to the effectiveness that B-Boy had, getting in on the back line, getting a lot of damage out. And Shopify are going to be more effective in these kind of spread fights because Xin is putting out pressure. Renekton is putting out pressure. They have a lot of threats, whereas really on the other side, it's just the 2.
And the whole fight was just such a massive reward for the side of Shopify Rebellion because they end up beating Disguise to the punch on the feat of Warfare. They end up securing the feat of Objectives at the same time. Now Castle going in after Contracts, might be finding some good damage here, goes all out, but he won't drag him back through the wall. Enough damage still there. Castle picks up the kill. Nice punish there from Disguised.
Yeah, going to be able to get that kill. Rahel, though, spent his flash and his ulti. I didn't quite catch what he flashed. I'm not sure if it was like a Seos hook or something like that that forced that out, or if he was actually just flashing in to help secure that kill. But Darkwings, in the meanwhile, is pushing down on this bot lane tower, so should be able to get this tower for himself. They are working on the Dragon right now also, but it's going to be TP coming in here from Palafox. They want to contest even without their jungler.
Okay, Disguised going after the objectives. B-Boy has already jumped in after Darkwings, and with Palafox and Fudge here too, Darkwings is already out of the picture. Now Palafox rides into the Weaver's wall. Seos distracting Huhi off the side. XU is stuck in the middle of everybody, but it is still the Drake going the way of Disguised at least. It's gonna cost them though, as they've already lost Darkwings, they've already lost XU, so the fight goes to Shopify.
Yeah, Shopify winning another fight and now has opened up that 1.4K gold lead. Castle down here on this bottom side. This little sidestep on the seismic shove. But B-Boy again, having a strong game here. In game number 1, it wasn't a loss, but game 2, out to a pretty significant gold lead. Has his 2 items completed. Rahel did go for that Hurricane second. And we can watch this fight one more time as Darkwings, they just kind of see him caught out on the side. The Void Seeker tags him from max range there. B-Boy just gets right in, and with Palafox arriving, with Fudge arriving, there was no way he was ever going to win that fight. Yep. And then this just becomes, all right, finish off the Dragon, try to get out of there. There's no flash available on XU though, so yes, he's able to finish the Dragon, but there's never any way you're getting out of that fight, so they just kind of have to cut their losses as soon as the victor does get taken out. And that is back-to-back fights now, where Darkwings has gotten caught out in a side lane a bit, and it has cost his team pretty heavily, so has to be really careful about his positioning.
It's tough, man. Those immobile control mages.
Sneaky minion.
Okay. Let's see if he can get any value out of it here. Doesn't really look like a whole lot. Yep, okay. Well, we've got the tier 1 turret about to die here in the mid lane. Shopify putting a little bit more pressure onto that one. Seos got to be careful. Does not want to get grabbed here by XU, who does slow him down there with the rock. And immediately, Huhi tries to proto belt forward, find a catch with the tangle barbs, but no such luck. Seos sidesteps away from it, stays alive, stays healthy. Still, the 2 Void Grubs are going to mean it's like, what, 1 auto attack, 2 auto attacks to take this turret down. Won't be a whole lot of hard work here for Shopify. They just need to get that next wave up and in range.
Yep. Going to be able to knock that down, no problem. Otacon spawns up on that top side. You can see Darkwings responding to the push from Fudge.
Yeah.
But the second game looking a lot more in control here for Shopify. Good scaling is available for DSG, and of course they do have some pretty powerful playmaking, with the Skarner, with the engages possible from Huhi, who has that proto belt up and ready.
Yeah.
But definitely Shopify in control of this one. DSG, their only real advantage is these 2 dragons that they've been able to claim for themselves, and could potentially work towards Ocean Soul, which would be strong on their comp because they do have a really beefy front line if they can continue to grab these dragons.
Yep, but they have to make sure they don't let that gold lead slip a whole lot further. Otherwise, how are you even going to manage to fight for them? You're down 2,000. Control over the top side river, control over the Otacon pit belongs to Shopify Rebellion, and Darkwings knows he's got to back up. The Victor, you already mentioned it, he's been caught twice now. He has to stay safer. He has to avoid the aggro from Shopify Rebellion, who have painted a target on his back. TP coming in now as Fudge will be the first top laner to arrive. Darkwings also going to teleport in now for DSG as they're ready to try to approach this Otacon that's already down to 4,000 HP. Seos wants to interrupt as XU jumps into the middle of everybody, and the Pop Blossom only finds Seos. The Otacon is low, but Contracts is lower. Disguise going to find themselves the first kill. They're going to take the objective on top of it. Beautifully maneuvered there so far as Seos has to try to get away, but he's walking straight into the waiting arms of Darkwings, who just got paid.
That was huge for DSG, able to win the fight, steal the Otacon, and Seos even flashing out. Like, where was he going to go in that situation? I mean, you're flashing, but there's no exit point in that spot, and it's not even like you're delaying for anything, so they even lose that off the back of this. This was pretty interesting. On the engage, XU goes in, and he suppresses Contracts, so I thought what they were going to try to do is burst on the Otacon while he was suppressed, because you can't actually smite during that, but instead he just pulls him over into all of this damage, and they're able to just focus him down and burst him out before he can actually smite the Otacon. They get that kill, they get the Otacon, and then Seos flashes over the wall, but again, you were already tagged. There's nowhere really you're going to be able to go, so ends up losing the extra summoner as insult to injury. And Rahel still holding onto that flash, hasn't had to use it, has been able to stay safe, it feels like, in most of these fights. B-Boy lost both his summoners again in that one. And now it is 40 seconds here until this next dragon. There are flashes on both Fudge, Palafox, as well as Contract. So they do have some of those summoners up and available, but Huhi didn't use his flash all. Rahel has flash, Castle has flash. So I feel like DSG is still pretty well equipped to scrap at this next dragon.
Shopify's lead is gone. Like that whole 2,000 gold, Shopify having a much better showing here in the second game, that's all gone. Nicely done from Disguise to equalize this game state. Really want to give some praises to XU there as well. You talk about him going in. They have the coherent play. They know what they want to do as a team. We criticized last game those almost throw moments in the mid game of him trying to do too much. But that time he did exactly what he needed to do. As Seos and Fudge trying to disengage here. XU with the slam into the wall there on the enemy support. As the Weaver's wall looks to cut off the rest of the fight, but a massive engage with a Pop Blossom from Huhi to try to set it up. Rahel just goes right back over the wall, but instead he's going to be in some danger. He's still alive and firing with the Arc of Ruin. Rahel barely falls at the very end, but a double kill for Dark Wings. Castle chasing after Fudge. Shopify Rebellion have crumbled to pieces. Huhi dies to the last burp from the dragon, and there's just dead bodies everywhere. 4 dead on Disguised. Pardon me, 4 dead on Shopify, 3 dead on Disguised. It's a DSG team fight victory, and they're going to earn themselves soul point off the back.
There we go. Now we're getting the explosions coming through here.
That was a 10-second car.
Exactly. That was a pretty explosive fight here. This looks like XU is going too far because Seos had a great buffer, but then he pulls them back with the ulti to the wall, overcomes Huhi. Palafox tries to flash out, but still gets tagged by it. And Rahel living for so long. Look at the peel coming through on the B-Boys. B-Boy goes into the back line. Castle CCs him up instantly, forcing Fudge to flash in to be able to finish him off. And then I do wonder if Darkwings got in, would he be able to actually tank the dragon and save him, or would he have died to the burn from Leandries? I think he was dead to the burn. But still, great fight from them. And they're now on Soul Point here. Look at the reactions here.
Yeah, you can see the hope in the coaching staff at Disguise saying, wait, God, this is so winnable. This is so playable. Like, they have a very good shot at being able to take this game. You already mentioned their scaling earlier. You've got Victor, incredibly powerful team fighter as the game goes on. There, right there. Darkwings for the 2 times he got caught out earlier. Now he shows up big in a fight, 5,000 damage.
He does, and the fact that they even just got 1 win on the board means that they are pickable by the teams with no wins. So a team like Dignitas could select them, which is much more winnable than having to go up against a team, at the top of the standings. So, it's really big for a lot of reasons here for DSG if they can actually get 1 win, which they already have, and if they can close this out, it is even better. You can see now the Seekers has been purchased up by Darkwing, so he's going to be harder to take down. And Rahel's sitting on a decent amount of gold, so it's going to be working in towards that IE third, I have to expect. This is the same build that Jan went for yesterday in his victorious Yunara game.
So if you go 0-2 against the best team in the league, and then you go 2-0 against the 3rd place team in the league, logically, does that not make you the 2nd best team in the league?
Logically, it means you 3-0 G2 internationally.
Yeah, that'll work. Oh, I'm always happy for those. That's
the math.
I always get a kick out of those. That's always a happy day for me. But we've got Disguise now, still just making sure they don't want to hyper-accelerate anything too fast here. It's not time to flip the NOS switch just yet. The gold still very slightly favors Shopify Rebellion, but at this point, it's really not worth even commenting on because of the fact that the flowers that Disguise has, the little bit of extra advantage that they got, again, another bonus of getting that Otacon, pretty much equalizes the combat power that we've got.
Yeah, especially you also have these extra Ocean Soul dragons, or not Ocean Soul yet, but dragons that are working towards the Ocean Soul. And yeah, so that's going to be a little bit of combat power there too. So DSG definitely in a good spot. It's going to come down to the execution in these team fights. Fudge is quite strong at this point, quietly on the Renekton, picked up a couple kills in that last fight, is on 2 items plus some components, so he's going to be very powerful if he can get into the back line. And And Rahel still doesn't have his flash for just a very little bit of time, so we'll see if there's any opportunity that they can actually find to punish Rahel before that comes up. But it feels like at this point, he's just going to play safe until his flash is available.
Yeah, Steric's Gauge, such a massive power spike for bruisers in general, just giving you the extra survivability to jump into the fight and create that much more pressure on the carries like you're talking about. But speaking of carries, both of them are looking to deny some of that pressure themselves. Seeker's Arm Guard completed here for Palafox, yet unbroken. Over on the other side, Darkwings did have an unbroken Arm Guard. However, he had the money to complete the purchase. He's now 3 fully completed items on this Victor with the Hourglass and both burn items.
Yep, and Rahel just bought an IE, so he has his IE up and available, so that is a massive spike here as well. B-Boy, of course, with his third item, is going to have the upgraded Void Seeker, so he's going to be able to start poking away with this Kaisa, try to soften up some of these members prior to a fight. Can be pretty impactful.
Speaking of impactful, Spear of Shojin now fully completed on Fudge as well. 3-item power spike on the Renekton. This guy is huge. He is a problem in the fights if he is not properly controlled.
Yeah, and I feel like basically the game is just kind of decided at this next Dragon, because I think if you do give over the Ocean Soul, Cassante and Skarner are going to be so hard to actually work through that I just don't feel like they are going to be going down. They can just frontline so aggressively with that Ocean Soul. So Shopify really is just trying to scrap together as much gold as possible, complete these items. We do have 3 on Fudge, you talked about 3 on B-Boy. 900 gold on Palafox right now, so he's not getting his Zonias before this next fight, but at least the Seekers is up and available.
Yeah, it's active.
It's really going to come down to who can have the better setup, who can actually get the proper engage in these fights. Rahel, I think, has been positioning very, very well. It feels like he hasn't really been stepping a foot wrong, and now with the 3 items, I would be pretty scared about an untouched Rahel doing some real damage. But look at Fudge. He already popped the ulti. They're going to go.
Fudge wants to go into the back line. He's found his way onto Rahel, but he's going to be peeled instead. Disguise ready to fire back now as B-Boy jumps over the wall here with the Killer Instinct, and X-Dude's not going to get him. Palafox takes out Darkwings. Disguise still trying to scramble and fight back, but Fudge is still alive. Castle goes all out, but Shopify is all in. Castle still getting away with a little bit of fancy footwork, but Contracts chases him down. The wind becomes lightning and the thunder goes boom. Disguise fall apart in that one as Shopify don't lose a single man.
Great engage coming through. Fudge got behind them, had a really nice angle on the flank, goes in with Palafox. And yes, Rahel does stay alive. There was some really good peel, but Rahel was kind of kept out of the fight as a result. He's not really hitting. Darkwings had to go into the Zonias pretty early and then just went down. So the focus on the carries there was really well done from Shopify. And DSG never really got to kind of establish themselves on those battle lines. B-Boy goes in, everyone's coming back to try to peel him. He just flashes away from the Skarner ult, gets away from any sort of real damage, and now the Dragon will be taken. The potential soul will be delayed. And Shopify continuing this game forward. Again, to me, it's a lot about the positioning from Fudge. Found himself in a really great angle. In goes Palafox at the same time. Lands the stun, but excellent peel does come through from the team. Then B-Boy, ult over the wall, is pressuring Rahel, but is forced to ult out. The real problem is, though, on the other side, Victor has already gone down. Everyone sees that Rahel is being pressured. Everyone's peeling back to try to keep him alive, but the Victor just gets taken out. And with Rahel pushed back and the Victor gone, no one is going down on Shopify's side.
Shopify loving the results of that fight. The soul denied for now. Up to an over 2,000 gold lead here yet again for the Rebellion. As we do have Baron on the map, so we'll start to see some jockeying for position over this area. There is a lot of vision there right now for the side of Disguised. They've got the normal ward outside of the pit. They've got the control ward inside alongside that Scuttle Crab vision. So Shopify going to have to slowly work their way forward, get rid of some of this vision. Level 17 on Fudge, about halfway to max level on this Renekton. But honestly, we're seeing a lot of characters closing in on that maximum level point. Castle just hit level 17. Darkwings will hit it as soon as he kills 2 minions. Everybody's kind of getting to that point where if you're one step out of position, you could seriously lose the game right there.
You absolutely can. And Huhi, did spend his Seekers. And when you're a support, if you're not winning a lot of fights, you're not really getting gold at this point in the game. So it's going to be a very long time before he actually gets the Zonias. You can see Palafox, Instead, big pick.
XU, nice impale there on the contract, but where's the follow-up damage? Now, Shopify can try to turn it back around. He's about to die. He's got to be careful. XU trying to create a little bit of space, but Fudge is in the middle of everyone yet again. XU finally falls, but Seos and Fudge are in danger here on the front line. The Pathmaker from Castle nearly takes Fudge out. Disguise scrapping back and forth here. It's Seos traded for XU in a 1-for-1.
Shopify are doing a really good job of kind of keeping Rahel from actually ever being able to fully chase down in these fights. Fudge is going forward, putting pressure on him, and then once he's in danger, he's just pulling back, and they're allowing the ultimate to expire from Rahel. He can never get in, and now Shopify are just starting this dragon, but Contracts is low and has no ult, so this is risky.
Yeah, Contracts at death's door already. Darkwings firing off some poke here with the lasers. Palafox creating enough safety for the rest of his team to disengage away from that objective. This mid lane tier 1 turret for Shopify is still just barely hanging on, but Palafox will keep it standing for now. I like the fact that we got a fight. I was honestly expecting it to be a lot bloodier than that, but now 2 minutes left on the clock before the next Drake spawns. We might just see everybody pump the brakes a little bit until we get there.
Yeah, both teams are frontlining pretty well here. You know, being able to go in, put pressure on the carries, pull back, you know, stay alive in these situations. Bloodletter's Curse just got finished for Palafox, who bought the Seekers early. Doesn't need to go towards the Zonias, and now they are right back here on the Dragon. DSG know it, though, and the question is, can they get here fast enough? XU was on the bot side clearing his jungle camps, and it's just going to be gone before he even arrives.
Yeah, this Baron's already down below 5,000 HP. DSG thinking about it, but they thought too slow. Nice secure on the Baron there from Shopify.
It is really risky to show yourself on that bot side, and I'm not sure if they got eyes on him, if there was some sort of ward that caught him heading towards the bot side, or if they just bet that he wouldn't be there in time.
Just YOLO it.
Yeah, I mean, you can just start it up. That's kind of what they did before, right? And they're saying, all right, are you going to respond in time? We can look for a fight if you do, but if not, we're going to punish you. And in this case, XU was out of position, couldn't even look for a steal. So Shopify walking away with a freebie on the Baron, and the Baron is going to be active when this Dragon spawns. So it's going to mean that's very difficult for DSG to actually get these waves pushed out, get vision and set up around that Dragon. So Shopify are going to have a big edge in this coming fight.
Yeah, the timing here is great. You get the gold infusion, you get the bonus power of the Baron, you get the extra map control that it naturally provides by making the minions so much stronger. This is a recipe for success for Shopify Rebellion, who are now 4,000 gold ahead of DSG. It's probably going to take a misplay on the side of Shopify and a good punish from DSG to really be able to win a fight right now.
Yeah, I mean, Darkwings is pushing top lane, so they have no wave clear.
Oh, he's already about to die. The Pop Blossom keeps him alive for an extra second, but he's still burning down. The tier 2 has already fallen. Disguised keeps their support alive, but just ever so barely. And Shopify is keeping the pressure on, making their way forward, trying to force their hand into the base of Disguised.
Yeah, I mean, with Darkwings on that top side, Shopify had an opportunity to try to really force there. They know there's not a lot of wave clear for those Baron up minions. It was really just Rahel that was kind of slowly working through them. He barely survives, though, which is massive, and Darkwings now completed the Void Staff off of the gold he got pushing through that top side. They clearly still want to fight for this Dragon. Remember, Hui, though, no flash, no ult. Hui's going to be kind of useless.
Okay, Disguised, ready to try to approach. They really want that soul. Fudge just drawing their attention over the wall here a little bit longer. Weaver's wall fires out. Now XU's going to take damage here on the front line, but the Skarner's still pretty tanky. Nice two-man ulti comes out with the Impale onto Contracts and Seos. Contracts about to die, Seos at the same time, but Rahel's been killed. B-Boy with a killer instinct finds his man. Fudge chasing far into the back line, might just finally get punished, and he will be shut down by Darkwings, but it's a 4v3, and Shopify are liking the odds. A double kill for B-Boy, and Contracts isn't slowing down. Beautiful seismic shove onto the Victor. Palafox guarantees Darkwings has no way out. Contracts going on a killing spree as the only one left alive is Hui. Yes, he's got Pop Blossom. Yes, he's got Flash. No, there's nobody else left to help him. And Shopify Rebellion are breaking into the base.
Yeah, and I think they're about to send us here to game 3. They have the Baron up minions. There's no one respawning for so long, and I don't think Hui can defend.
All right, Hui, scramble as you like. This one's gonna be tough. Pop Blossom hits plenty of targets, but there is no damage there. Ace for Contracts. Shopify Rebellion 16-11. They stop DSG from ever getting that Ocean Soul. They take it all the way to the Nexus, and they're taking us to game 3.
Going the distance here. DSG get taken out in that final fight. Rahel was picked off. Lounge, how did you like that Yunara performance?
Honestly, I like that game more than the last game. I'm in a battle with Kangas in fantasy, and I just have to say that having 4 Shopify players, it's a big relief that they didn't just get 2-0'd by DSG. So keep it going, Shopify. Let's go.
Okay, buddy. But at least we're going to a game 3. That's what I want. At least we're getting double game 3 for the day. And the Yunara was good. The setup around the pick was rough. The team fights were tough. So I'm a Yunara defender in this case. When they were coming back in, when they were flying back in,
I feel like I'm always a Yunara defender. Like, I don't know. I kind of like her. She is really, really fun to play. I didn't feel like it was about the Yunara either way, right? Like, I think she could have been an answer to them coming back in, and you saw glimpses of how those fights might have gone if both the Victor and the Yunara are able to kind of do damage.
Yeah.
I thought Shopify, especially, again, with
I can go. I can hook Skarner.
I will go here.
Hits Ghana.
Hits Ghana. Yep. Hitting front.
Hitting Yunara. Yunara stun. Okay, we plays low.
Okay. I can look at Yunara.
Yeah. Yeah, Yunara dead. Careful, Kasante here.
Gonna keep going.
Yeah.
Come with me if you can.
I can maybe stun.
A man will.
Okay, he's stun.
Finishing dragon.
Just 1 point, it looks like.
We go. Go with me. Skarner. Yeah.
Just careful, Victor. Just careful,
Victor.
Victor.
No, it's fine. Skarner's Victor's useless. Okay. Look here. Look Victor.
You guys can end.
I'm out. Throw a ball.
Yeah. Look, saw Talia wall right there. I think they did a good job of separating out fights, right? Which made it two things. Made it more difficult for the Yunara and Victor damage to kind of be in the same spot. But then also, B-Boy, he had one kind of egregious kind of all-in, but for the most part, he was able to get back and assassinate the backline really well.
And you got to see, you already saw it in that wall, and you mentioned it too, but like, I felt like Palafox had a really good Talia performance, and a lot of those ultis, or even just like how your rocks will just control a fight. And within this game, you have Yunara in ulti form, already buffed on the dash, and the same thing would happen to Kasante. But this fight in particular was Darkwing Zone using, recognizing that the Renekton was right behind him, and it was an easy pick off that one. So the Victor just instantly dies before the fight, and that was just it for Shopify.
Yeah, and I think there's still some moments back and forth with both of these teams, right? We kind of talked about Shopify last week, even in their 2-0. Dig were in winning positions at that point. B-Boy ended up having a really good game. He was big in that series last week as well. Yeah. I'm not sure how I feel about either team going into game 3, honestly. Because like previously, I was a 2-0 Shopify. I was like, okay, Shopify are going to come in. They're going to look a lot more well-coordinated after kind of a shaky week 1. Now we're 1-1, and I actually think it's going to be really draft dependent.
Yeah, I think there's a couple things happening here. It's like, I think in game 1, Shopify was just really disrespectful because they thought they were just playing DSG.
Yeah.
The team who's literally won 1 game in split 2, and they weren't expected to win a game in split 3, basically.
Yeah.
But I do feel like Rahel and Darkwings have made this team better.
Yeah.
So they're a different team, which changes the expectations that you have. I think Shopify did a good job bouncing back from what could have been a really tilting game 1. But to Emily's point, like, I do think DSG is just a better team now.
Yes.
They upgraded both carry positions, and I think that's the reason the series is close.
They are a better team, and if you look at Shopify's, because like coming into this split, we wanted to take a look at SR to see what our expectations were for them. Yeah. They ended top 3 of last split.
Yes.
This does not look like a top 3 team.
Fair.
So they're definitely, I would say, kind of struggling from where they last were. And a lot of us are looking at them saying, what kind of team are you? And even just in the banner ceremony in and of itself, when Fudge is like, this week is pretty rough.
It's interesting you say they don't look like a top 3 team, because I'm looking at the standings. Let's say if Shopify 2-1s.
Yeah.
Fly and C9. Who's third? Because TL got beaten by Lyon. It is actually Shopify based on the standings. It would actually still be Shopify.
Lyon Gamers Unite.
So that would be an interesting conversation, because we have the top-heavy league in FlyQuest C9, but then it's really up for grabs for the next best team. It's still Shopify, actually. It's still Shopify.
There's one team that confuses everybody, all right?
It's Shopify.
It's Lion.
Really?
Lion.
Wait, I was going to say Shopify.
Inheriting C9 last split.
Hold on, there's 2 teams that confuses everyone.
Okay, there's 2 teams.
It's Lion and Shopify.
Yes, there's 2 teams. So we're in a perpetual state of confusion.
Yeah, make sure to stay tuned for the selection ceremony afterwards, because there will actually be intriguing choices coming up right there.
And DSG select blue side. No surprise to anyone, right? So going in, we will see what that draft ends up being. As a reminder, tickets are already on sale for the LTA Championship driven by Kia. Join us in Dallas in September. It's going to be hot. To watch the first ever LTA Championship, visit Ticketmaster to get your tickets now. And we will be going to our game 3. Who you got? Really quick.
Shopify.
DSG, Shopify.
Shopify. It's Shopify.
Oh, okay, you flipped.
Yeah, I did. Where are my flip-flops at?
I'm sticking with Shopify.
We should pull them into Dragon.
I can ult. I'm flank, guys.
Yeah, look.
He's loading on front line.
I'm in Victor. Look at Victor.
I'll cut back. I'll cut back.
Victor's dead.
Cannibal flash, Dorothy.
Yeah, Cassante. Look Cassante. Hit Cassante.
Okay, no flash.
I go.
It's Cannibal flash, Dorothy.
How long?
We should go Drake.
We got Cassante.
Okay, let's go Drake. Let's go Drake. Cannibal flash, but oh yeah, Drake.
Talia angle.
Yeah, when Talia can go, I can hook Skyner.
Yeah, I will take go here.
Skyner is loading.
Hits Ghana.
Yep. Hitting front. Hitting Yunara. Yunara stun.
Okay, we play low.
Okay.
I can look at Yunara.
Yunara?
Yeah. Yeah, Yunara dead. Careful, Cassante
here.
Gonna keep going.
Yeah.
Come with me if you can.
I can maybe stun.
No man, well.
Okay, he's stun. Finishing Dragon.
Just 1-1, it looks like.
Yeah, we go. Go with me.
Skyner.
Yeah. Just careful, Victor. Just careful,
Victor.
Victor.
No, it's fine. Skarner's Victor's useless.
Okay.
Look here. Look at Victor.
Okay, we can end, but I'm out. Throw a ball.
Yeah.
Go bot.
Yeah.
Going the distance here. DSG get taken out in that final fight.
Get a good one for us, bro.
This one. Earth mode.
Earth mode?
On a new champ. I don't even know the abilities though. That's great. What the hell is this? We're sped up right now. Oh, I can't click. Okay, I'm winning. I think. I don't know. Who knows?
Bro, I'll get level 2 first.
Boom! Okay, you're level 3. That's messed up. You're level 3. Okay.
Oh, this champ is broke.
What the f is that? What did you just do?
It's the W.
It's no cooldowns? Oh, I don't have that on.
Bro, I had that on.
Oh, so I'm just playing. What do you mean you have it on? Like you just throw a random? Wait, so you have no, you're not running out of mana now. Okay, great, fantastic. Okay, now we're playing. Now we're in it. I'm just gonna max W because. Oh! Ah! What killed me?
The W like goes through the minions.
It's like Silver W or what? Oh, he can't breathe. Oh, I've been playing this game wrong. Where the f are you, man? Where'd you go? Oh, there you went. Yo, you're a bit higher. I can't breathe. Where am I going? I'd like to redo this no Earth mode. I want to change the rules. I'm unilaterally changing the rules to a normal 1v1.
Yeah, I prefer as well.
I'm resetting the game. Okay, my attack range is kind of high. Who wins? Okay, you copy potion. Back up, back up. Okay, you're winning. I think you're winning. Okay, I think you're winning. Okay, I think you're winning. Oh! Wait, it's two. First, it's 2 kills. It's fine. Okay. Yo, what was making me dash? Oh, it was my ult. That one. Oh, it's like Xayah-y. Is there no way to make my W go faster? Oh, it's like Zeri ult or what? What is happening, man? Make him recall? This champ sucks. Maybe I might not be the best at it, but like I'm pretty sure I'm pretty good at it. So. Oh, you have insane move. Oh. No way, I lose, right? Am I minion? No way. Why am I losing? Why did I lose? Why did I lose?
Bro, I had more minions there.
My brain's trying to process. Someone get the tapes. I need to see that. I need to see that again. He got the first order. I'm clicking into his melees. Maybe that's the problem? I canceled an order. Actually.
I for sure had more minions there than you know.
Oh well.
GG guys.
Welcome back to the LTA. We just saw Fudge's 1v1 there. Looked like a couple of those autos might have gotten canceled along the way.
Yeah, unfortunate. We just learned why he never plays Lucian top. We'll put it that way. No AD carries for Fudge.
It's a little tough,
yeah.
But hey, we are going into our 3rd game. This is our 2nd series to make it to game number 3 so far here in our 3rd split. So I'm excited to see which one of these teams is going to have the edge in this one, because in both games, it looked like both teams had different opportunities to win it. The last game, I believe, was closer than the first one, and we'll see if Shopify can complete the reversal or if Disguise has what it takes to lock in and find their series win here.
I mean, both teams honestly look really even. Straight up, over both games, I feel like either team could have won either game. You know, there were opportunities for both sides. Fudge looking very concentrated, I will say, as he was kind of thinking about what the next pick was going to be. So they're talking a lot about this. It's coming down to the final seconds there on the pick, and it is going to be Sejuani to answer. So you are then expecting immediately seeing some of these melee solo laners as the pairings. Things that I'm thinking of are like Silas or Yone, things along those lines. I think can be quite strong. Yone's banned, so Silas could be a possibility. But instead, it's going to be the Lucian early on. Of course, you still could go towards one of those melee solo laners on 3. It used to be that we always saw Lucian Nami, but at MSI, it was almost exclusively, it felt like Lucian Braum.
Yeah.
Lucian Milio is still also an answer, but I don't think you necessarily need it against this style comp. And Xayah Rakan, the insta-lock-in on the other side.
Okay, there's the bot lane, there's the response to the Lucian and whatever buddy he's going to have. It is kind of sad for Lucian that he's one of the only characters literally designed with like a married partner character, but yet he spends all his time hanging out with fish and bodybuilders instead. His poor wife just gets left to hang out with the catfish.
Just a fake marriage.
Yeah, it just doesn't work out. But we've got the Orianna locked in here for Shopify for the mid lane, so just about the most standard mid laner you could pick, fits into just about anything.
Yeah, it is very, very standard, but I feel like why would you first pick Sejuani if you're not going to do melee solo laners with it? To me, is kind of my question. Now, doesn't mean we're not going to get some sort of like melee counter pick from top lane or something along those lines, but it does mean that you're going to have protection bans here for DSG, right? Because if I'm DSG, I'm thinking, all right, Sejuani without some sort of like melee pairing for the top lane is not going to be that powerful. So if I'm on top side, I am just potentially double banning some of those answers, but it is going to be an Alistar instead. They do ban away the Scion. So again, Shopify are trying to set up for some sort of a counter. They're saying, okay, we're going to take away what are your safest blind picks, right? So Kasante's gone, Renekton's gone, you know, even the Rumble is gone. Those are all pretty popular top lane blind picks. Gwen is getting blind picked in a lot of regions quite a bit. LPL, LCK especially. Sion is banned out. So question is, what pairing does he have up his sleeve? Because Mbessa is banned, Renekton, Gwen, Rumble, Cassante, those are all, melee top laners that are all off the table here.
All right, what's it gonna be, Shopify Rebellion? No Braum, no Alistar, no Aurora, no Sion in this second half. Azir, Pantheon, Varus, Mbessa, Poppy, Yone, the first 6 from back at the start of the draft. This one would be interesting, but I'm not really thinking that we're going to get Lucian Blitzcrank as the play.
I mean, the Alistar ban is interesting to me because it's like, if you're going to ban Lucian pairings, I feel like Braum, Nami are the ones that get played by far the most, right? So Alistar is a little bit interesting, but maybe that is something that's popping up more in scrims, an answer to that. But yeah, just not one of the common pairings for Lucian in pro play. Feels like, I don't know, I want to say like 80-90% of the time it feels like it's either Nami or Braum. With a splash of Melio, and very rare to see anything outside that. They are considering the Yorick. I hate Yorick blind, but it is definitely an option. I mean, you can go towards things like Cho'Gath. I think you can go towards things that are a lot more spicy than that. Of course, like the Aurelia, like the Fiora, the Camille, etc. But if you want to play just something like standard safe, you can go Cho'Gath, and I think it's a really strong answer. We've also seen Mordekaiser be one of the answers that Whippo likes, so there are a number of melee champions that I think are quite effective and are going to be good pairings, with that Sejuani. Jax, I think, is fine. Jax definitely can potentially outscale the Yorick in that side lane. But the one thing I will say about this matchup is I feel like if the Yorick is playing it well and just constantly hitting the E's, you can sometimes just kind of like poke down the Jax, where some of the other matchups that are more difficult, it feels more oppressive from the start kind of thing. So Jax, I feel like, is more manageable but can outscale. Just kind of can struggle with some of the poke that Yorick can put out, especially once you're post 6 and you have a Maiden. It can be kind of difficult for Jax to actually deal with.
So which comp do you like better here, would you say?
I think even despite some of the Jax counterpick, whatever, I feel like I like DSG's more for sure. I feel like they have really good engage. They have a lot of ways to actually play out this game. I think you can play heavily through side lanes. I think it's difficult for the Jax and the Sejuani to actually get in and kill off Rahel on this Xayah. So I feel like I really do like what they've drafted. Lucian seems pretty hard to play into Rakan and Wukong, with the amount of follow-up that they have as well. It's like you're relatively short range, and there's such explosive engage that if you step forward to try to get that damage out, it's easy for them to get those go buttons on you and maybe just burst you down. So I do think Shopify have the harder comp to play, but it'll be interesting to see if that does come into it.
All right, let's do it. Time for game number 3 to see which one of these two has what it takes to come out on top. And remember, we will still be having another banner ceremony after this one, so more show to be had after the gameplay is done today, as we'll see which one of the losing teams, pick who for their opponents for next week, because next week's the end of the pick and play phase. The schedule changes up a couple of different times throughout this split, and that first phase will be over at the end of just next week.
Absolutely, and it's going to be a lot more up in the air. Last time, I think it was super easy to predict who was going to pick who in what order. Now I think it is a little bit more up to the choice of the teams, right? We see that TL does have an additional win. Obviously, one match win, is tied with Lyon, but they do have that extra game win because they won their first week. But I feel like teams might still pick, TL. They might still pick Lyon. It kind of just depends how your scrims are going. Even though Lyon beat TL, I think you can make arguments for either side, just kind of based on the comfortability of the scrim partners. So it'll be interesting to see who picks who this weekend, if we can end up with some pretty spicy matchups for week 3.
All right, Darkwings and Palafox, I think both of these guys have the opportunity to really lock in the win on their own performance if they have a standout job here in game number 3. I think they've both had some good moments, and they've both had some really not so good moments so far in these first couple of games. So if either one of them can really just focus up, zero in, and play to their best, I think that could be a big X factor.
Yeah, totally can. I mean, Darkwings, I think, was pretty solid in game 1. Game 2, it felt like he was getting kind of picked a lot more. Getting caught in the side lane a couple times before some of those big team fights and struggling to stay safe at times. Bvoy is going to be playing Electrocute, so it is kind of more this pokey style. We can see that it's going to be airy, it is going to be Electrocute, and Seos and Bvoy are going to be trying to put that pressure on. Bvoy, I do think, is a good Lucian. This is one of the guys in the league who has looked pretty consistently strong on it. So we'll see how much pressure they can put on. Because Lucian, again, you know, it's very strong at actually playing through mid lane and controlling that space. But I do think it's really difficult at times if you're not way ahead to actually play out the 5v5s.
Especially, like you said, against powerful engage like a Wukong, like a Rakan, because of the fact that it's not just the initial trying to go in and dodging the grand entrance, dodging the first cast of the Cyclone. You've still got to deal with the charms that Rakan has afterwards. You've still got to deal with the second Cyclone as well. And before Champion Select, who he was trying to hype up his teammates for this Game 3. Let's listen in.
Yeah, let's have fun, guys. It's for fun, right? We're playing for fun. Passion. This is what we were playing. Top 4 is right there. Top 4 is right there, guys. Yeah, let's have fun.
Hui always, I think, is a player that has really good vibes. Like, he's just a nice guy. He genuinely seems happy. He's always kind of laughing and enjoying himself on the player cams, which is just really fun to see. As Rahel taking the bad end of a trade there, and we were watching as Fudge has been taking some really good trades against Castle. Yeah. Castle missed a couple of those morning miss in a row, and honestly, like, that's your whole laning phase as Yorick. It's just like, do you hit your E's? And if you do, you stack the ghouls, you pop the E, and you can force out the counter-strike from Jax, just actually negate damage from that, or he just has to tank the damage, right? Yeah. And you're going to be able to actually whittle him down in that way. But if you're missing those, Jax is just going to keep jumping on you every time counter-strike is up and putting that pressure on you, which is kind of how the lane has gone thus far. And as a result, Fudge is pretty far ahead as far as the CS is concerned. You know, 9 CS early on is not insignificant.
And I mean, you mentioned it back in the draft. If Jax is going to struggle, it will be early. But if he gets through laning phase, feeling great, being up a wave, never really getting pressured by the Yorick, then Fudge will feel fantastic. His Renekton in game number 2 was a huge reason why Shopify was just able to run disguised over and take the dub in that one. And Jax is another one of these characters that you can really become raid boss status on.
Yeah, it really is. They're going to try to put some pressure on Fudge. He has TP down to bot lane to try to cover there. Castle, because he was pushed in and their bot lane was pushed in, their tempo is kind of ruined now because Lucian has arrived, Nami has arrived top lane, Castle never got to reset, and he never got to crash the wave. So now he's in this spot where, like, that is a wave you could permanently freeze, right? Yeah. And Castle is in this really awkward spot. Yes, he is up levels, but he's just on a D shield. Like, he doesn't have much, so he's just going to try to stay in experience range. And Darkwings could be in some trouble.
Ooh, has to flash away there to avoid the gank from Contracts. And without a whole lot of mobility in the kit, I mean, yeah, you can speed yourself up if you make the little water pathway, but Darkwing's definitely a viable target now as Fudge in a 1v2 bottom lane just drops the counter-strike, try to get himself away, but the grand entrance from Huhi forces the flash.
Yeah, and you can see Darkwings, he had already lost his flash, but more importantly, he already even TP'd back, and his buy was just a control ward and a refillable. So something went really bad in the early laning phase that we didn't actually get to see for him to have been forced that low to actually TP back on almost no buy, right? Now he is going to be able to push out one more time and try to base. Palafox will TP back immediately, and he has his full loss chapter, so he's going to be pretty happy about that. And things still a bit weird right now for DSG as finally Castle goes down towards bot side. They are now trying to match this swap up towards top. But you know that wave I said could be permanently frozen? It's still frozen. So this is all CS that has been denied. Look at top lane CS, look at bot lane CS, right? Like a lot of this is because of the wave states, because both lanes got pushed in and were losing. And both lanes got locked into this weird spot where they couldn't actually reset the waves properly before their opponents came and answered. So now as a result, DSG are kind of paying that price and are going to be behind in both top and bot.
Yeah, Disguised not loving these first 6 minutes of gameplay here. Remember that in both of the previous 2 games, the first Dragon was taken pretty early. Started up around the 6-minute mark or slightly earlier, and it looks like Contracts is looking to keep a similar tempo here in game number 3 as he makes his way towards the Dragon Pit. He has priority in the bottom lane. Fudge controlling the push down there means that it feels safer to do things around that Dragon Pit if you need to, but Palafox now tagged the Spiraling Despair. Darkwings, though, caught in the Glacial Prison, and that's easy money for Contracts.
Nice repeat gank there from Contracts. Forced the flash earlier, comes right back, gets the kill. And mid lane was already losing. Now it is losing even more. You know, that lost chapter early on for Palafox versus just the boots and that glowing moat are obviously going to be a much better buy. And he's going to get the push. And now, Uhi and Rahel again getting pushed back. B-Boy, you know, used that barrier early just to be able to get the recall off so it wasn't actually interrupted, absorb some damage to get that recall, and now is able to have it back up again and just continuing to put that pressure on. Uhi is playing Spellbook Rakan, which obviously can have value later on, but for now, they are definitely on the bad end of these trades, it feels like.
1,000 gold lead, not even 7.5 minutes into the game. And man, in terms of components, Glowing Moat and Blue Crystal feel like two of the biggest pieces of junk to have to buy in the game when you can't actually build them into something more meaningfully. So Darkwings' early itemization has just been feeling the worst so far this game. Not saying he's doing anything wrong, but just all of the checkpoints that he's having to go back at are not allowing him to buy these purchases that feel better, that feel like they're going to make you significantly stronger in lane. Whereas Palafox just gets the dream purchase for a mage on their first recall. Lost chapter, great, you're in business.
And now he has the tier 2 boots as well, right? So he has everything that Darkwings has and much more here. Uhi coming to cover. They know that Darkwings is having to push out, still has no flash. And Contracts and Palafox both did not spend theirs, even though they killed him. So he's going to have to be really careful here. You don't want to walk up too close, or they could look for an engage onto you. The Grubs feel like DSG is in a position where they want to try to contest, but I don't think it's going to go well if they try.
Okay, Disguised. Do you really want to fight for it here? Shopify controlling the pit for now. Should just be able to claim that first one easy peasy. There it is. Seos body blocking any sort of a maybe attempt at a steal from a Gleaming Quill. Smite going to be used on Grub number 2. So Shopify already has a majority, but it looks like for the first time this series, Isaac, we are going to see all 3 Grubs go the same direction, and that direction is Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of what happens. All 3 lanes lost, right? And as a jungler, you know that feeling. And it is not a good one.
Bad.
When all 3 of your lanes just kind of naturally are losing, it is very difficult to be able to actually contest at these objectives because everyone's pushed in, everyone's going to be late. It is just a tough spot to be in, and Darkwing's going to eat that shockwave. Should just be able to back it off and TP back, but the pressure is continuing from these Shopify lanes, and it will have to do that as they do have some of this kind of more early game focus, I would say, with the Lucian, Nami, and so on, but they are looking really good, even though it's not a massive lead. They have just been the ones kind of dictating the pace and having the pressure.
So a nice little bit of silver lining here for the side of Disguised is at least they've got one individual lead in Castle versus Fudge down there in that bottom lane, finally finding his footing here on the Yorick, feeling a little bit better about this head-to-head, but it is still significant leads for Shopify in jungle and in both carry roles, which is going to prove to be a problem as the culling will clear out the entire wave up here. XU is hanging around. They knew that they had the Wukong ulti. You have Rakan flash ulti. You're thinking maybe we can make some kind of a dive, put some pressure on, but Shopify answered.
And you can see Contracts was recalling, but he was recalling on a ward over by the Dragon. So that's why they were trying to look for that play, because they knew exactly where Contracts was. So they're saying, you know what? There's no chance of a counter gank. And Palafox still does not have his TP. It's just a sliver remaining there. They could see Fudge, so you know Castle was around. And they tried to look for that play, but early culling does prevent it, and Fudge is going to swap back up towards topside now. This time, though, Castle will be able to match him pretty quickly. Does crash the wave prior, and is going to be happy about that. So their lane states does feel like it's stabilizing a little bit here, and as a result, I think they're in a much better spot.
Both top laners still working towards those Trinity Forces getting completed. First major item is done, and it's completed for Contracts, who does have the bonus money from getting the kill on the first blood. He's got his Heartsteel not even 11 minutes into the game, and especially for Heartsteel specifically because of the nature of the item, it always feels good to get the first kill or 2 in the game, get accelerated, and start stacking that faster.
Yeah, exactly. If they're going to be scrapping a lot, you're going to get a lot of extra stacks there. You're going to get that value. But Castle has his TP and did hold on to that, so does work up towards this top side. Is going to have TP advantage on that top side, so there is potential here for DSG to try to look for something. Of course, if you do TP away from the Jax, then there is an opportunity for him to farm some of those plates. Can do a lot of damage very quickly. But you can see that Fudge is sitting back pretty defensively under his tower right now. Knows that XU is on that side of the map, and Contracts was not, so feeling a little bit nervous, I think, about his position in that 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, he's caught up pretty well to the Yorick, right? He's not even down 100 gold right now, so as long as you don't do anything egregious, give them an open window to try to force a lead up here, you're feeling all right about the state of things. The Maiden of the Mist is still active. You can see there for Castle as well, as he's going to bring her down here into this topside river. 3 minutes still on the clock until we have the Herald spawning. Bottom lane control remains in the possession of Shopify Rebellion, as B-Boy and Seos is going to grab another plate. Nice bubble there from Seos too as well. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, loses more than half his HP, and it does have a potion or two running here with the refillable. We'll be able to collect this next wave, but yeah, Huhi wasn't there with him. And so Rahel had to give up a fair bit of that farm, and they lost a plate. And so B-Boy, you know, on that completed Essence Reaver, already a lot stronger right now, and Rahel is going to have to be playing pretty defensively, it feels like, until he at least has that item. Contract's just in the face of all of them. Is just going to be able to do that scuttle.
That was completely disrespectful from Contracts, but he doesn't get punished for it. Just walks up, takes the crab. All right, see ya. Easy pickup there for Shopify Rebellion. It's a one-kill game, Azale, with a nearly 2,000 gold lead for Shopify Rebellion. Turret plates haven't even fallen yet. It's still a minute away from that happening. B-Boy and Seos are keeping the pressure on as the culling whittles away the HP of Rahel and Huhi. Nice piercing light through the minion wave. Going to find even more poke. Bubble doesn't hit that time. Contracts in the enemy jungle, but XU's hanging around here as well. Huhi stepping back towards the Krug area, drops a ward over the wall that's going to spot Contracts, trying to steal away this red buff. With eyes on the Shopify jungler, disguised, at least know everything that's going on here, but the problem is they can't stop it. Contract steals the red and hits level 9 off of him.
You know it, but it's not good. You got a nanny cam at home, you see someone robbing you, you're aware, but they're still taking your TV.
Yeah, I can't exactly stop them from long distance. So, unfortunately for them, Contracts gets the whole damn living room, and he's going to exfiltrate right after. This Drake, remember I was talking about earlier, both previous games, the first Drake was done with 6 minutes on the clock. This time around, Contracts found that one kill that we've had so far this game at that timer instead. And now finally, going to come back towards that Drake. First one very slow, almost 14 minutes into the game before that's clean.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those demoralizing games, though, for Shopify, you know, for DSG against Shopify, because everyone just kind of feels like they're slowly losing. Castle's in an okay spot, but it is definitely tough. You know, every time we pan around the map, it's like, oh, they're losing another plate, they're losing another objective, they're losing another buff. Yeah. And it is going to be difficult. You know, usually these kind of games, I feel like, come down to one major fight, and it's kind of like when DSG decides to fight, if they do not win that, then they're kind of cooked, right? Because you're already down 2K. And from those kind of positions, you usually get one good swing, one good punch. Yep. And if that does not work out, if you get aced, if you get taken out, then that is usually it for the game. So DSG are going to have to be really careful about where they actually pick their moment. But this is definitely the most lopsided game by far. It really felt pretty even throughout most of the first two games. But this time, they're just kind of struggling across the board. I mean, I keep saying that, but I guess I have to be fair that Castle has created an advantage for himself.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely been much more of a struggle than the last two games.
Well, we've got the Herald up now, and you can see a lot of vision being placed down by Shopify Rebellion up here, warding out those brushes, trying to maintain control. Contracts puts a little bit of damage onto Huhi, who has to battle dance back out to the safety of Rahel waiting nearby. As Shopify Rebellion maintain control over the topside river, B-Boy is pushing out the wave in top lane. The bottom lane situation there in the 1v1, you can see Fudge just trying to scrap back and forth with Castle, but Yorick is very obnoxious in these types of situations. Castle still feeling fully comfortable in this 1v1. Both teleports, both flashes are available for the top laners. Nice bubble, immediately followed up with the Glacial Prison. Palafox gets the second kill of the game for Shopify Rebellion. So easy after the nice catch there from Seos and Contracts.
Yeah, and going to be able to get the tower in their face as well. And Contracts, you know, able to find that nice engage. You know, they have the CC, they just pull off that dive. Huhi now has the Mikhails, which is a great answer to this Sejuani. Darkwing's trying to push in, trying to get some pressure on this tower, but clearly not going to be able to knock it down. Will have to back off after this wave, very likely. But Castle also lost his ult. You know, he was trying to get a little bit more spicy, I think, and kind of trying to push up and hit that tower. But that does mean that the Jax can then just kind of turn on your ult, and you can't really fight back when the ult is hitting the tower. Yeah. Or sometimes people will use their E under tower, and they hit the E under tower, the ulti's just kind of hitting them, but you can't actually then stand there as the York themselves, or the tower will hit you. So they can just kind of fight your ult and sometimes kill it in that position. So Castle now finding himself in a bit of a difficult spot, has to try to clear this wave.
Yeah, and now that they know there's no Maiden of the Mist to try to protect him, Contracts and Fudge want to make the move to continue keeping the pressure on down here in the bottom lane. Turret destroyed, Shopify Rebellion. That gold lead is up over 3,000. It will shrink a little bit below that mark here as the tier 1 turret is claimed by Dark Wings up in the top lane. Zale, you already said it earlier, man. This is getting so dicey for the side of Disguise. They're going to have to pick a moment, and they're going to have to pick very wisely.
Yeah.
We don't even have feats claimed yet because there's still only 2 kills in the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have feats yet. Yeah, exactly. Like you say, not enough objectives taken and not enough kills grabbed just yet. But they do have that first tower. They've taken 2 towers, and it's feeling very one-sided for now. And you're looking over at the item completions, and it's like, yeah, DSG is trying to scrap up enough gold to get some of those items in, but the second item is already in for B-Boy. He is at a very strong point in the game. Essence Reaver plus that rapid fire. And you do have the mandate done for a while for Seos. So going to be able to get really heavy poke here. Playing around that mid lane. And now DSG just trying to look for some sort of an invade. Might be able to push out Contracts, but they've got to be careful about a potential shockwave with the wall too.
Yeah, well, invade for a little bit of Gromp violence here, but
no one's answering top.
Yeah, the entire time, Fudge is just knocking down structures. That gold lead still about 3,000 here. And even though those feats aren't claimed, it is worth pointing out, the stuff that has been claimed, both neutral objectives so far, both kills so far, are in Shopify's hands. So if they get one of anything, they're in.
Yep, exactly. So very likely we'll be able to grab that upgraded boot. They do get that tier 1 tower on the bot side as they were kind of looking for that invade that bought some time for them to be able to knock that down, but of course was traded back by Fudge. And Fudge now has even opened up a little bit of a gold lead for himself, so it is all red when you're looking at those gold leads.
Yep.
Everyone on Shopify ahead right now, and mid lane very significantly so, as Palafox is soon going to have his second item, and both those carries will be ready to go.
Okay. Potential catch here onto Fudge, but not really a whole lot of threat with just XU and Huhi trying to deal damage to the Jax. All right, Azale, if it's you, if you're shot calling, coaching, whatever you want to call it here, where would you want to see them take the fight if you're Disguised? Because you don't have the pressure of like a fast soul stack on, but it's not like this money lead is going anywhere anytime soon. Contracts, nice Glacial Prison there as he could be potentially caught out, but Dark Wings doesn't do enough damage alone. The Glacial Prison stopped any reinforcements from being able to show up.
Yeah, exactly, and it was really well done, I think, by B-Boy as well. B-Boy and Seos zoned them off from actually following up. You know, XU is just getting pushed back on the side because I think the thought process here is Dark Wings gets enough damage onto Contracts, XU and the rest of the team come in, then they finish him off, and then they get the Dragon, which is a good look.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the Lucian and the Nami just stop you from actually getting that backup that you were looking for. And to go back to your question as far as like where would you want to see them kind of draw that line in the sand?
Yeah.
I think generally what you're doing in these kind of games is you're trying to get towards an item completion where they just have pieces but haven't completed their next item above you. And then you're trying to say, okay, we're going to fight. So right now, you know, you're on 1 in pieces, they're on 2. You're probably hoping, okay, we're going to get towards 2 before they get towards 3, right? So they're going to be on 2 in pieces. And I think that is where you're probably going to try to take your fight. You know, maybe this next Dragon, something like that. That's generally how I think about it when I'm losing a game, is just like, yeah, they're still going to have an advantage if they have an extra BF sword or whatever, but the item completions are so much more efficient than the parts that that's your best hope.
All right, that's what we'll keep an eye on then. We'll see if Disguised can find their moment. But on the opposite side of that coin, it means that for Shopify, you got to be looking right now because this is a great chance to use the extra power of those extra completed items like we're talking about, right? You've got Storm Surge plus Luden's Companion on Palafox. This is not a defensive Orianna build. This is not Rod of Ages into Seraph's Embrace. This thing is going to hurt if Palafox hits a Shockwave.
Yeah, it's that one combo threat that you're going to have here. And the other side of it is as well that, like, yeah, it's pretty clear that DSG wants to fight when they're relatively even on items, but Shopify can also say, we got the Dragons. We don't actually have to show up for a fight where we're not going to be an item completion ahead, right? Because we are dictating this game. So, you know, if this next Dragon spawns and they're both kind of on 2 items apiece and they just have these extra components, if they don't think that it's a guaranteed win, they don't need to go. They can just play through side lanes with Jax, pressure towers, continue to extend their advantage, take away some of these jungle camps, and just wait till that third item comes through, because they're always going to be ahead of the pace as far as those completions are concerned. And then you're kind of just depending upon a really explosive engage, finding something to really flip the game on its head. Castle has been doing totally fine in the Yorick, and sometimes one kill in a side lane really can do so much work because Yorick crushes towers, right? So I wouldn't mind seeing XU or whoever being just kind of playing behind that Yorick and trying to find 2v1, trying to find some sort of play that can buy Yorick time on a tower, because all of a sudden the game can be looking really good for you. You get one gank, one kill on that Jax, and Yorick can knock down multiple towers.
All right, let's see if Disguise can find their moment here, summoning up the Herald, trying to use it to engage after Contracts and Seos. XU diving in, trying to go fishing, finds a knock-up, but now he's got to make sure he doesn't get himself stranded as Fudge is going to arrive here with a teleport. The Herald just going to walk up, lazily auto-attack the tier 1 turret as they don't get any value there with a collision, so they will not take down the turret here just yet. Problem is, now the Maiden's getting caught out. Now that's going to be a massive drop in power for the Yorick until that cooldown is back available.
Yeah, the AI on the Maiden leaves something to be desired at times. It can definitely be really frustrating when it's just kind of lagging behind like that. I mean, look how far Castle is down on that bottom side. He was already heading over there, but the Maiden was pretty slow to react. I think it was honestly a decent look from XU, but they don't get the crash. And at the end of the day, that teleport from Fudge is going to be turned into an Otacon attempt here.
Okay.
XU is in the area, but the question is, can he actually get vision? Can he get close enough? He's pretty split from the team, but would have a good flank angle.
Okay, XU trying to find a way in. Castle's going to be the intended target here for Shopify Rebellion, but they don't find him in time. Nice engage from XU, who he trying to get away off to the side. His Contracts also has to flash. The Spiraling Despair sets it up, so Castle can take it down. But Castle loses his own life in the process. Now Fudge got to be a little bit wary of all these feathers from the Xayah. Disguised, beautifully done there to earn themselves a 1-for-1 trade on kills and steal the Otacon away.
It cost them a lot of flashes, but they do kill off Contracts, and as soon as they kill off Contracts, yeah, Castle goes down, but they realize, you know what, we can just focus down the Otacon and take this away. And this game, unlike that first game where they got the Otacon, they actually have a big pedal advantage, right? Because they have been having Yorick playing through the side lanes. We can watch it one more time. XU is coming in, and they're trying to actually target Palafox, but Palafox was very quick on the reaction. Watch him flash away as Huhi and XU both flash in. Instantly gets out, but the Shockwave had been used very early from Palafox, and it only hit Huhi. So I think that was one of the really core components that allowed them to kind of enforce their will on this fight, realizing, you know what, we can group up and flash in because Shockwave is down. It didn't get a lot of value. Yeah, we didn't kill Palafox, but we killed the jungler. We took the Otacon, and now, yes, you are down 2K, but this is a lot of extra power from the adaptive force. And so you will still have to worry about those earlier item completions coming through. But as far as the actual stats, the game is a lot closer.
I just had producers get in my ear. So it's 2.1K on the scoreboard favoring Shopify. 1.8K is the value of the flowers that Disguised have over Shopify. So essentially,
Flowers dropping flower knowledge.
This game is even, man. Disguised, we put the pressure on. We said, look, you're falling behind, it's slipping away, your moment's got to be good, and that moment was. Now Palafox going to try to TP out in time. That was close.
It looked like Darkwing kind of hesitated a little bit when he was walking in. He walked in, then stutter stepped back a little bit, and then went forward. Wonder if he could have got there in time. But they are going to grab the dragon on the bottom side. So you try to make a play like that on top side, and Shopify do take their third dragon here. And they're going to move to Soul Point here pretty early on.
Okay, Contracts eating some damage over the front line. Does get locked up by Disguise, but the bubble was beautiful, and now Disguise has to try to be careful. The Blade Caller finds a root and a Fudge, and Contracts slows him up here a little bit, but Shopify Rebellion happy enough with how that played out.
Yeah, the bubble, I think, actually interrupted Huhi on his grand entrance with the quickness popped. And again, the Maiden dies. Yorick without a wife for most of this game, unfortunately.
He is maidenless.
He is maidenless.
Alas, poor Yannick.
It's like Raz.
Oh, he's not even here to defend such a headshot for no reason whatsoever.
It was there. I just had to reach out and grab it.
That was some dirty work, man.
I'm sorry, Raz. Not that sorry, but a little bit.
I can hear the what the hell all the way from the lounge right now.
Oh, man.
All right, so Yorick, unfortunately without his maiden for a while longer now, that cooldown stays pretty nasty for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
It's a very powerful ult, and with great power comes great cooldown. 65 seconds still until he can get that one back, and his split push pressure, his split push speed is just so greatly reduced when he doesn't have the maiden.
Yep, it is. And despite the fact that, we talked about those combat stats that are going to be kind of like pseudo-evening out the gold, but item completions are still worth more than just like the flat adaptive force, and now the third items are starting to come through. IE is done for B-Boy, so he is very, very strong at this point. Rahel needs to get his Infinity Edge in. Has been farming at a very fast clip, both these guys above 10 CS per minute. Yeah. And Palafox, you have to think, is probably heading towards a death cap next. He's sitting on 1,600 gold, so it's not going to be too long until he gets that big completion. And then it is going to be terrifying with these 2 burst items followed up by a death cap, or maybe even a Shadow Flame, whatever he wants to go for. It is going to be pretty nasty.
I mean, the timer, too, seems like it's going to be great for Shopify because he should be able to complete that purchase within the next 3 minutes before that Ocean Soul spawns. And if you get Ocean Soul when you've got Jax and Sejuani, they are going to be so difficult to kill.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really tough. Counter-Strike just gets so much value across the board, it feels like, against the team. You know,
not Hui, but everybody else.
Yeah, exactly. Wukong, Yorick, and this Xayah. It's kind of like a lot of auto attacks and physical damage that you can block pretty easily with that. Castle is level 16, but it's going to have to back it off as he knows his jungler is not on this side of the map. Contracts could come down, so hasn't really been able to progress through side lane very much. They did take some of those tier 1s, but only when they did have those additional members there. And now with Baron active, it's a lot harder to then go to that side lane and kind of overload one side of the map because you're risking Baron take on the other side.
Well, Rahel will clear out the minion wave here at mid. Also getting close to his Infinity Edge being completed, and you know that if Disguise wants to have a chance of stopping the Ocean Soul take, of stopping Shopify from securing that massive power spike, they need to get this Infinity Edge online yesterday.
Yep. Yeah, it needs a couple hundred more gold. So should be able to get it, I think, especially if they just give them some jungle camps and whatnot as they spawn.
Yeah, just feed them stuff.
Exactly. I mean, XU's on 2 items. You're not getting 3. You're not getting anywhere close to 3. So you want to make sure that that Infinity Edge is done. And should be able to do that, I think, no problem here. You can see Darkwings working towards his 3rd item, but he is still pretty far away. Is sitting on 800 gold right now, so could at least get, like, part of the Leandries, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get there at this point. Just about a minute 10.
Palafox got his hat. It's scary stuff there in the mid lane. The Dark Seal has 4 stacks on it, so nothing crazy, but it's scary stuff to try to deal with these neutral objective fights, especially if you're not there first. If a Nami wave comes flying out of a brush and then right over the top, there's the ball plus the shock wave. How are you even supposed to recover a fight that starts that way?
I mean, you're probably not, and they're just going to be starting up this Baron. That is super risky if they get engaged on here.
Yeah, this is the YOLO play from Disguise. Castle and Fudge both making their way up. Nice shockwave from Palafox. Rahel and XU are both nearly killed immediately. Rahel down to only 150 HP. Nobody is dead, but it does not matter. They are all forced completely away as Shopify Rebellion will now take control over the topside river, over the Baron pit itself. Disguise trying to regroup. XU is still only at 1/3 HP.
It's theirs.
He will not be able to recall and then still try to participate in this Baron. So this Baron is Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, and you can see that Castle was pinging assist over onto the Dragon because now they're saying, you know what, if we don't get the Dragon, then we're cooked, right? We're going to lose Soul. We're going to lose Baron as well. And then it's like, how do you ever stop them from pushing? And it kind of feels like DSG may have just lost the game without even having a fight at this point because I don't know, it's going to be really tough, it feels like, now to stop them. Everyone went back to base and was even able to buy up as well.
All right, team. Let's see what you got. Disguised. Can you prevent the Ocean Soul? All right, they're going for it. Disguise will actually stop the Soul for now. Shopify Rebellion wanted to go back, complete their purchases with the influx of gold from the Baron. We've got the, what a reminder, nearly completed for B-Boy, but he does have the Last Whisper, which is very important so that he can shoot through some of the armor on the front line there. And it looks like Fudge and Contracts will go ahead and knock down the last little bit of health on this tier 2 turret here in the top lane. Seeker's Arm Guard also completed for Fudge. Massive pickup for the next big fight.
Yeah, it's going to be really important to have that for the next fight. Just dive in the back line, put the pressure onto Rahel, and be able to go into the stasis. And now it becomes Azonia, so that is up and ready. It's been a very low action game, and it does just feel like DSG is just kind of bleeding out without actually really ever finding their moment. And we talked about trying to find a moment to really go aggressive, and I guess their attempt was the Baron, but it was very risky, and no one reacted to that shockwave. You know, no one flashed it. There wasn't like a Xayah ult to answer it. They're gonna try to look now.
Yeah, Contract's in some danger here, but the redemption coming out from Seos isn't enough to save him in time. Now Exu's got to try to escape, as the Shockwave will not find a target there. Disguised managed to go in, get their kill. It cost the flash from Darkwings. It costs the flash from XU, but they get what they came for, and that's at least going to pump the brakes a little bit here on what Shopify's trying to do.
Yeah, and they got the flash off of Contracts. He flashed out very late there, I think hoping that maybe Nami could keep him alive. You talked about the redemption, but also the heal was used. Look at that damage under Rahel, though. That is like 55% of your health with one quick trade.
Yeah, that was a lot of burst. And now the Xayah, luckily he didn't panic and use the ulti there, so at least he's still got that get out of jail free card. But there's so much pressure here in the mid lane. Hui is normally so effective at clearing out the waves, it just makes the Baron that much more valuable when Shopify is able to secure it. They've still got 45 seconds left in the Red Bull Baron power play, and they're going to continue using that to just snowball this gold lead larger and larger, and now that gold lead is over 5,000.
Yeah, 5,000 in the advantage for them. Still, because they elected to not go for the soul and they didn't deal, you know, game-ending damage, you know, we talked about, like, what was it, 1.8K or whatever worth of stats from the extra flowers.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're down 5K, but the Baron's going to expire. You didn't get soul. And this pick, pretty nice from DSG. And it's just Huhi starting it off, you know, full CC chain onto him. Tries to flash out very late, but does get burst down. XU and Darkwings have to flash to get back, and a little bit of frustration there on the face from Contracts, you could see.
I think that's probably mostly just got to be for the flash timing, because you're like, okay, if I was going to flash, it should have been earlier than that, because you 100% could have survived.
Yeah, no, I agree fully. Maybe he was thinking I can live long enough and bait them in, you know, and try to hold your flash late, and then you have, okay, redemption, Nami heal, Nami W, that's going to keep me alive. Didn't work out that way, but it's going to be 2 minutes until Shopify have another attempt here, as Huhi, even through the damage reduction there on the Celestial opposition, does get absolutely lit up by B-Boy.
Yeah, you got to be so careful with this Lucian, man. B-Boy is out of control right now as Contracts jumps in, finds a Glacial Prison onto XU, who jumps back over the wall there with his clone. So escapes for now. It's a pretty big engage tool down to the side of Shopify, but they got the redemption from Nami. They'll keep the health bars topped off, and they want to keep this pressure on.
Yeah, they're just going to keep constantly trying to rinse and repeat here. Kind of up to B-Boy, just land the poke that you can. Hui's gonna look!
Yeah, Hui jumps into the back line. He finds an initial lockup onto Seos. A little bit more is not enough just yet as Rahel goes into the back line looking for B-Boy even further. He finds 2 kills! Rahel stepping up as Fudge at least gets one back onto XU, but Disguised are showing some signs of magic here. Castle now continuing to try to lock down Fudge and Palafox, prevent them from getting away. Disguised knows they have to get more. Palafox and Fudge continuing to retreat. Severing Bolt finds no target. Contracts just wants to slow Huhi down. But the beautiful engage from Huhi, the follow-up from Rahel, the bottom lane of Disguised finds their moment, and they strike.
Yeah, that was a really good engage there from Huhi, getting in, finding multiple members. Even with the shockwave there for the counter engage from Palafox, it was not enough to stop Rahel from getting in. This is back to the earlier attempt from Shopify. And then the engage here, because B-Boy got chunked down, the redemption comes out, they say, you know what, maybe there is an angle, and Huhi just pulls the trigger, flash in, double charm, gets Seos and B-Boy, and then the claw as well from Darkwings, tags them both, and Rahel says, with that, I can make something happen. Goes in, Ghost Flash ulti, knocks down both of those bot laners. The newbies there, great follow-up on Hui's initial engage. And bringing them back within striking distance. The question is, did they spend too much in that previous fight to win this one?
Okay, let's see what they can do here. It's still Ocean Soul if Shopify gets it. Fudge looking for the chance to mount a pincer attack here through the Tribe Rush, but Castle successfully marks him. Doesn't allow the Jax to find the flank angle onto the back line of Disguised. Huhi gonna take just an initial little bit of damage there from Contracts on the Sejuani, but XU still hanging out in the Ocean Rift brush just to make sure that he's always close to this Dragon, wants to guarantee that if nothing else, he can at least fight for it. Fudge versus Castle off to the side, Dragon down to 1,000! It's taken by XU and Disguise, but now what about the fight after? Contracts trying to keep chasing as B-Boy gets the kill on XU, and Shopify Rebellion are looking for even more. The blade color is used, Contracts is hurt, but he is not down yet. Fudge looking for his approach angle, wanted to get the stun with a counter-strike, but a nice use of the hard CC from Dark Wings keeps everybody protected for now, but Rahel is dead. Palafox going on a killing spree, and B-Boy is blessed up by the Nami, a piercing light through the hearts of Disguise as Shopify Rebellion are marching it down bottom lane. Now Castle the entire time has been up in mid, split pushing as Yorick does. He will work to take down that tier 2 turret. He will at least get a little bit of something back, but that fight goes Shopify's way despite losing the Drake.
Yeah, and he's gonna have to TP out. They do get the smite. That is so big from XU. Being able to land that smite meant that they don't lose the soul, and they still are kind of hanging on, but they are hanging on by a thread at this point. It was always going to be a tough fight as Rahel has no summoners. His ult does come back up. They get the initial engage, but Huhi took so much damage, and then that shockwave comes through. XU is just deleted. You see them trying to run out, and I guess they were worried about walking through the tri-brush because they thought Fudge would come in there. The initial CC here was really nice. The fear into the knock up there from Huhi to try to peel off that Jax. But Rahel without Ghost, Rahel without ulti, you're never outrunning them in that spot. You're never going to get home safe. So I feel like maybe they could have taken the more risky pathway through that tri-brush, and it could have given them an opportunity, but it was always going to be tough to escape. And now 7K is the lead. They're baroned up once again here. Pretty much full builds coming through. As you can see, the Magi's has been purchased there by Palafox.
Yep, 8 stacks on that one. Fudge, the target of Castle's Yorick, but the Jax is so strong now, man. He's got the Hourglass fully done. He's always going to have the extra threat onto the back line that provides him by just letting him jump in completely focused on getting the kill on Rahel or Dark Wings even, because the Hui is so vulnerable at this point in the game, man. No real powerful defensive tools except for just that single target fear at point blank range. So if there's a concerted effort for the dive from Shopify, it is big problems for the carry in the mid lane from Disguise. But they are still holding on for now. They've got to weather yet another Baron push. Rahel doing plenty of damage on this Xayah, has 4 fully completed items and the BF sword for his final one in inventory. So he's honestly pretty much same game state here as the Lucian.
He's basically dead even with the Lucian. Mid lane is obviously a big problem though, as Darkwings is going to be way less effective than Palafox, and B-Boy looking with the culling.
Yeah, B-Boy nearly kills Dark Wings from 100 to 0. The Hui barely survives, but now without the mid laner healthy enough to fight, it means Shopify get the extra little bit of time they need to take out the tier 3 turret in the top lane. Now a teleport to bring Fudge back in. He just purchased a fully completed Sterix Cage. He's got that and Azonia's now. The Jax is so incredibly difficult to kill, and 2 inhibitors are vulnerable. The one in top is about to die already with the 2 blessed up cannon minions already firing into it. They'll be able to finish the job, and Shopify switch their attention over to mid lane.
Yeah, Fudge getting healed up by the Nami there, which is pretty critical. They're gonna go!
XU decides to flash engage, but Palafox ain't gonna be found just yet. Huhi into the back, but nobody follows it up, and now Fudge is putting the pressure on Rahel and XU. Disguised have lost their main engage tools, they have lost their support, and their base is starting to crumble. Luckily, bottom lane does not have a minion wave in the right position. They can't get 3 inhibbed, but Shopify might just be looking for the Nexus instead. They'll continue moving forward. Minion waves pouring in from mid and top with super minions now, as B-Boy just going to try to put a couple more bullets there into the maid and maybe take that out. Super minion arriving from mid lane, and Shopify are not done yet. 20 seconds left still on this Baron. 20 seconds left of pushing power. Immediately Glacial Fissure locks up Rahel, but they don't quite have enough damage to kill him. Castle stuck in the front line now, wants to get a little bit more damage onto B-Boy, but it ain't going to be enough. Palafox, unstoppable. Castle can't hold on, and neither can the Nexus turrets. Disguised scrambles to try to keep the game alive, but I don't think it's going to work today. Everybody on Disguise is about to fall as B-Boy jumps into the fountain, and Shopify Rebellion, after 40 minutes, win the game and take the series.
Yeah, they grind this last game out. It felt like for the most part it was pretty much fully in their control in this game 3, but it definitely took a long time and was a lot slower pace than those other 2 games. Shopify, though, going to be happy to walk away from this one with a win. DSG definitely made them work for it. Could have been a 2-0, but ended up going Shopify's way. They came back in that second game, and they were very in control in this third game. You talked about Palafox needing to have a bounce back after that game 1. Well, this game 3, he absolutely did. He was deathless. He was such an impact maker here on the Orianna. Really showed up big time.
Very carnivorous with the build as well. Storm Surge, Luden's companion, like this is all about the huge chunks of damage. Remember back to the first Baron where Disguise just started it up and we're like, wow, this looks pretty risky. Palafox just instantly taking off 80% of Rahel's health bar, 60% or so of that of XU. Just made it so easy for them to then take control and start running away with the game. We're walking with Seos on the way to our interview. Loungers, take it away.
Thank you, Flowers.
Yeah.
That was a doozy.
It was.
That was a doozy.
Welcome back.
Something.
We were expecting a Shopify win. I don't think we're expecting it like that.
No.
True.
Game 3 definitely was a grind. We're going to have to talk to Seos about it once he gets here, as well as talk about his expectations for the upcoming pick and play ceremony, where Shopify is technically the 3rd ranked team, so they're likely to just be picked by somebody else, or they get a choice of their own opponent.
Oh yeah. They kind of just sit back and wait for someone to pick them. Yeah. I think 2 things. One, Shopify still have some trouble in the mid game a little bit, like especially around some of their team fighting. But then also, Disguise has improved a lot.
They have.
There he is.
Hey, Seos! Before you settle down, come with me. You gotta do the. You gotta take the banner off of DSG.
The banner ritual.
Oh,
wow.
True.
What do you need to do?
Yeah, you take this one off and we'll put it on your banner. So here we go. The clips are a little tricky, so if you can get that sorted. Me saying that to you, meanwhile I'm finding hard.
You're doing the wrong one.
This one?
No, not that one. That doesn't.
Oh yeah, this one right here for you. Yeah, you can unlink that one. See, we're at the same pace here, actually.
Wait, no, he
You got it.
Whoa.
No, that's easy. Yeah, okay, well, at least we got it at the same time.
He immediately beat you.
Okay, we were basically the same time. There we go. I clicked mine in. See what I mean?
One.
Okay, there we go. We're 1-1. All right, let's settle down. You can sit right here. I'll just take a seat.
Seos is going to hang out with us until the pick and play ceremony. So we did predict the 2-0, but you get 2-0 after losing one. How did the series go for you?
Yeah, first game was unexpected, to be honest. I think they play really well. I think he played really well with Bard, and our early game wasn't really good. We took a bad fight on Drake and a bad fight on Grubs.
Yeah.
And when this happened against Bard, against a fast-paced team, like Vi Bard can go anywhere and kill basically every champion. Then it was really hard, and yeah, they did well. So.
That's true. Vi Bard Gallium. Can't really take any fights against that.
Yeah.
But how's the split kind of been for you so far? Because we heard Fudge on stage talking about scrims, so it seems like there's a story behind that hasn't been too good recently. How's it been like having to deal with that, but also just bouncing back from a 3rd place finish in split 2?
Yeah, I think in the start it was hard for sure because we took I think 2 or 3 weeks from break. So when we come back, we are not on that level, when we finish the split. So we kind of losing to teams that we shouldn't lose if you wanna be top 1, do better in the next split, the past splits. So I feel like it was hard, but we have a good mental in the start. Even though we are losing to weaker team than us, we still trusting yourself, So it was just a matter of time, I think the past week was already really good. I feel like we are back in shape and we are improving from now.
Nice.
How do you keep that mentality? Because I mean, you needed it just in this series, right, to kind of recover from game 1. But you'd also talked about this last split where you guys were kind of losing until then you weren't, and then you just started going on this insane run. So talk to me about the team's overall mentality and kind of how you guys keep it up.
Yeah, I think for sure, isn't easy. When we are expected to be top 3 now, right? Be better than a lot of teams. But when we are not doing this on screens, we have a problem now. But I think luckily everyone on the team is really experienced. So we already passed to a lot of teams, a lot of different players. So everyone probably already passed to a similar situation.
Yeah.
So we are really mature about this. I think everyone just talk to each other. We say what is wrong, what we need to do to get the pace again. So I feel like this team is kind of easy because everyone talks to each other,
Yeah, and in terms of dealing with expectations, your social media posted your scrim board again this week. I saw one day B-Boy had a 0. Who gave you guys a 0 for B-Boy? What happened?
I don't remember which team we screened, but it's B-Boy give his own score,
His own rating.
Yeah, and to be honest, B-Boy, I don't know. he's hard on himself a lot of days. So you know, like someone puts 6, 7, even 8, B-Boy like always 2 or 3 or 0 sometimes.
What I want to know is he put a 6 earlier, right? And we were like, whoa, for B-Boy, that's a 10.
Yeah,
so what
yeah,
happened in that game?
I don't know, B-Boy's like, he's hard to understand him sometimes. Maybe he just like have a bad night, you know, didn't sleep well, then he's like kind of low energy, so he just like give a 0 from himself and that's it.
What about you? Because you started doing a decimal system. You did 6.5 or something like that, but you started doing it recently. What was the reasoning behind that?
Because I like on that specific day, I thought it was a little better than the day in the past, but not a lot better, you know. I just put like a 0.5 or a 0.3 too.
Oh my goodness.
Also,
so we got player of the series, I think, is ready for this.
Who do you think got it? Or who is the player of the series for you?
Maybe B-Boy?
Boom!
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, we got the B-Boy
he'd probably give
there.
himself a 5.
Probably a 2 or a 3.
All right, Busio, Henna, Vulcan, B-Boy for this week. Last week we had 380 carries get it. This week it looks 280 carries, but all bot laners.
Yeah.
Do you think that's just random coincidence, or do you feel like the bot lane has more influence in games so far in the LTA North?
I think bot lane is pretty OP, to be honest, and like especially support, you can like just take over the game. You know, I think like Vulcan played really well the past series, right? You can see like he's going everywhere, killing like everyone. So I feel like I think AD carry is a bit hard. I'm kind of surprised that we have 2 AD carries, but I think support is kind of expected.
You must. I would say you must have had a hilarious week just because the patch notes have just been attacking supports. Changing the priority around melee supports and like allowing, I guess, more like Bard or Enchanters. Like, talk about your perspective and adjusting based on the patch changes that's been coming up.
I think it was a pretty decent change. I feel like especially like Alistar was really strong, you know. Brown too, you know. Sometimes you can just pick Brown, that doesn't matter the situation, you just blind Brown and you know you win every skirmish, every 3v3, every grubs, every Drake. And it's not like, even if someone pick like a ranged support to punish you, it's not like it's really that hard, you know. You can manage around it, you can like swaps. So I feel like Brown and Alistar was really strong in this patch, so I feel like it was a good nerf. And from Fearless, I feel like it's really good to have some options, you know, like another ranged supports. I feel like maybe some enchanters can be buffed too to like have more variance.
True.
Yeah, really interesting. They banned out your Alistair and Braum just to be able to use your Nami. I always feel like your Nami is really good. We got Samsung SSD Fast 5 for this week, which we're going to take a look at right now. Fudge topping the list of fastest CS. That's where my eyes went immediately because it was top left.
True.
But also from this last series, Palafox making it as well. So good performance by Shopify on the Fast 5 this week.
I'm always an enjoyer of the fastest kill and trying to remember what scenario it happened for Jan and Hannah get it like 241.
I think it was yesterday, right? Level 2, I think they trade kills, you know, Leona for trash.
That one's fun. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. See, that's the game for me. just try to remember, how the hell did they have it kill that early?
Good stuff with Samsung SSD Fast 5. Remember, upgrade your storage and load games fast so you can play more and wait less with Samsung SSDs. You can scan the QR code on screen or head to Samsung.com to learn more. Now we're going to turn our attention to the pick and play.
Let's do it.
At the end of the week. So let's pull up the rankings so far in the LTA North. Remember, series score is the first tiebreaker, then it's game score. So Dignitas and 100 Thieves will be, Dignitas gets to pick first. The only team they won't be able to pick is 100 Thieves because they have exactly the same game score.
True.
So they'll be able to pick anyone, then 100 Thieves would pick. But the implications here is they can't have any rematches. So anyone they played previously, they're unable to pick again.
I have a question for you because it was posed, I think, when we were off camera, which is Lyon beat Team Liquid. But would you rather choose, like, as if you were a team that was making a choice there, Lyon or Team Liquid, if you were forced to make that decision? That's a tough one.
Yeah, hard choice because Lyon just beat TL, right?
Yeah.
But if I had to choose, I think I would still go for Lyon. I think like
that's what I was saying.
There we go.
That's the other thing. We've
it.
heard TL are actually still doing pretty well in scrims. Yeah, so.
Let's see if we can guess, because we're going to do pick and play fairly soon before we get into player of the week. Can we pull up the full screen rankings again to see if we can, let's just try and put our heads on for being in the mind of Dignitas. They're picking first.
I mean, they just go Disguise.
They go Disguise.
Yeah.
Disguise did look better, but I don't feel like they're picking the teams above them. So now 100 Thieves picks.
Oh, and they're the one that makes the choice.
I mean, it's going to be picking between Lyon and TL, most likely.
I feel like they're still picking.
I think they're still picking Lyon.
Oh, didn't they already play?
Yeah, because they already played TL.
Oh, so they already played. All right.
So
well,
it's
yeah,
even
fair.
invalid for them to pick TL,
Yeah.
so it's not even a choice. And then
Because
Team
like
Liquid gets to pick, and they're picking Shopify, C9, or FlyQuest.
Yeah, well.
Shopify.
Probably Shopify.
Yeah.
I think they're playing
Yeah.
TL.
Yeah.
I think they're playing TL. And then even though teams with exactly the same game score can't pick each other, if they're the only two teams left, they'll play each other. So then that would mean Cloud9 and FlyQuest would play next week, if nobody throws any curveballs.
Ooh, I'm excited for that one. What matchup would you be excited for? Because like obviously FlyQuest and C9 is something that people would be talking about. Because I don't know, have you been able to scrim either of those two teams?
Yeah, we scrim both.
What's your thoughts on them?
Yeah, they are pretty good, you know. I feel like, especially I think FlyQuest is really constant on screen. You know, I think every day they show up and they play great. And I feel like C9, some days they are kind of trolling a bit, to be honest. They don't care too much about dying, so some days it's easier to pick C9, but we know like C9 at their peak, they are just like really strong team.
You can see we're just about ready to go. We're going to touch on our Player of the Week before tossing Kangas on the stage. Player of the Week here is a support, Busio. He popped off. I feel like him, Vulcan, even B-Boy had a good series here. If he didn't drop that first game, I think it would have been a stronger argument for the Shopify player. But Busio, really insane, I'd say Bard plays, especially in that second game, stood out for me.
I mean, Busio's just so good. Like, say, I'd love to hear like your thoughts on if you got to watch this at all, but just Busio in scrims, because I know I feel like he has really still continued to level up throughout this year.
Yeah, I didn't watch the last series, but when we play against FlyQuest, against him, I think he's just really solid, you know, and he has a really big champion pool that I think now on Fearless is like a really advantage, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like, especially him and Masu, I think, watching them play and playing against them, seems like they understand each other really well. I feel like their laning phase is probably the strongest here on LTA, so he's just a great support team.
True. It's actually a trifecta of like a really strong laning phase, great team fighting. He's covering lanes when they need to get their wave pushed in. Like seems like he's really locked into what the map needs from him as well.
Yeah.
So.
Then it also helps. I know this is Inspired's point that like the rest of the team is good.
Yeah,
like it's always easier to make great engages if your team is stronger. You'll win the fight when you get the engage. But it's going to be really interesting to see them play C9 next week. So the way, just so people know, as we're about to toss to the ceremony, this will be week 3 will be the last week of the best of 3s. Then week 4, it'll go straight into best of 5s for elimination.
Yes.
So being in the top 4 is extremely important because that's essentially the upper bracket of the league.
Elimination
and
phase,
then the lower bracket is immediately up for elimination, and the higher seeded teams are going to be the ones to get to pick first. So like even if you're in the lower bracket, being 5th place means you get to pick your opponent from 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
So very important stuff, and I think we were going to have that ceremony up very soon. Producers, it looked like everyone was standing in place. We've already decided 1 minute away.
Okay, we're 1 minute away.
Guys, what are we doing for a minute?
Ooh, I mean, for me, I'm just excited a little bit for like Disguise like leveling up, and now knowing they're going to go up against Dignitas. For whatever reason, in my mind, that's exciting. I don't know why that's more exciting to me than the C9 Fly. It's because DSG had like 1 win today, 1 win all of last split. Can't remember if they even took a game in split 1, and I feel like they're on the precipice of like being able to take down Dignitas. So like you're really seeing improvement there. So that's what I'm kind of looking at.
Yeah, it could also end up having more meaning because the loser of the Shopify TL series could get leapfrogged by like Lyon for the top 4. So there's going to be a huge amount of meaning in that series if that's what we end up getting.
That's true.
I was gonna say, I'm looking forward to if things go to plan, the Shopify TL series, right?
Ooh.
Because like obviously everyone's gonna be excited for FlyQuest C9. I too will be excited for FlyQuest C9. But I feel like both of you are 2 teams that are really trying to punch up into that level, right? And like really want to improve to the top 2, if you agree that there's a definite top 2. So yeah, face it if you have to face TL.
Yeah, I think like I'm really happy to play against TL like every time. I feel like even when I start playing pro player, Cordy did already winning words, you know, on my first game. So I was watching them and playing against him like is really fun, and I feel like him and Yon are a really good bot laner, like 2v2.
Yeah.
So we beat them next past split, and I was really proud of myself and my team. So I'll be happy to face them again.
What are your thoughts on the team? Because their bot lane is very strong.
Yeah.
But the rest of the map feels like they can fumble a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like their solo laners, sometimes they are really inconsistent, you know. I feel like Impact, I I feel like he's getting caught too much, and I feel like APA sometimes I was watching yesterday, he's have like a really bad team fights.
Yeah.
So I feel like their solo laners are not really on their prime, you know?
That makes sense.
All right, I hear they're finally ready for the pick and play ceremony. Let's get it done.
Welcome back to the stage where we've gathered our representatives from each team alongside their team banners, and our victors have claimed pieces of their opponents' banners. But now it's time for the Fallen to pick a fight and choose their opponents for next week. Teams have been stacked according to their match wins, game wins, fewest losses, and then split 2 standings, resulting in the following rankings. The lowest ranked team will have the first pick, and they must select a team with a better match and game record than themselves. Rematches are not allowed, and teams will move up the rankings until all matchups have been determined. Without further ado, let's begin. As the lowest ranked team after this weekend's games, Dignitas will have the first pick. Please welcome and join me on stage, Tomo, a representative from Team Dignitas. Dignitas this weekend lost to Cloud9, but did make them work for it, reigniting speculation about how much damage they can do in this league. And Tomo, it's going to be your decision now. Who would you like to go up against? Your eligible opponents are FlyQuest, Disguised, Lyon, and Team Liquid.
I think DSG, Disguised.
DSG, I believe that was one of the available ones. So Darkwing's representative from DSG, please come to the stage. DSG just picking up their first game win as well. And Darkwings, I know that DSG had the first pick last time around. Now you are picked first. I want to get your first thoughts on Dignitas, your opponent.
I think it's good to play with Dignitas because me and Lawrence definitely have some beef with them. So happy to play with them.
Okay, a little beef with them. Does that make it personal for you or just the rest of the team?
I mean, it's a bit personal, but it's all good. Like, the team is happy too.
All right, fair enough. Now, Tomo, I got to ask, selecting DSG, which lane are you confident will win their matchup on your side?
I'll say mid lane.
Mid lane, why mid lane?
Because Canid's going to smurf on Darkwing.
Darkwings, he thinks he's going to smurf on you. What do you think?
I think I'm going to show up next week and play better than Canid.
All right, well, we'll be rooting for you, Darkwings. We'll be rooting for you, Tomo. It's going to be Dignitas versus Disguise as our first matchup for the weekend. Players, you may exit the stage, and good luck next weekend. Now, as the next lowest seeded team, we will have 100 Thieves with the second pick. Will the representative Quid from 100 Thieves please join me on stage? 100 Thieves still yet to pick up a game win, despite the fact that we know that they, in Split 1, were able to make it to the finals, have enough competitive games in Split 2, so hopefully they're able to turn things around here in Split 3. But now, Quid, your eligible opponents are Cloud9, Shopify Rebellion, and Lyon. Who will you choose?
I'm going to pick Shopify.
Shopify Rebellion. All right, would the representative from Shopify please take to the stage? We have contracts with the Shopify Rebellion banner. That banner's getting pretty big. There, one. Very impressive stuff. All right, Contracts, I got to get your thoughts first. You were selected second here. What are your thoughts about 100 Thieves as your opponent for week 2? Or 3, rather.
I mean, if Scrim 100 Thieves and Scrim Shopify come out, it's probably going to be a banger. So, yeah, I mean, probably 50-minute, 100-kill games.
Okay, so when we talked to Fudge last week, he mentioned the same thing about scrims. What is going on in Shopify Rebellion scrims?
I mean, they're just chaotic and messy, and yeah, I mean, like I said, they're just 50-minute bangers with a bunch of kills, so I mean, it's kind of a 100 Thief style as well. I think we're just better at it than them.
Well, now I feel like we've been denied from some of your stage games, but we'll keep our eye on those 50-minute bangers. Quid, I want to get your thought. What do you think the weak link is on Shopify's team?
I think they're just good at playing as a team, but their player is not that good, I guess.
So individual matchups in lane is where you're going to beat them?
I hope so.
All right. Well, Quid, we'll be rooting for you as well. 100 Thieves. I want to get your thoughts real quick because you're starting 0-4. What expectations do you have for how you're going to turn things around? How does 100 Thieves going to win next week?
I think we just gotta be on the same page in game, so we can actually play the game.
Okay, all right, well said. I gotta say, Contracts, I'm gonna ask you the same question. Where's the weak link on 100 Thieves' team?
Probably just their team coordination and map play. I feel like they just kind of run around and just kind of do random stuff, late contest objectives. So as long as we play the map well, it'll be easy.
All right, well, that's our thoughts from the players. That's it. Thank you so much, Quid. 100 Thieves versus Shopify Rebellion is our second matchup to be chosen. Players, you may exit the stage, and best of luck next weekend. Now, as the next lowest ranked team, and the only member still to my left, we have Lyon choosing, and the representative is the substitute top laner coming back into the LTA. Please welcome Surdy on stage. Surdy, you carried the base with you as well. Wow, just one-handed, one arm. Here, let's move that around so the people can see your beautiful face. There we go. Surdy, your eligible opponents. Unfortunately, there's only one of them. And it is FlyQuest due to our rules of no rematches. So with the representative from FlyQuest, please take to the stage. We have Bwipo here, also carrying quite a large flag right there. Taking the chevrons of all the teams that Bwipo has defeated up to this point. Bwipo, I'm noticing the two-handed technique compared to Surdy's one-handed technique. You didn't feel bold enough to try the one hand?
I mean, I like to use 100% of my brain power, 100% of all the capacity I have available to me. So it's a technique some LTA teams could use.
Okay, so you're going more for the big brain play rather than big brawn play. Surdy, what are your thoughts on that?
Pretty good strategy. Seems like it's working out for them, so, you know.
Okay, so now I got to ask, though, you only had one opponent to pick, so it wasn't really a choice for you, but if you had to think, what's a weakness of FlyQuest that you know Lyon, the team, can exploit?
A weakness of FlyQuest? That's an interesting one. I think we just have to hands check them low-key. So, gonna try and do that.
So the same as the banner strategy is what I'm hearing. But do you think you can get hands checked by Lyon? Specifically if Surdy's playing.
Like pound for pound? Yeah, not happening. I mean, I just go down like top lane. I mean, maybe, you know, like he got some good LP. He was rank 1 for a while. I was rank 1 just a little bit ago. But yeah, then I go jungle. It's like, ooh. I think it might be lost.
All right, well, I want to get the rest of your thoughts on the matchup because you are going up against Lyon. You think top lane, you got it. Where do you think else on your side of the map is going to win?
Well, the question is more like, let's see what they can do to surprise us. I'm more expecting... The thing is when you're one of the best teams in the league, reigning champion, you don't really worry about where you're going to be winning. Question is more like, where are you going to be losing and how can you help that person have a good game anyway? Because I think that any team is only as strong as their weakest link. And I think that's the #1 trait you want to have when you're the best team in the league. So making sure that whoever struggles gets a little bit of help. It could be me, could be on any of my teammates. It doesn't matter. We're going to have that guy's back, and we should have a pretty comfortable game.
I like that answer. Last question for you. Just because I have two top laners here. If Surdy is playing next week, will you look him in the eye and say, yeah, Gatghost, gotcha?
I mean, I think it would actually be a super exciting matchup. You know, me and Surdy have some history. Like, I would have liked him to have been my substitute, but obviously things didn't work out. With all that said and done, I hope he gets to play next week because I think he deserves it. And yeah, I mean, now he's got a real team behind his back, so he can actually show some League of Legends, and I'm excited to see what he can show because I'm probably going to play the first game, so there's a good chance we'll have a good matchup.
All right, well, whoever's playing in the top lane will be rooting for both of you. Thank you so much. It's going to be Lyon versus FlyQuest. Players, you may exit the stage, and good luck next week. As Bwipo has changed over to the one-hand meta for the walk-off. That leaves only 2 teams remaining, Team Liquid and Cloud9. Would the representatives please take to the stage? Yuji, I'll have you come up onto my left. Sven, you can come up onto my right. As Team Liquid lost your series today, but still have tackled one opponent. Cloud9 still undefeated up there with FlyQuest. I want to get your thoughts first here, Yuji. You didn't get to choose your opponent, but how are you feeling knowing that you're against Cloud9?
I think they're probably one of the best teams in the league, so we also lost to them in the last playoffs, so I think it will be fun to play against them again.
Okay, and you're up against Blabber as your jungle opponent. What are your opinions of Blabber? Do you think you're going to beat him in the jungle?
I mean, he's obviously good, but I think in the end, better team's going to win, so we'll see.
And is the better team Liquid?
Maybe,
Okay, we're going to work on the confidence on UG's side here, but Sven, I want to get your thoughts here, knowing you're up against Team Liquid.
I mean, yeah, I agree. Better team will win.
And is that Cloud9?
Yes.
All right, so UG, did you take notes on how quickly he said yes? Do we want to work on it again?
Yeah, can I say it again?
Okay, let's go. Yeah. And UG, who's the better team?
TL.
There we go. All right, that's our final matchup of the weekend, and that concludes this week's Pick and Play ceremony. Be sure to tune in next weekend to see how the teams fare in the next round. But with that said, let's get final thoughts from the lounge.
Surprising.
Wow.
Yeah.
It was actually surprising.
I want to know what kind of gremlin behavior is going on in the Shopify Rebellion 100 Thieves scrims.
Yeah, for sure. 100 Thieves picking Shopify.
It ruined everything.
Instead of Lyon.
Yeah. We did not get our C9 FlyQuest.
But at the same time, Shopify, I could see it. They didn't look that good this week against Disguised.
Mm-hmm.
They had a close series already in week 1.
Yeah.
They could say the record is a little fraudulent.
Yeah.
But
also,
Lyon, we don't know who's
going,
playing top lane for Lyon next week.
We don't.
Whatever's going on in scrims.
Yeah.
I feel like is informing that choice a lot.
We really got rug pulled on the FlyQuest C9 matchup.
We were so confident that
we were so ready
yeah.
it was going to happen.
We were so ready for it.
Yeah. But this is why you have to watch the banner ceremony.
Lyon runs out of eligible opponents and has to select FlyQuest.
Yeah. This is exactly why you have to stay tuned and watch, because you're like, logically, this is all makes sense. Nope. 100 Thieves are changing course.
Okay, so looking at this right here.
That's us.
Oh, just look at me. No, look at me. No, just stare at us. Okay.
I'm trying to think how top 4 would be likely to play out, because to me that's what matters the most, is can you pull yourself in a top 4 or not?
True.
So Lyon versus FlyQuest really hurts their chances of making top 4.
Yeah, that's rough for Lyon.
So let's just say, what if Team Liquid got swept by Cloud9, their game score would go to 3-4.
Yeah.
But can anyone beat that? So that would take Disguised 2-0ing to get to 3-4. And then the tiebreaker, I think, would actually be split 2 standings, and Team Liquid would still be there. So
that is true.
That could sneaky end up being decent for the teams that are up there.
It's just so funny looking at the standings and knowing that Shopify was picked very early on.
The second pick.
Yeah.
The second pick. The second round draft pick is a team that, yes, look, it's one of those things where you look at a scoreboard and you see two wins in a series very quickly, and they're a top 3 team with 1 game loss. You're like, there's more to this story.
It's really tricky, running through this format and trying to figure out how it actually plays out, because the origins of this format end up using an even more complicated point system.
Yeah.
So you get more value for picking a team above you than picking a team below you, but when you remove that, it's something that I'm just not used to seeing. Right? It's so strange.
It's also, I think the other thing that we need to keep in mind is that so much of this is, yes, informed by stage games, but again, more informed from scrims, right?
Yeah.
I think they're definitely taking, I would have to assume, 100 Thieves are taking into account, this is where our scrims with Shopify have been contracts kind of said, they've been 50-minute bangers, so we're all going in at all times. I don't know if that is what is going to happen on stage, but I think that's what's informing the kind of surprise pick coming out of 100 Thieves.
And this kind of goes back to the whole scouting your opponents and having a good read on them, because making that selection between Lyon and Shopify, if you see their scrims, they understand. They know that they think that, they're one of the worst teams here. If they're going to make that call, they're going to take that fight. That's honestly, tip of the hat for 100 Thieves to being able to make that call, saying, no, we screw the standings.
Yeah.
We know what we've been seeing in scrims.
Yeah. And then the last thing is, I'd say FlyQuest is probably the happiest of everyone here, in a sense, even though talking to Inspired, they kind of just want to challenge, it feels like. But if you are the #1 seed, you'll get to pick your opponent at the start of the upper bracket in terms of them picking between the top 4 teams. So that would give them a higher chance of just staying at the top of the standings. Because one other interesting thing about the format this year is after 7 weeks, the #1 seed is already qualified for Worlds.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, 5 teams are eliminated. So I personally think staying right at the top is more important in this split than it has ever been in any other format that we've done. Like normally being in first place after 5 weeks doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Now it's going to give you a way higher chance to go to Worlds. So FlyQuest should be pretty happy with what has happened so far. And yeah, I'm still wrapping my head around this format.
Yeah, same.
It's fun. At least like that process, if there is something that changes your expectation, that's when I'm like, okay, dopamine rush.
Sure.
That's when I find joy.
Yeah.
And maybe not in the case of like losing out the C9 FlyQuest part. That one is a little rough.
That Dig DSG dopamine. That's the last game of next week.
There it is.
But here's the actual schedule. TLC9 is going to lead things off for us.
Yeah.
Then Lyon FlyQuest. Sunday is going to be 100 Thieves Shopify, which is 100 Thieves throwing down against Shopify. 0-4 game score versus a 4-1 game score. It's the opponents that they picked. And then, as we said, Dig versus DSG to close out the week.
I'm really looking forward to that 100 Thieves Shopify matchup.
Yeah.
You know what? Somewhat poetic. Jensen announces retirement. Then we get Team Liquid versus C9 immediately right after.
He should have waited another week.
He should have waited.
Jensen.
He should have waited.
Jensen.
Out of nowhere, we get that matchup now. Yeah.
The Jensen matchup?
Yeah.
Little do we know, here he comes summoning. Game 2, summoning for APA. Jensen.
Yeah,
Okay,
he has
that's
both jerseys, so he can like, you know, I'm here.
We're out of time.
Yeah, we
the
are.
day's over. Pick and play is
True.
done. That's it for us. We'll be back next Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific for Team Liquid versus C9.
Woo.
See you then.
It's a 2-0 team versus an 0-2 team, so expectations, I think, for a lot of us would be C9 2-0.
But if you could snag one off of Cloud9, that would be a huge upset. And again, we are really focusing on even just getting individual games.
I'm looking nice. Maybe not flash yet.
Yeah.
We can kill her.
Looks in. Nice.
I'll ult in soon. I'm looking.
With the early game, mid game, late game, all in their favor. C9 take down Dignitas.
Nice. Kind of cringe, but we did well after.
It's fine.
Game 1, C9.
They're fighting now. They're ready for fight.
Yeah.
Can we leave? No, Tal's not out yet. Or no, okay.
Yeah.
You can flash shot. Yeah, look here.
Look here.
Good, fine.
Yeah. Look
Who comes first?
Yeah.
Are you showing? She's done. No flash yet.
Nice. Look, Yunar. Nice one.
That is here. No flash.
Nice, guys, nice. All right,
Can we play this ball for 2-2, guys?
Call it a stroll through downtown, call it a walk in the park, whatever you call it. It's a 2-0 for the boys in blue and a perfect start to LTA Split 3.
Now that Disguise is up against an opponent that I think is much more within their weight class in Shopify, I'm excited to see specifically what Darkwings and Rahel, these new carries swapped in for Split 3, can bring to the table.
They're looking fight.
Any ulti.
Quick. Look right. I got you. Quick.
Nice. Let's go, boys. Well, Messi.
It's
my bad on Grubs. I really.
Yeah. Fine.
My bad.
Nice.
Sorry,
one more, guys.
I got excited.
Shopify fought back as good as they could, but after 37 minutes, Disguise proves triumphant to take game 1.
Talia angle.
Yeah, with Talia can go. I can hook Skarner.
Yeah, I will take go here. Looking.
Skarner is low.
It's gonna.
Yep. Hitting front. Hitting Yunar. Yunar stun.
Okay, we play low.
Okay. I can look at Yunara.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yunar dead. Careful,
Cansante here.
Gonna keep going.
Yeah.
Come with me if you can.
I can maybe stun.
The man rolled.
Okay, he's stun. Finishing your.
Just 1-1. It looks like.
Yeah, we go. We go with it.
Skarner.
Yeah.
Just careful, Victor. Victor.
No, it's fine. Skarner's
Yeah.
Victor's useless.
Okay.
Look here. Look Victor.
Okay, we can. I'm out.
Going the distance here. DSG get taken out in that final fight. Rahel was picked off.
I have now.
Looking Zaya. Yep, I have ulti in 5 as well. Yep. Zaya's 1.
Look, Yariki here.
Okay, Hoya's 1 HP.
Go Yark.
Alright.
I have Ian 7. I can still block, okay?
I can also look. Zaya can't, they can't walk up. They can't walk up.
Yeah, just use EW on me.
Okay. Fighting.
Kill him, big boy.
You can look.
Kill this guy.
I want this kill.
Kill. Don't let him live. Kill this guy, man.
That was so high pitched. Jesus.
And Shopify Rebellion, after 40 minutes, win the game and take the series.
what I can see, OB, I swear it.